Welcome everyone to another great episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that makes sure that all your NPM dependencies are outdated the moment you listen to the show. In today's show, we talk with Jouke. He's an architect and the founder of Frontenders, and he's here to teach us a little bit about front-end platforms and how to take the best advantage out of them. If you find any value in this conversation, remember to give us a like and subscribe to the show. So without any further babbling from my part, Jouke, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So we've worked before together, and one of the curiosities that I have since then is, how did it all started for you? I know that you came from a Rabobank back in the day, and you worked even with a previous colleague of mine. What was your origin story coming into IT?
I've been in IT for quite some years now. Going back, I graduated in '93, so that's more than 30 years ago now. We had MS-DOS, we had Windows 3.0. That was a whole different world, of course. So I spent my first 5 years in network administration, server management, that kind of stuff. Then basically 15 years in web development, mostly doing Perl. And of course, in those days, the backend generated the front end. So of course, everything was HTML. And we were fighting browser wars and all that, and making sure that stuff was compatible between Netscape and Internet Explorer and all that. But everything that you saw was still generated, of course, from the backend. And I always had an interest in user interfaces and in front-end development, but it always felt so needlessly complex. It started with the differences between the browsers, and later on, different competing ways of doing things, and a whole complex thing called jQuery coming up. And it felt like, yeah, that's nice for the fun parts. That's nice for making some interactive things. But you actually want to build an application, a front-end application, a client application. Yeah, that takes a whole different way of thinking about your code or organizing your code. And it was not mature enough. So I left that for most part of my career and focused on the back-end part of things. I took a sabbatical at some point and I tried to rethink what I wanted to do with my life, with my career. And I came out wanting to really focus on front-end development. And I felt that it had matured enough to at least put some effort in it and try to really understand it, and from my experiences in how do you organize your backend development, try to take those learnings into front-end development. And I liked it. It was still quite immature. If you ask me at the time, I'm talking about 2013. So we were learning new ways of doing bidirectional updating using knockouts, JS, and those kinds of frameworks that were there in the beginning. And at some point, I landed on AngularJS, which sounded like a good way of having an organized way of doing your code, at least in the front end. And from there, through some different jobs, I landed at Rabobank as their front-end platform architect. And that's, for me, where it all clicked, where I could suddenly elevate the level of how do you do your engineering in the front end for a bigger group of people, to help them make it easier to do their front-end development and not so much worry about the little scripting thingies and the CSS issues and whatever incompatibilities. No, that should be handled for you, and just focus on building those experiences. Taking that way of thinking and having the ability to do that at Rabobank, that really was for me the transformative, I would say, career move I made.
Well, and you also dabbled a bit into agility, I know from previous conversations of ours, right?
For me, that was part of the journey indeed. I got my first feet wet, I think, in agility in, let's say, 2010, I think, 29. First things sounding a bit like Scrum and all that coming up. But it didn't really vest itself in organizations where I was in back then. But at Rabobank, that was really a different way of looking at doing agility, and especially at scale. They had some learnings from SAFe, but it didn't really work for them. So at some point, they had a whole different way of organizing themselves, inspired by the Spotify model. Not an exact copy, because everybody knows you shouldn't. Let's not get in there. But at least the way of organizing the train of responsibilities were really low down in the organization, which is, I think, very good. But obviously, in a large organization, at some point, you will have conflicting priorities and whatever not. So when there is any alignment needed, you have a very straight upwards escalation tree, which sounds bad, escalation, but it's actually encouraged to let those things bubble up in the organization and to make those decisions faster. Teams can continue and are not blocked by those kinds of conflicting situations. And that's good to make it clear. And that's also driving the constant change of, okay, so we keep running into these things. We keep on running into that, improve and do it better. Also in the organization, but also, of course, within teams. So there's I think, a very healthy look there on how you should do agile development at scale. And I learned a lot from that, actually, yeah.
This episode of Away from the Keyboards is brought to you by you, the listener, and our Patreon supporters. Remember, if you get any value out of this show, like and subscribe. And if you want to support us even further, go to patreon.com/AFKS. That's patreon.com/AFKS. And now back to our scheduled programming. And you have both worked previously in your roles as an architect and also as a manager. Both are roles that lead organizations, one more on the people side, the other one kind of really on the technology side. So which one do you like best?
The architecture side, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm of course technically schooled. I took informatics in university and always been in technical roles. So that kind of feels comfortable to lead from that technological background and lead from a vision from that, rather than the experience of obviously have accumulated over the years in how to work with teams, influence teams, lead teams, and transfer that knowledge. It's suddenly that becomes the content you have to start leading from, as in from your people management experience. And I never felt that comfortable in that role.
Hopefully it wasn't me that caused that.
No, definitely not. It was kind of more like, it's more the imposter syndrome thing, as in, who am I to tell an experienced manager on how to lead their team? And obviously it isn't like that. It's not a role where you tell someone else how to do their job. But who am I to even be used as a sounding board for the issues that you have with your team? Sure, I have experience in that, but did I do it right? I don't know. It felt somewhat uncomfortable having those conversations with experienced managers. I can help an inexperienced one. First steps, obviously, there are many pitfalls that everybody can help you with. But am I good enough to help an experienced manager? I was doubting myself a lot.
So I can attest that, at least from my experience, it worked really good. Though I was an inexperienced manager at the time, still doing my first steps into leadership and learning about it. So in that part, I can attest it worked great.
Happy to hear.
Cool. And before we go into our main subject, which is talking about platform engineering and front end, I do have a recurrent segment in the show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest passes forward a question to another guest. And our question to you comes from Wolfram, the dolphin, and he asks, how do you explain to your top management that resources will have to wait for work?
I guess I would never go for having to do not so much work. You might not be on the main priority for some reason. There will always be work. There will always be something secondary to support the bigger goal, or to, I don't know, work on just overall maintainability or flexibility of your code base or whatever it may be. So I guess I would never sell it like that. I think I've always been very transparent in what I'm doing. I like transparency. If you can explain the situation, then that gives you buy-in most of the time. So I would never try to hide these kinds of situations, that's for sure. As in, we're blocked. We have to wait for that other team. So yeah, we've been doing other stuff, but we didn't tell anyone. No, make it clear. Make clear where the conflict is, why it is that it's better to do it this way, and always proactively do something about it. Set something in motion that resolves the problem. Take that action to not leave the team waiting and not doing anything without any guidance, and then have that conversation with upper management, as in, okay, this is the situation. We set this in motion. We already did this about this, and just for you to know, we handled it. I would want that responsibility to be as low in the organization as possible. You have an issue, you're an adult, you're a professional, you know how you should be solving this, try to solve it, and only if it becomes a problem, let us know.
Yeah, that's a great point. And a point that we discussed also in that podcast, which is you should always come with the solution first and then explain the problem, because we are all smart cookies. And that's kind of the reason why we got hired, is to solve problems.
Exactly.
Yeah, cool. And moving into our main topic, talking about platform and platform engineering, how do you explain platform engineering to someone that never heard about it?
Actually, a couple of weeks ago, I was at PlatformCon and I saw a presentation from Gregor Hopp, and he came up with a very nice analogy. Actually, that goes back to Henry Ford organizing his factories in specialties. You do this, you do this, you do this. You're breaking down the work into parts that everybody's good at, and it goes faster. That develops over time. These days, you just have the entire chassis basically as the building block, and you do different bodies on top of it, and you have a new car. That's the extreme form of platform engineering. Everything is out of the box. Everything is delivered for you, and you only have to put your own secret sauce on top of it, and it's a new product. Now, that goes a bit far, but at least imagine that if you are a factory worker and you're at least assembling that chassis, you don't need to know how that engine works. You don't have to know how all of the different parts actually do their thing. They just need to be so standardized that you can just pick them up, put them somewhere, and it just works. In the factory, it doesn't matter if you put engine A, B, or C in there. The rest all fits together because it's all standardized. It just fits in there, and there you go. And that's basically what platform engineering is. You provide building blocks that you can build your digital experiences with. And you, as the engineer building that experience, you don't need to know all the intricacies of everything. You don't need to know how the database is actually scaling for you. You just want a database. You want to store your stuff. So give me an API and I'll do my thing. If it runs into limitations in scaling, that's somebody else's problem, because it's part of the products that platform engineering team has offered you. You have database as a service. You have logging as a service. And all of these things together, if you can build that as an actual internal product and treat it like a product, and you treat your developers as the customers, then you can build a really great developer experience. And that's basically what it's all about. Reducing cognitive load and providing a great developer experience for your own organization.
The reduction of cognitive load by creating reusable components, which is something that we learn in software engineering for many years, right? It's almost like using some tools out of the box or using some open source projects, but at the same time, bringing in the competencies to maintain that project within the company. And usually it's more seen, I think, in terms of backend projects where people have like the managed Kubernetes cluster that all the teams used, or some managed cloud service like a database. But there is a piece that is not that well known for many, which is the front end and how that connects to having a platform for the front end. Can you explain a little bit about that and the inspiration that came also for you starting your own company, Front Enders?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, many architects in general in organizations, but especially let's call them the platform architects. If you have a platform at all, then typically the platform architects, but also higher up in the chain, the enterprise architects. If you look at their background, that's usually in engineering, but hardly any of them has ever done any actual modern front-end development. They have no idea, no concept of how it actually works. How is the developer flow for a front-end engineer? So if you don't know how that works, then you don't know where the complexities are, where the friction is, where the cognitive overload, as we call that, actually resides. And what is the part that you can optimize and what is better left off to that engineer? That's a concept that is hard to grasp if you've never done any work in there. And it has evolved over the years. I think it is a craft in its own right. Backend development or front-end development, it is really, well, sure, it's all development, sure. And you do have full stack engineers. I'm not diminishing that full stack engineers that are there, but it is something totally different with its own ecosystem, its own peculiarities, things happening in a client environment, not measurable in your servers, in how actually that performs. there are all kinds of different things. I don't have to explain to you, but many people just have no good concept of how do you build that? How do you even test that in the first place? How do you test an entire front-end application? It's different. And because of all that, it has different requirements. It has different things that you can solve for them to reduce that cognitive load. And people are just overlooking it. They're kind of dismissing it as in, just build a front end for it and be done with it, or just vibe code it. That's definitely a possibility. I recently spoke to a startup founder who was not so much technical himself. He had a good understanding from a product management perspective, definitely not a coder. And he vibe coded his own front end for his own new product. But he was starting to see the cracks. He was starting to see, hey, but my co-founder also created something, but it looks different and it feels different. Yeah, exactly. So how do you make that as one whole? How do you make standard building blocks that even in a vibe coded environment, how can you instruct your AI to use the right components in the right way? Even for that situation, if you want to automate it away and really leave much more to the AI, it would be great if it had some standardized building blocks that do what you want in a secure way, in a compliant way for your organization. Then at least requires less knowledge, domain knowledge, or technological knowledge of certain tools to make it work.
Yeah, that's a great point, because also accessibility is a great factor on that. From my experience with vibe coding, every time that it creates UI, sometimes puts buttons in a way that are impossible to click, or that they are hidden, that a human cannot really interact with the application, but for the AI, it's not a problem because it can interact with anything in the application. So by having reusable components, you can also make sure that all the accessibility factors and that your own design system is also applied, even if you vibe code it.
Yeah, so seeing that there is really a lack of understanding of what can the whole idea about platform thinking, just take it as broad as that, how can it influence your front-end developers flow? How can it reduce, I don't know, time to market? How can it speed up your pipelines or secure your pipelines? Or not knowing that, not having any example, it's hard. It's hard to get started with that, doing the right thing. And I just had the opportunity at Rabobank to pioneer with that. I've been pioneering, that's the way I look back at it now, since 2017, having the opportunity to just influence a significant part of the bank in how they do their front-end development. Obviously, forming that vision by having many conversations with many of the developers that are involved in that step. But eventually, forming my own vision and trying to get everyone behind me. In the end, today they are running that platform, just a single monorepo with more than 160 teams, doing deployments more than 15 times a day. And everybody just is surprised at how well it works. And nobody cares about lifecycle management of all of the NPM dependencies, but except for the platform team. So that mind shift that eventually happened there and the ease at which they're now doing their development, yeah, it's great to see that actually happened. But it was all an experiment. It was all just learning on the job, because there are no examples, there are no resources. There's a real lack of, thought leadership on this topic. And that kind of inspired me to start Frontenders, because I think if nobody's saying how it should be done, then I don't have all the answers, but at least I have a bunch of experience on this topic. So let me try to help other organizations in doing the same and reaping the same benefits.
And what is one misconception that you think people have around platform engineering, and more specifically the front end platform engineering?
I think that many people are still considering platform engineering as just a different label on DevOps. And that's really not what it is. It is really, the way I see it, it is an evolution of DevOps, where in DevOps, we are supposed to run everything as well as build it, of course, which brought a host of new competences into the developer's skill book that they had to master. Platform engineering basically says, hey, there's so much you need to master. Let's make it easier for you. And that's really next level engineering. And the same goes for front-end development. There are so many tools to choose from. There are so many ways of doing the same thing, but what works and what doesn't work, what scales, what brings some level of uniformity throughout your entire code base? And how do you manage all of that? Those are questions that I think many organizations don't have a proper answer for. You see many groups of teams identifying that, well, they need to collaborate, but there's a lacking overall vision on, okay, so how do all of the teams work together? How do you manage to keep all of your digital experiences in sync visually and in terms of end user experience and have no dead ends in your customer journey? Those kind of things can only be viewed if you take front-end development and front-end architecture, if you ask me, to the next level, talking on the level of an enterprise architect, thinking about capabilities of your platform that you elevate to create your digital experiences with.
Well, and that's a very important part of leading an organization and making sure that you have the right flow so that everything just goes and you don't have to worry about getting super competence on how do you need to build Kubernetes or how do you need to manage the NPM dependencies, because there's always a vulnerability or a package that is outdated. And this way there is a specific team that focuses.
Exactly.
But it requires also a lot of knowledge from the leadership to understand that this is a problem and they need to focus on that. And I think that's what you want to bring into the mix by creating front-enders, right?
Yeah, exactly. There is awareness, I think, amongst a lot of front-end engineers. There is no real platform thinking in the minds of many front-end architects, I think. And there's a lack of understanding of what the front-end development flow is at the engineering leadership level. So I'm trying to just bring these two worlds together by educating both architects and leadership in, okay, what are you overlooking? Because they're really overlooking in the front end space, and also for the front end developers and front end architects to elevate their thinking into, okay, but you're not just building that nice feature for your customer. Think bigger, think for the entire organization. How would things be if you would have all of this out of the box and arranged for you? Imagine how much time you would save.
Indeed. And how do you think that, for example, your previous experience on managing people and managing managers helps you with this conversation with the technical leadership? Because in a sense, it's kind of leading them also into the right direction.
Yeah, I learned a thing or two about influencing just in general. If you have radical ideas like me back in 2017, when I said we needed a completely new way of working, a completely new front-end platform at Rabobank. And yes, we're going to overhaul everything, and everything you've done so far, you can eventually just throw in the trash because we're going left where you thought you were going right. People don't like surprises like that. You have to massage that message. You have to drop hints that things are going into a certain direction. If you close up yourself into your ivory tower as an architect, and then suddenly there's the outcome and go ahead and build what I have mastered in my ivory tower, nobody will buy into that story. You have to keep talking to engineers. If you understand that they are missing a certain piece of information in order to better understand why you are doing things, then start educating them in a certain direction so that when the plan comes, it makes more sense. Same for management. If a big change is coming and a big project is coming up and they're talking about budget cuts, be part of that conversation. Make sure that you are heard, that there is a need for a certain direction that you want to be taken. And if they're cutting jobs at a certain point, then you cannot make this plan work. And why is this plan needed? Because we're trying to be more efficient in what we do. So yes, please hold on for a couple of years longer funding us so we can actually make the organization more efficient and save a lot more money. These kind of things, and that really requires more from you as an architect to really think differently about your role, not so much as a technologist, but also as an influencer of the organization. Because I think that's actually the role of architecture in general. And maybe many front-end architects thinking, hey, but I'm a React architect, I'm an Angular architect. Yes, that may be the current scope of what you're doing. But if you take it a bit broader, you actually want your front end not just to work for you, but actually that everybody sees the benefits of what you're doing with your team. bring it further and spread your ideas and get that buy-in and get an agreement with other architects on what you're doing and how to make it better for everyone and more efficient. Because that's eventually what managers will want to hear. You have to do more with less. So be more efficient. And if you are just saying, hey, but I need funding for my team, no, how are we going to elevate this way of working that is so efficient for all teams? Now, that's a different conversation.
And which one would you think it's the more difficult? Having this conversation with the software engineering teams and trying to convince them into going in this right route? Or is it getting management to sometimes understand that, yes, this will require more investment in the beginning, but you'll reap better fruits in the end?
I think it's ultimately up to CTOs to see and understand the benefits of platform engineering. If that's not understood at that level, then you're losing the battle anyway. So if you're thinking about, hey, we need a platform as an organization, we don't have a platform yet, who do I need to influence? That's really the most upper level in your organization. If they don't get it, it's doomed to fail. You can start little initiatives, but it will never be carried through. And there will be at some point resistance to using the platform that you have created. And then you need that buy-in from management to say, yeah, if 90% of the organization is using it, we can't have 10% not using it because they don't want to. Then everybody's using it, or something along those lines, or influence people better. But sometimes it needs to come top down to get that final push to really make it great for everyone.
And that sounds like a really good piece of advice, which leads me to a follow-up. If you had one advice to give to your younger self, doing his first steps in architecture or any type of leadership role, what would that advice be?
Well, if I think back on my very first leadership role professionally, I would say to myself, don't be so cocky. You don't know anything yet. But I thought I knew everything. And I thought it was all about running my team and making those people happy, and then they will do great things. Yes, that was very important. My team members were, if I talk to them still, they were very happy with me as their manager. What I totally ignored was influencing upwards, talking to my manager and my peers as other team leads and whatever. So that totally blew up. I totally failed there. It was learning it the hard way, and I should have had someone who put a hand on my shoulder and said, take it easy. You don't know anything yet, but I'll teach you. I should have been the one being, I would say, open to those kinds of conversations, which I wasn't at the time, I'm sure. I would have ignored all advices, but I also didn't have anyone who was, well, coaching me as a manager. There was an absent manager, and that was not very helpful being a learning manager.
I can relate so much to what you just said. I had a similar conversation, I think, in my first team lead job ever, where I did had that person that put the hand in my shoulder and said, "You are too cocky. This is not going to work out. You need to be able to lead people and convince people into going, even if you know it's the right way to do it. And you're right, it is the right way to do it, but you need to bring other people on for the journey. And you cannot do it if you're just cocky. People will throw in resistance just because." So
Exactly.
And talking a little bit about AI, because we talked about how having a good platform in the front end can really help you with this new vibe coding, because you would have your reusable components. You don't have the AI just completely, well, it can still completely hallucinate and put a component where it doesn't, but at least you greatly reduce the probability of it. I'm curious, how are you using AI in your current life to help you out with the new company, or just helping you out with anything?
Yeah, of course, I predate useful AI by quite a bit. So I'm a late adopter, I would say. I use it now for researching, for example, NoteLM, for doing research, for correcting my writing, to find better titles for whatever, that kind of basic stuff. I don't use it heavily. I still rely on my own brain for quite a bit. Having said that, there are obvious ways where it can greatly improve your productivity. And for myself, I'm still learning to use it in my daily work. I'm not a coder hands-on that much, so that's really not where I can speak from experience. But obviously, I speak to people a lot, and I hear a lot, and I read a lot, and I see a lot, and I just I can't shake the feeling that, well, just in general, think AI or not, it takes a great engineer to recognize great code, I believe. And it takes a great architect to understand that someone made a great design for something. If you are not senior enough in your role and you rely on Gen AI to do tasks for you, you must be able to judge the outcome of that. And if you would ask me, there should be a law against using Gen AI if you are junior in any role. If you don't know nothing yet, try and do yourself, make the mistakes yourself, fail yourself in every way possible and learn from that. But by handing off easy jobs, even if it's easy enough for, I don't know, for a meteor engineer, a junior cannot decide if that's good enough and why it works. So please don't overuse AI. And yes, if you're senior enough and you understand what you're doing and what the AI has produced, and you, God forbid, people are using agentic AI without a human factor, please don't. I can see code bases going from today, let's say, to completely unmanageable and having to start from scratch again in let's say 2 years, maybe 3 years if you're lucky. But then an organization is already there and you have a code base that is unmanageable. I just fear the worst if there's too much Gen AI in coding by people who don't understand what they're actually approving the AI to produce.
It seems like recently we kind of shifted the goalposts on a couple of those things. I remember back when I started this whole agile journey as a scrum master and all of that, that one of the things that you learned is that output does not equal outcome. And somehow nowadays we are using amount of lines of code produced as a measurement of how good the AI is or how good it is integrated with you. If we change that measurement and we put it on an engineer, that would make no sense. Like I saw the other day, oh, we have a great AI is producing on average on night between 3 million and 8 million lines of code.
Wow, I'm impressed, but I have no clue what that means.
Exactly. And what kind of code base needs that much code? And we are forgetting about the other part. And I think you touch upon a very, very important thing is if you are a junior, and there was a study that came out recently from MIT about how overusage of LLMs can hinder your learning capabilities. If you are a junior, yes, it's a good tool to have in your back pocket. Like if you are starting a project from scratch and you just want to bootstrap a lot of things, AI is great for that. Like it does a lot of stuff that you do as copy paste.
And just uses any starter templates and hopefully a book on explaining why it does what it does. Gets you started.
But if you end up in the situation where your code runs, you get a stack error that is very easy to fix, and the first thing that you do is ask the AI to fix that, you're going on the wrong direction. Like, don't lose that capability. I think, especially if you're a young person nowadays, you don't know this, but before the early 2000s, we all used to remember a lot of phone numbers. We don't know anymore.
True. I only know my wife's.
It's not like that knowledge occupied that much space in our brain. It's just that something came and took away the need to retain that knowledge. Being a software engineer, there is a lot of knowledge that you need to retain because maybe the AI will become super expensive in the future. We don't know. We are still in the beginnings of it. And you cannot overly rely on that.
Agreed. Yeah.
Cool. And if there is one lesson that you would like people to keep from this chat that we had, what would it be?
If talking about platform engineering, I would say if you take platform engineering seriously, take an interest in what your front-end developers do and how you can improve their life with your platform as well. Talking about leadership, influencing people is better than telling people, especially listening to them, trying to understand where they're coming from. And if they need nudges in the right direction, then keep it with nudges and try to let people develop themselves instead of being pushed in a certain direction.
Indeed, you get more flies with honey than with vinegar. I think there is a saying similar to this one. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for coming and having this chat with me. If people want to know more about you, if they want to reach out or hire you or know more about frontenders, what is the best way for them to know?
They should go to frontenders.io, frontenders with a Z instead of an S, or connect with me on LinkedIn.
Cool. We'll make sure to drop all of those links as well in the show notes. So if anyone is interested, you can just go to the show notes below and find the links to reach out to Jouke and know more about frontenders. Again, Jouke, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much for having me. And hope to see you again here.
Super. And to everyone still listening, take care of your front-end applications and see you soon away from the keyboards. Welcome everyone to another episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that guarantees a 100% placement rate for all your AI agents. Today we are going to deep dive on the recruitment industry and what it means to be a recruiter. So if you get any value out of this episode, consider dropping us a like and subscribing to the show. So without any further babbling from my side, Justin, welcome to our show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So one of the things that I'm always interested about, how did it all started for you? How did you get involved into recruitment and talent acquisition? What is the story behind all of that?
Yeah, I think it's for a lot of people in recruitment, talent acquisition. Nobody studies to be in talent acquisition, right? There's no really study. Maybe you can do like HR and then you roll into it, yes. But for me, it was completely different. So I actually studied international business. Towards the end of my studies, I did some internships. I did internships in more online advertising, so something different, but still didn't really feel like that's what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. I liked it, but I also really see it as a thing for me. Let me put it like that. And then actually, a friend of my brother started his own recruitment agency. He's a bit older than I was, and he already did recruitment for an agency site, and he started his own agency together with a friend of his, and they just invited me. I didn't really know them, to be honest. It was more a friend of a friend, right? But they just looking for people who were looking kind of for the first job. And I just kind of interviewed for it twice, and they said, "Sure, you got the job." And that's when I started. So I started off on the agency side, which also a lot of recruiters start on that side of things. And yeah, that's kind of how it all started. I really rolled into it because my friend started an agency, basically. My friend of a friend.
And what was one of the big surprises that you got when you started in this career?
Yeah, so I started off on the agency side, right? So the agency side, I think most people know, but then you're just more of a intermediate, right? You're trying to get people for different companies, trying to find people. And I was mostly surprised that that's basically just a sales role, more than anything else, right? Because a lot of the focus, at least at that stage, especially also in agencies when they start, they need to get clients, right? So you need to find a way for companies to work with you, and then kind of after you'll try to find the people who kind of join their companies. So a lot of the role in especially agency recruitment is sales, which I found very, very hard. I'm not a sales guy. So that was surprising to me. I think if you ask me later, because after 3 years in an agency, I only worked in corporate recruitment, actually were working for the specific company itself and hiring for those companies. Anything that surprised me there, mainly mostly surprising for me. That's maybe a funny story. I started off on the agency side. My first corporate recruitment role was at bol.com, in the Netherlands, at least a known company. I remember starting there maybe the first day, the first weeks, kind of after that onboarding period, and I saw everybody working on their laptop. And that's not weird, but I was just so surprised that nobody was calling. Coming from an agency side where everybody was calling 24/7 and trying to get people on the line, and they were all on the computers writing emails and all that kind of stuff. And I also said literally to my colleague next to me, "Why is nobody calling? What are you guys doing? Why is nobody picking up the phone and calling?" And then I really had to go back. This is a different way where it's more soft spoken and a little bit more easy on the approach, not immediately calling candidates, people you want to work for, work with. I think that was one of the biggest surprises going from agency to corporate. And initially, it was just all the sales was just so surprising.
When you moved into that more corporate role, do you think it's also like the change of going from outbound to inbound? Because what you're mentioning is like before it was very much outbound connection, trying to get someone and talked about it, convinced them to coming to work with you, versus being more inbound, receiving applicants and then going about it in that way.
Yeah, huge difference, right? So indeed, you're looking a lot more at people kind of applying. It's a lot more also on employer branding, right? I didn't do any agency. Any agency, you don't do employer brand. Not part of the role. Corporate recruitment, employer branding gone so significant because you want to set yourself up to be the right company. You have to get the right applicants. So you're looking indeed a lot more at inbound. You're looking at CVs a lot more. Agency side, you're happy to get a CV. On the corporate side, like so many CVs, right? So it's a huge difference. I think the quality becomes way more important. If you're kind of on the agency side, you kind of look at a candidate. Yeah, if you're a good agency recruiter, which I wasn't, you have a million companies where you can work with, so you can kind of always see, okay, the CV is okay, but where can I still fit it? For kind of different companies looking for different quality, etc., etc. And the corporate recruitment, you really have kind of an idea already what you need, right? What will work for the company, and then when it fits, it fits, and when it doesn't fit, right? And it's always hard still to tell from a CV just alone. So I think the whole mindset is a lot different. Indeed, you're looking at inbound, you're looking a lot more at quality. You're looking at employer branding. Still, sometimes you still reach out, right? Because LinkedIn sourcing, etc. But the mix is very very indeed.
This episode of Away from the Keyboards is brought to you by you, the listener, and our Patreon supporters. Remember, if you get any value out of this show, like and subscribe. And if you want to support us even further, go to patreon.com/AFKS. That's patreon.com/AFKS. And now back to our scheduled programming. That leads me to one of my follow-ups on that. What is one of the misconceptions that you think people have about the work of recruiters?
This is what I think the perception is of that we just look CVs, just reject, and that don't really do much. Maybe that's maybe a little bit the perception. Maybe I think the perception is wrong. I think there's a lot into it. So it's not just about screening CVs, just not about employer branding. You're really trying to create strategies over months, years to kind of make sure that the company's not now successful, but also going to be in a few years, right? So I think there's a lot of misconception of what a recruiter does in that sense. So there's a lot also thinking of more long-term in strategy. I think this is a metric that's become is already for a while now, but it's getting looked at even more than, for instance, time to hire, time to fill, right? So kind of how long is the role open and how long are candidates in the process. That's metrics that's been around forever. But I think now a lot of quality of hire metric, at least at Kadawiki, has been around for 2 years now, I guess. I think every company now has some sort of metric to also look at kind of the quality of the hiring, right? So also looking at recruiters to be responsible for that metric. So you can be fully responsible, right? Because you're not part of onboarding, you don't do review cycles, etc. But making sure that the initial recruitment process that a candidate goes through reflects kind of the quality we need in the company. Those kind of metrics are becoming way more important and also looked up as a recruiter. How are you kind of doing that? Also looking a little bit more, yeah, it's becoming all these hip phrases, but looking from talent acquisition more to talent management, right? So how are you going to be responsible or looking at the bigger scope of an organization? What kind of teams are there? What kind of quality is there? And also thinking along with the managers, right? On what they will need now and in the future, what's kind of lacking in their teams. I think there's a lot more aspects than just looking at CVs and doing maybe initial screening interviews, which people still know, and rejecting people. Maybe that's also people a lot have the perception that will probably all we do. So I think there's a lot more to it, especially also the role, because I've been doing it now for I think 10, 12 years. Has changed a lot. So yeah, I think the perception of what we do, the little we do, it's quite a bit bigger.
And going back to what you just said about how the job market has been changing and how the role has also been changing, what insights can you share about what have you seen over the last couple of years? COVID was a big change on everything, but besides that, what else can you share?
So I think in the period of COVID, at least for online businesses, which I've always been a part of, we saw immense growth, right? So we saw that a lot of companies were hiring, trying to scale up their teams, especially also in that period after COVID initially, and still kind of, okay, we're going to maintain this growth for the trajectory we're currently on. Nah, that didn't happen. And then you heard a lot of layoffs, right? Around layoffs here, layoffs there. I think from that moment that people really started looking a little bit more, okay, how big are organizations now? Kind of what do we need and what do we need for now in the next coming period? Let I think do a lot of terminations, but it also led to kind of people being more picky about who they hire, right? So I think you saw that a lot more critical on the hiring process. If you can only fill, if beforehand you can fill 20 positions and now you can only do one or two, then you're going to be very specific about those one and two, right? So I saw organizations becoming very risk averse. I think to kind of, okay, where normally you'd say, okay, this candidate has 8 of the 10 qualities we need, then it was always a yes. And now, even if it has 8 of the 10 qualities we need, now we need to find somebody that also has a ninth and 10th. Well, we always say recruitment, the sheep with 5 legs, I think is a Dutch expression, but it doesn't exist, right? The golden goose or whatever you want to call it, it doesn't exist. There's no perfect candidate. That's only maybe the candidates already in your organization and fully onboarded, etc. So I think companies becoming to an extent maybe somewhat unrealistic of the kind of what can find in people. I think that's really a significant change that we've seen, right? Being super risk averse because you're shrinking and you can only have X amount of positions. I think that's really, really telling of what I've seen over the last maybe year, give or take. After that, kind of that whole people kind of shrinking the organizations, let me put it like that.
And how do you think this whole new hype of AI has been impacting it? Because I get the feeling that a lot of companies may be on waiting to see where this is going. If this is really going to replace software engineers, yes or no? So should I invest in getting software engineers already? Maybe should I wait one more year? And I have my personal feeling. I think that it's mostly hype and it's not really going to produce anything meaningful. And the companies that are a bit on the fence and don't really get the talent that they need are going to regret it once they realize that all of this is overly hyped. But yeah, think from the perspective of a talent acquisition and a recruiter, how have you seen that play out also in the market?
Yeah, look, my opinion on AI is I think it's a tool, can be a useful tool. Is it going to replace engineers? Not for now, at least. So I think, and then this is maybe a bit scope in the current role I am, because that's of the current company I'm in. I think we are kind of looking still where we keep hiring software engineers because we do believe it's not, again, it's not going to replace software engineers or any type of talent at this stage. What we kind of do look at is somebody kind of pro or against AI. What's kind of their take on AI? So we now kind of put into the process kind of AI acumen, at least being okay with AI and kind of always kind of see how you can use it as a tool, but also kind of having the rule you cannot just use AI as a black box. I spit it in, it spits something out, I copy and paste it, and that's also not the way to use it, right? So kind of setting rules on how to use AI also in the workplace, and this should be reflected in the interview process. We are a keen pro what you suggest in the interview to reflect the work, right? So that should be similar. So also for AI part. So very brief, does it replace software engineers? No. Do we need still software engineers? Yes. I think the only thing that's changed is that we are looking for people that are open to using tooling. And that's also what we're going to assess then in the interview process.
It's exactly like that. I have the same feeling. It is a tool like any other tool that we have. But before we deep dive a little bit on AI, because I want to really get your views on how AI is helping the recruitment world, we have a recurrent segment on the show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest gets the chance to pass forward a question to another guest. And my question to you comes from our previous guest, Jouke, and he asked, if you didn't went into your current role as a talent acquisition recruiter, what other career would you have chosen?
Yeah, I find it very hard because even going into this role, I didn't know, and all I know what I didn't like was online advertising, online marketing, and that's hard. It just wasn't for me. But still, I maybe reflecting to the dream I still have, and not related to talent acquisition at all. Maybe starting my own business at some point, and more in the hospitality sector. So I have no experience in hospitality. I never was behind a bar. I never worked in a hotel or in a restaurant or any kind. But it's still kind of I find it fascinating to kind of own your own hotel, own your own bar, own your own restaurant, this kind of space. Yeah, it's still sort of a dream of mine. I think it's very cool to own such a bar or restaurant more likely than a hotel. And I don't know why, and I find it so fascinating. But to have that and to kind of make people happy with your food or your drink or that kind of vibe, and then really kind of to serve your customers or your yeah, that's still something that maybe at some point I will give it a shot. Maybe not, but that's would I guess be my answer because I was really when I chose talent acquisition, chose it, just started in it. Was also not really a conscious choice. I think the Netherlands is really bad at hospitality, right? I think they're probably the worst country if you look at other European countries like Italy or Spain, where people are actually still proud to serve others and make people happy. I think that mentality is not in the Netherlands. Usually also students doing this kind of job and are just like, I'm doing this, I just want to get paid and go home. Kind of changing that mindset a bit, right? To really making proud to make other people happy in those type of places. So really the hospitality part in hospitality. Yeah, I think in the Netherlands we can do a lot better than starting to try to do that with my own place.
Yeah. So moving from things that are completely human to things that are more AI, how is AI helping you in your current role? Because we talked about how the recruitment you're looking into, also the software engineers using AI, but how is AI helping the recruiter?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of different ways that AI can help. I think what I've experienced and I've worked with is more like automated transcription and summary of screening calls. For instance, we use a tool called MetaView. Not super important, but it's super helpful. It helps me not being so focused on taking notes, but actually having a conversation with the candidates. So a big pro of that, we use it for a kind of automated scheduling. So you put all the interviewers you have into another tool, and then it just schedules all the interviews for you, basically, which is great because it's one of the worst things for a recruiter to do. Scheduling of interviews, sometimes with a panel or other kind of stuff, and this tool can do that all for you. It's also a super nice tool. Yeah, you use your Geminis and ChatGPT sometimes for making towards rejection emails, but you also still need the feedback. You need to think about it. You need to read it. So it hasn't been that useful, I think, to also make sure that everything is aligned. But I guess you can do the same as you use code. You also need to check it. That you also really need to be really checking because there's some weird stuff in there sometimes. I know we don't do it, or I haven't had experience with it. I know other companies, and I think it's maybe more of an American thing now. I'd also use it really for the screening of interviews. That there's an AI automatically screening the interviews. Again, I haven't had that experience, so I can't really speak on that. But yeah, there's a lot of tools now out there. Some more useful than others. But if you will, my prime one is the scheduling, because that's yeah, a tedious, non-fun task. I think all the admin stuff in the end. Yeah, not great.
I like how you mentioned that even using something like ChatGPT or Gemini, you need to bring that human approach to look into it, like the software engineer looks into code.
Yeah, I think it's you have to still say, especially if it's with human contact, and you need to be respectful, right? So if you just copy and paste it and it doesn't make sense, it's not a good experience. So, yeah.
Cool. And going a bit back to your days in the agency, have you dealt with where people just flat out ghosted you during that recruitment process? And kind of how do you guys deal with that?
Yeah, I think in the beginning I found it a lot harder when people ghosted me. And I think on the agency side it happens a lot more. Because if you look at kind of people that apply to companies, they are less likely to ghost because they genuinely are interested, especially for inbound candidates. So I see that happening a lot less. When you're working at an agency, it's quite tough because it's hard to find good candidates and get them allocated. So yeah, it's tough, but in the end, if people don't want, right, you can only do so much, right? I mean, it is what it is. If they don't want, they don't want. And now I'm really more relaxed about it. I mean, if somebody doesn't show up or people are ghosting my emails and maybe say one reminder and then okay, then it wasn't meant to be, right? And the person is generally not that interested, and we shouldn't be forcing anything. I think that whole mindset has changed a lot for me. Yeah, so initially hard, especially if people work on the agency side, it is tough because it's harder. But now I'm kind of okay with it. Working at a product company for so long now, the third product company. Again, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be.
We have a saying in Portugal is that you just start getting wider backs and
Yeah.
you can carry everything. So it doesn't bother you anymore.
No, for now it's okay.
Cool. And as an industry looking into recruitment and talent acquisition, what do you think that could be done better nowadays?
Yeah, whatnot. No, I think there's always a lot to improve, right? I think still what you hear a lot is that a lot of people are applying to all these different roles, never hear back, and kind of having a very hard time finding a job. I think we need to be super more clear on like why people should apply and should not, because people are putting a lot of time and investment into writing CVs and applying and all that kind of stuff, which is hard, right? And you understand. It's been a while since we've been on a job search, but it's difficult. So I think we need to be a lot more clear about what we're looking for, what companies can expect. So also not create false hope and false dreams, and trying to be a lot better there. I think also being very careful about AI tuning, as we talked a little bit about CV screening. I think it's still a bit of a scary thing to have an AI decide on kind of what's a good CV and what's not. So as I said, we currently don't do it, but I hear a lot of companies do it. And I think that's one of the things can also be a lot better. I Yeah, I think transparency about salaries, working at a company that's maybe not super transparent, but it's not my decision. I think we can be a lot more transparent, right? Also, just to be very clear what companies can do. I think in the US, they're a bit further ahead on that even, where they are, the salaries are a lot more transparent. And we also get difference per state, but you can see that a lot more in the US. I think we can kind of copy that a little bit more towards Europe. Some companies do it better than others. Yeah, there's so many more things.
One of them is probably going to be solved, and I put it between quotes, with the new regulation. I think it's coming next year about the salary being more transparent between the interviews and also within a company. So yeah, it's a good thing on those cases. And as you have a lot of experience within the industry already, how do you go about it when you're coaching junior recruiters or junior people that are working with you?
Yeah, I try to always convey the human aspect, right? So we're speaking with humans, so be very open, very transparent, very direct. I think it's most important when you have bad news, and recruiters, unfortunately, we reject a lot more candidates than we hire, right? So also there to be very direct and transparent, right? So I think for any recruiter coming into this field, be comfortable in giving very direct feedback, very open and very transparent. Is one of the aspects. I think another thing that for if you look at junior recruiters to be it is a tough role. I don't think people always realize that it is a bit of a tough role. There's usually quite a lot of pressures on recruiters for hiring. Yet we have to hire the right quality candidates. Yes, we have to keep up candidate experience, but it's also always measures. Yes, you have to give a high quality of hire. So what kind of my take is, as for junior recruiters, breathe through it. Maybe a bit of an easy thing to say, right? But in the end, yes, it is a tough role. But you hear that a lot. We're also not curing cancer, right? And we're also not heart surgeons, where people's lives in our hands. So kind of balancing, in Dutch is relativeren, but kind of putting it all in perspective. Let me put it like that. What we're trying to do and what we do. So human aspect, we need to be able to put things in perspective. Yeah, I think that those are key things I always like to discuss. And in general, just that's maybe more on their development. I like the junior recruiters to be kind of take ownership, right? So you hear that in a lot of roles, but I also really like that. And don't be afraid to make mistakes, right? Also said a lot, but I think that's the only way to learn, even for junior recruiters. Go to try stuff you haven't done before. Go hire a very senior person, but I've only done, I don't know, interns or now. Okay, go try it, right? So what I think that's relevant. That's for almost all jobs, right? Go try stuff you haven't done before. That's how you learn.
How do you see the differences between hiring managers and hiring, for example, software engineers?
Yeah, I think the conversations are very different, right? So if you look at managers, they have usually a better understanding of what they need, what they're looking for, and what kind of organizations they're looking for. They're usually a lot more particular. But I want to kind of have this culture. I'm not saying software engineers aren't, but engineering managers are a lot more particular. Usually, you're also looking into different compensations, right? So it's higher numbers, it's usually stock options and all that kind of stuff, and it comes a little bit more challenging aspects when it comes to the offering side of things. And for depends also a little bit on the level of the software engineer, to be honest. They can also vary quite a bit. I think there's different aspects that are different. I think kind of the pitching of the role, what kind of usually certain levels are looking for, the compensation levels that are quite a bit different. There comes a lot of different things into play. And then and then there's also the difference between people being local, being relocators. Also kind of a different aspects that comes into play. So I think the type of level location. There's just different things to take into account, and then some roles are a bit easier than others, right? So I think there's quite some variation there.
Cool. During this conversation, we touched several times on having CVs, and that is still an important thing nowadays. So, what advices do you have for tech people with good backgrounds, but they kind of keep on getting automatically rejected or just rejected after a CV screening? What advices do you have for them if they want to improve their chances?
Yeah, I don't have the golden bullet for this, or however you want to call it. I think and this is might known, right? But cater the CV to the audience, right? So cater the CV to the company. I think there's almost no company or recruiters I know that like CVs of 8 pages. One, maybe two max. In the end, if maybe a little idea of a recruiter, I have now a pipeline open for 100 software engineers. Yeah, I sadly I don't have the time to take every CV for 10 minutes, right? It's just the fact, nature of the game. So you need to kind of be very concise in your information and what you want to tell to that company. If the company is in the job ad, you already saw that the company is looking for a software engineer who can take ownership and be leading projects, right? So yeah, then it should be a highlight in your CV somehow that you have led projects from A to Z and you have the kind of leading technical assignments. Simple example, right? But if that's a requirement from the company, then I should be able to read it in that first 2 pages. Let's say 1, 2 pages. So I think simple things like that is very important. And yeah, still CVs can be very confusing somehow on kind of where you worked at, how long you worked on it, how long you worked at said company. Seems simple information, but sometimes it's still so hard to figure out because they put projects first and then they start to have a weird timeline. Me personally, I'm not a big fan of that because it makes me like a puzzle on that kind of stuff. So I would say make it very straightforward, very simple, highlight the things you know a company wants to see. Yeah, I think those kind of things I can only share. And that's the things I look at as a recruiter. Okay, we're looking for this. How do I kind of see that in your CV? Where have you worked? How long have you worked at that company? Yeah, that's my advice. Maybe very straightforward. Maybe people are like, of course, yeah, but that's kind of what I look at.
Yeah, but simplicity is sometimes forgotten and pushed to the side. And I think it's kind of important because basically you should be able to give the CV to someone that is not you, and they should be able to understand everything that you wanted to put there without asking you a single question.
Yeah, fully agree. Yeah.
And how do you help a candidate make the right decision for them?
For me, it's really being very transparent about the role, the challenges, and what the company, why it's fun and why it's also not fun. Because what you don't want is people to join and leave, because that's also a very bad for you, right? The investment of time and effort into getting somebody onboarded and getting somebody up to speed and all this kind of stuff. If the handler leaves after 3, 6 months, it's really really bad, and also this quality of hire metric goes down. And yeah, it's not all metric is also, but still it is very important. So for me, transparency, also really explaining the downsides of the company you work for, the challenges, and why it makes it difficult, and see if I can how people react. It is very important now to find the right candidates even more than before. When you were growing, there was multiple positions in your organization, and you can look a little bit around. Not saying that happened a lot, but I think that really really changed. So to help the candidate make the right choice in my current role, at least, is really being very open and transparent. And if it scares them away, or you notice that it's not for them, let's not do it. Let's not do it. I know it's hard. As a recruiter, you want to make a hire, right? But you should really make the right hire. So being very careful with that. I think in previous organization, when you look more at the agency side, helping kind of people make the right choices. I also sometimes had that I had a candidate who in the end had 2 offers from 2 different companies. And usually at agencies, you also have kind of clauses that the candidate also needs to be at a company for X amount of time, else we kind of revert all the money or release some of the money when it comes to placing a hire. So they're also being very meticulous about where the person then goes, because you do want people to be successful and stay. Because even if it wasn't about the money, if you place a candidate at a company and he or she leaves after 2 months, even if the money does refer, the company probably won't work with your agency again, right? So I think it's still very important, but it's a lot harder because you don't know the ins and outs fully of the company. You know kind of what you had the intake with, and sometimes you went to the organization. We went quite a bit, but you don't know all the details. You don't know the challenges as much as you do when you work internally. So I think that's very, very challenging as an agency side to really help them make the right choice. But you try to do your best in that sense. I think now it's a lot easier. I know exactly why not to come on a current company and why it's interesting. Again, I'm repeating myself, but transparency, I think, is key towards Canada.
That's a great advice for us to end this show today. Again, Justin, thank you so much for coming to the show and having this chat with me. If people want to know more about you, reach out, maybe find about the open positions that you have, what is the best way for them to do so?
Yeah, I think my LinkedIn is the easiest. My name is Justin Dan Hamer, Justin Dan Hamer. Just reach out to me on LinkedIn. I will reply. I will connect. I will need anything you need, and then we can always chat after.
Cool. I'll make sure that I'll add your LinkedIn profile to the show notes so that everyone can find it. Again, Justin, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you too. Thank you for your time. I really enjoyed it.
Super. And to everyone still listening, please update your CVs and see you again away from the keyboards. Welcome everybody to another great episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that automatically turns all your pie charts into bar charts. Because here, we raise the bar. Our guest today is Evan Wimpey, a data scientist by day and a data comedian by night. Evan is the author behind the book and Python package Predictable Jokes, a repository of 101 data-driven laughs for those in data analytics, machine learning, and AI. Currently, the book has 5 stars in Amazon and a stellar recommendation from ChatGPT. If you get any value out of this episode, consider dropping us a subscribe or a like, or even share it with a friend. That helps us a lot. So without any more spoilers from my side, Evan, welcome to the show.
Hey, great. Thanks so much for having me. Happy to be here.
Thanks so much for coming. I've been introduced to you by some posts on LinkedIn as Evan, the data comedian, and that got me super curious about this whole journey of yours. Can you tell me a little bit about how did it all started? How did Evan become the data comedian?
Yeah, of course. So first of all, I'm really happy that it's Evan the data comedian instead of a data comedian, because right now, as far as I know, I'm the only one, which is good. I like the no baseline, no competition. Yeah, so it started. The data part came first. The comedian part came second. So I was working as a data scientist at a consulting firm called Elder Research, which is a real misnomer because they don't do Elder research. They're just founded by a guy named John Elder. They actually don't even really do research either, so really confusing. But around 2020, there was this thing called COVID. You probably don't remember it. And one of the conferences that my colleagues was going to, a statistics conference, they went from in person to virtual, and in an effort to keep things fun, they had a call for papers, or I guess a call for input to things that were fun in statistics, which the overlap of fun and statistics is pretty small, but they were looking for poetry or artwork or music or jokes. And so I don't have anything to contribute actually to the field of statistics, but I thought I could come up with a joke. And so I thought of a few jokes, I submitted them, and I had a statistics joke that won first place. And that made me they gave a very small cash prize for winning, but a very small cash prize still made me technically a professional statistics comedian. And so then I'm just a real blowhard. And I just told everybody that I knew I was a statistics comedian, a professional statistics comedian, my colleagues and our clients. And then as our clients found out about it, they really, that's interesting. Tell me the joke. Tell me more. And as I would tell them more, it just sort of, hey, people sort of enjoy this. People sort of like this. And I like telling these jokes, and I'm better at telling the jokes than I am at doing the actual stats. And so it sort of snowballed from there. But that was the origin.
That's funny because I have a similar story as how I became a professional DJ. So during I think my teenage years, I dabbled a bit in DJ. I was really liking that. And once I got invited to play in a bar, and I got paid for it. So officially, I'm a professional DJ. Never again I played in anywhere else, but I got paid once. So it kind of counts.
Yeah, technically is the best kind of counting.
Nice. Exactly. And you have a background in economics. Curious, where did the interest come from moving into data and analytics?
Sure. So I think data and analytics not been around forever. There's not a lot of people of my generation that sort of studied data analytics explicitly. A lot of folks come from an engineering background or natural sciences or an econ. For me, it was, I studied quantitative economics, so I was sort of aware of econometrics and the regression modeling and the basics of data-driven modeling. And I was in the military, and I couldn't wait to get out so that I could have a job that's less stressful and less hours. And then I went to work at Goldman Sachs, and it's more stressful and longer hours. It's insane. But I was working in operations in Goldman Sachs while my wife was doing a master's program in analytics. And I would spend almost all day, 14 hours in a day, doing a lot of manual thing, trying to match up these transactions in this ledger. And my wife is meanwhile learning about analytics and how to do pattern matching and data, and thinking just like, there's so much better way to do this than this. Like, I want to automate myself out of a job. Like machines should be smart enough to figure some of these things out, or at least look for the right patterns here. And so I actually followed her and went to the same master's program that she went to, at NC State for analytics. And that was 7 years ago now, and I've been working in data science since then.
This episode of Away from the Keyboards is brought to you by you, the listener, and our Patreon supporters. Remember, if you get any value out of this show, like and subscribe. And if you want to support us even further, go to patreon.com/AFKS. That's patreon.com/AFKS. And now back to our scheduled programming. Cool. You create this fusion of data and comedy, which I think it's super fun and reminds me of, as I think I mentioned to you, Matt Parker, which has a YouTube channel called Stand Up Matt, which I think it's super fun as well. So one of the posts that I saw from you was about being able to run a marathon in 1 hour and 13 minutes this year, I think. Asking because I'm going to do a 10-mile sometime soon. So what is the secret behind that extrapolation of data?
Yeah, the secret to running a marathon in 1 hour and 10 minutes is to do really bad data science is the secret. Yeah, so stand-up maths, I think, is great. And there's a few other people and groups of people that sort of do this sort of technically proficient, nerdy comedy. One of the guys that I sort of followed into it was Uram Bauman. He's the stand-up economist. I think he's great. If you're econ background, check him out. He's hilarious. But yeah, stand-up maths is great. And sort of the fusion of data and technology topics and comedy, I think it really is powerful. And there's a study I like to reference, and if I like to reference, I should know a little bit more about it. I'm gonna butcher the details, but it's from circa 2010, and it was just sort of a study of people's knowledge of current events, and the people who watch whatever daytime news, 24-hour news networks, score relatively low, and the people who get their news knowledge from the Daily Show scored relatively high. And it's just the blend of comedy. If you can make things funny, they stick, they resonate, people remember. There's easier stories to tell around comedy. Maybe there's some selection bias in that study too. But I always like to think, I'm doing this mainly to entertain, but there's certainly an aspect of learning to it too. So that giant preamble for the post that you're talking about. Yeah. So I've run 4 marathons in my life. The most recent one was 15 years ago. And so each of those 4, I got a little faster, a little faster, a little faster. And that was over like a 5 or 6-year window. And now we're 15 years after that. So if we're trying to extrapolate from this data set out, an additional 3x the length of this data set, then no model has picked up on all of the signal that it should for that. And to make the point, I don't talk about here's what it means to do extrapolation, and here's why it's not trustworthy, or here's how we should estimate our confidence bounds when we're forecasting out this far. I just made the claim like, hey, look, I built a model that says I'm going to run a marathon in 1 hour and 10 minutes. I've been training for it for a month or so. If I'm not going to make 1 hour and 10 minutes, I'm going to change the trend line drastically. It's going up from where I was 15 years ago, believe it or not. We're going to have to fit a polynomial term, I think, to the next model.
That's super cool. And we have a recurrent segment in this show that is called Pass It Forward, and links up exactly with what we are just talking about. So Pass It Forward is a segment where a guest gets the opportunity to ask another guest a question. And your question comes from Justin, and he asks, what was the most ridiculous conclusion that someone drew, or that you've seen someone drew, from a data set, yet still trying to sound convincing?
I absolutely love this question. I don't know if Justin knew me or knew who I was, but this is my wheelhouse. I love this question, and really, this question is sort of like the source of most of my data comedy. I used to, and I still do. I used to, but I still do work in data consulting. So I see a lot of clients and a lot of issues with data and analytics and trying to communicate things. And that's usually a starting point, some misunderstanding to sort of extrapolate into a story, into a joke. And that's what fuels my stand-up comedy is sort of a misapplication of data analysis. The extrapolation, 15 years, what's your next marathon time going to be is an example. But the one that first came to mind was very much a real world scenario where the context is you've got manufacturing companies, like consumer goods manufacturers, that sell data to retailers. And so like Walmart is a giant retailer and they stock their shelves with a bunch of whatever toothpaste and diapers and milk and whatever from all these manufacturers. And in the time shortly after COVID, keep bringing that up. You have to look up COVID if you don't remember what it was. There was like huge supply chain disruptions, and oftentimes there were stock outages on the shelf. And so we worked with a player in this game, and they had the very strong belief that their best client, their best customers were the people who they didn't give a good service level to. Like they don't care if they run out of stock. And that's because for like a Walmart, if they're trying to order diapers and the manufacturer says, no, we're out, then what does Walmart do? They just keep reordering it and reordering it and reordering it. So the diaper manufacturer looks and sees, look, Walmart ordered 47 times in a month. They put in a giant order 47 times for diapers. And look, these Walmarts that we service really well, they're only ordering once a month. So this is good. It costs us more to have to keep inventory and to have good service levels. What we should do is not care about it all because those Walmarts are the ones who come back more. They like to order from us. And it just couldn't be further from it's the exact opposite conclusion that you want to draw. But if you don't have any context behind the data, you don't try to build a coherent story, you just look and say, look, this Walmart made 47 orders in a month, and this one only made one order. Who cares if we didn't fill any of the first 46 orders? That's a good customer. That's good. We should do what we should extend that to all our other Walmarts.
Yeah, that's a great story about how data doesn't live in isolation, and you really need the context, right? Looking at one KPI just by itself doesn't tell you anything. I've seen people talking about revenue. They just focus on the revenue, and you are generating so much revenue. But in the end, are you generating profit? Because how is your costs, right? Because you could be losing a lot of money, but generating a lot of revenue.
Yeah. That's okay. Revenue is my KPI. That's the one that I'm responsible for. So who cares? Just explode the cost as much as we can. Somebody cared about like quantity ordered, and that looked good. And so good. Keep missing all those orders.
And one of the things that you touch upon in the beginning of the show was the intersection of data and comedy. And basically, that's what we have been talking about the whole show. But that brings me to something that I've seen you do as well. And I think it's a great segment, which is Wednesday, where basically you create Venn diagrams to again, explain complex concepts in a simple way. And the one that, for me, that got me introduced to you was the Databricks, Snowflake, and the Coke dealer. And I've seen on the latest one that you posted, you even mentioned, I will stop making jokes about Coke dealers. So I'm curious, what was the inspiration about using Venn diagrams and bringing that into the comedy as well?
Yeah, that's so funny. I didn't even realize that we started this episode. I referenced a Venn diagram of the statistics and comedy. I guess maybe my brain just thinks in Venn diagrams. Uh, but I do think the hardest part about being a data comedian is the pay. No, this the one of the hardest things is the nerdier my jokes get, the smaller my potential audience gets. So trying to find the right balance, like I'm not funny enough to be a real comedian, but if I can speak the data and analytics language, hey, people want you to laugh or people want, to hear stories about the things that they know and resonate with them. So trying to come up with things in the data and analytics space that are still accessible to a lot of people in the space. And so one of the like any type of data visualization or chart that is relatively easy to pick up, not some super complicated feature importance with permutation importance and confidence intervals, but a Venn diagram. Venn diagram, almost everybody knows, and even if you don't, it's very easy to look at and intuit what they are, and you can be as creative as you want. So there's a huge outlet for like what do these things have in common with these other things, and looking for sort of unexpected things in there as well. And so to the listener here, the three circles of Databricks, Snowflake, and Coke dealer, the commonality amongst all of those is they want to get you hooked, so you spend more money. And then I think obviously Databricks and Snowflake are both a data platform. Databricks and a Coke dealer both deal with bricks. Snowflake and a Coke dealer both deal with snow. And so there's not like a real process for how those come up. maybe it's the mind of the more leeway you can give your mind. So just times when I'm not actively focused on something and I let my mind wander, I usually wander into jokes. And after a few initial ideas, then it's like the hard stuff to like sit down and actually map out what I think it should actually be. But I think that's sort of where the impetus for Vin's Day came in, is what's a way to talk about data and analytics where I can be creative and like inject whatever weird thing I want, like talking about drug dealers. Uh, I swear that that's not my life outside of data and analytics. Not all the Venn diagrams are drug dealer related, I promise. But just trying to relate things in the data and analytics world where you can be as creative as you want and point them to sort of anything else, and it's accessible so anybody can sort of jump in and see what they want. Just quickly, I think the way it started is about a year ago I started working for a consulting firm. It's called PyMC Labs, and PyMC is an open source package that does Bayesian statistics. And so trying to explain to folks that maybe know some data and analytics or some background in the tech world, like, I've heard of Bayes before, but what really is that? Well, it's not worth it for me to explain, in some sort of academic way, what is Bayesian stats. But coming up with a few Venn diagrams that sort of show, here's how it's similar, here's how it's different, and then injecting things that don't make it, professional athletes or I don't think I've got any drug dealer ones with Bayesian stats yet, but that was like sort of the initial impetus for the Venn diagrams, is how can I tell people who are kind of interested but don't want to read a novel on what Bayes stats, don't even want to read a Wikipedia page on what Bayes stats are. And Venn diagram, sure, that's the easiest way to tell it, where you can try to put some jokes in there too.
It's Venn diagrams is a nice one for explaining concepts, and the other one that we see in data analytics, I think it's super simple for anyone to understand, is a pie chart. Like everyone can understand like those percentages and how everything kind of matches up together. Cool.
Yeah, I need some good pie chart jokes. I haven't put out any pie chart comedy yet.
Too bad that Pi Day only happens once a year.
Yeah, I gotta start preparing for Pi Day 2026. So I'll have a good joke to share.
Exactly. I would like to get to pick your brain about your book. So I'm very interested in people that wrote books, and you wrote a book called Predictable Jokes. So can you tell me a little bit about it? Like, what was the story about it, the inspiration to write the book?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. It follows from the origin story. So if listeners can remember back to 10 minutes ago or so, I came up with a statistics joke. I was allowed to submit 3 stats jokes to that competition. I submitted all 3. And my former boss, actually, he asks rather cruelly if anybody else even submitted a joke. After he heard which joke won, he asked, did anybody else even submit one? So maybe I got first, second, and third. Who knows? But once I was a professional statistics comedian, I thought this is good. I'll think of more stats jokes. And once somebody laughed or at least rolled their eyes at the first one, that that's fuel for my comedic desire. I crave the laugh and the eye roll. So I got to think of more. I got to think of more. And at some point, I just started sort of a log of them. And like a true nerd, I sort of had the joke, and then I had some tags, like some classifiers for like, this one is statistics related, this one is data engineering related, this one is Python, this one is R. So yeah, I don't have any that are about clustering. I don't have any that are about regression. I need to think of some of these. And before I knew it, I had 30 or 40 jokes written. I think that they're not great for stand-up comedy, just sort of one-off, either one-liner or just like short standalone jokes. But they are standalone jokes, and you collect enough of them, you can write a book. There's a whole bunch of books out there of collections of jokes. And I did my market research, and I realized to write a joke book, you got to have 101 jokes. Every joke book is whatever, 101 joke books or 101 jokes for your third grader or whatever. You could do 1,001, but I didn't have that in me. But then that was the goal for about a year in writing it. That was sort of just as I would passively think of joke ideas, then sort of tactically write them on paper and sort of workshop to get to a coherent punchline, and then add them to my database of predictable jokes. And as soon as I got 101, the consulting firm that I worked for had several authors, very serious, academic people with books about text mining and responsible machine learning. And so we had a few connections in the analytics publishing space. And I floated my idea for, hey, I got an idea for a joke book. What do you think? I had a few conversations and I had zero takers. And so I self-published. It is much more accessible than ever to publish your own book now. So self-published on Amazon. But yeah, now I've got the book. It's called Predictable Jokes. I've also actually, this is par for the course here for the content of the book. There's a pip installable Python package. You can install the book in Python. You just pip install Predictable Jokes, and then you can just pull up any of the jokes. Like if your code takes too long to compile, just spit out a few predictable jokes on your command line in the middle of it, and boom, you've got some jokes right there for it.
Oh, have you thought about creating a GitHub action just so that people can add it to their CI/CD pipelines to generate a joke on the fly?
Oh my gosh, we're accepting PRs all the time. please go ahead and add. Yeah, I haven't checked the PyPy stats on my predictable jokes package. I don't think it's gotten a lot of traction there. I think most people aren't pulling up a Python IDE to try to look at jokes. But there is the book, the Predictable Jokes book, and the reception. I've not made it on the New York Times bestseller list, but the reception has been good, and it's fun for the community.
Cool. And what is your favorite joke in the book, if you have one?
Yeah. I suspected this was coming, and it comes often, but I never am very prepared to answer it. I'm really emotionally tied to the joke that made me the professional comedian, like the joke number 0. And that was, did you hear about the Bayesian who built a model to tell her when she needs to go to the dentist? It said she didn't need to go for 6 more months, but that's probably because she just had a week prior. And when I talk about jokes need to be accessible to more people, if you're not in Bayesian stats, that one is probably not for you. So it's hard pressed for me to call that one my favorite. I will say I was thumbing through it before this. It's also incredible how quickly I forget the jokes that are in here. The joke book that I wrote, how quickly I forget. But the one that I think maybe I've enjoyed telling the most is there are 2 brothers that go to an ice cream shop, and the older brother goes to order, ask his little brother, says, "What do you have?" He says, "I want a root beer float." He says, "Okay." And the older brother thinks that sounds pretty good, so he tells the clerk, says, "Hey, my brother wants a root beer float, and I want the same thing, but can you make mine a double?" He says, "Yeah, sure." So they go and they sit down at the booth, and a few minutes later, the shop owner comes over and hands him 2 root beer floats. And the older brother looks, says, this is not right. He got a float, but I got a double, and these are exactly the same size. And the owner says, "Yes, but yours is more precise." That is, if you're driving, I should have warned you, if you're driving while listening to this, go ahead and pull over. It's not going to be safe to hear these on the road. But if that sort of dad joke, eye roll groaner is your cup of tea, I think those 2 jokes are a representative sample of what's in the book. Here's the I don't know whether to take this as a compliment, or I guess I should take it as a compliment, although it's not easy in the moment. I was brought in to do stand-up comedy for this data science org that's close to my house. It's local. Just went and told some jokes for him, and the VP who brought me in, he had seen me do stand-up comedy before. And he introduced me. He said, "The first time I saw Evan, I didn't laugh at any of his jokes until 30 minutes after the show. At 30 minutes after the show, I started to get them. And I realized, oh yeah, that's hilarious. And so this time I'm prepared. I'm ready to think hard. That's not a great opener to the show when you tell, I brought this guy in and I didn't laugh at any of his jokes. But okay, they were it's a thinking man's comedy.
Yeah, you'll find it funny on your way home. Yeah, that's a cool one. And as you were writing the book, going a bit more into that whole process, what are some lessons learned that you have from that whole process that you can share?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'm not sure how much this will be generalizable, because there's not really a story. There's no character arc. There's no like structure of the book. I mean, it's literally just 101 standalone jokes. There are maybe 4 jokes in the book that build off the joke prior to that. So, I think the logistics of sort of planning it out are a lot easier than somebody who's writing, if you're writing a book on how to build your data pipelines in 2025, you need a much clearer structure. So that was quite easy. I do think what is more generalizable is the earlier you can have an end state in mind, the easier it is to sort of move forward throughout the process. And so, I I had a collection of sort of sticky notes and memories of jokes until I started thinking like I need to collect these in some organized fashion. And my goal is to write this book. And so once I knew sort of, okay, when I write this book, I'm going to need to move them around. There's illustrations with them. And the quicker I can sort of when you can get organized in that, when you've gotten, sort of this much content, 1/10 of the content that you need for the book, that's a lot easier than having written a whole lot and then all of a sudden deciding, okay, now it's time to get organized and figure out how I'm going to get this into the book. Um, so yeah, I think that is a tip. I I also think this is sort of double edged because it is easier and easier to publish on your own. I mean, it was a flawless process for me to be able to self publish with Amazon, and I'm very happy with the way things have been. You get full flexibility to do whatever you want, but I think in hindsight, I probably would have tried to talk to more publishers early on just to see if there was anybody interested. And even if not interested in actually publishing, just like the advice, because I was connected through my work to some publishers or to some agents, being able to get advice on, no, you should do this, you should do this, you should do this. And ultimately that advice, sort of take it or leave it. But I didn't really have those until, no, I'm not making any changes. The book is already written. Do you want to publish this book that is already written? And in that case, it's probably a hard sell to any agent or publishing group.
Yeah. And continuing in this line of advices, looking back on your career so far, what advices would you have to share with your younger self? Because you do have a really nice career where you started in economics, you went for data and analytics, you also have this side gig as a data comedian that allows you to fulfill a passion of telling jokes. So, what advices would you have for your younger self?
Yeah, this is a great question, and I think it's great to hear other people's thoughts. So I hope your listeners appreciate mine. But I think even selfishly, it's good for me to go and think about because oftentimes just thinking about it makes me realize, well, I should be following that advice today as well. It is a tough job market in the data and analytics space today, but even so, we're pretty fortunate in the world. There are global opportunities. I'm in the U.S. and it's probably a little bit easier here, but there are opportunities, across the globe, and the income typically is pretty nice. And for the first, 5 or 6 years that I was in data and analytics, I maybe had some ideas for side project. Maybe is a little bit too constrictive, but just things that I wanted to do, that I wanted to build, and my immediate thought was always, am I going to make money off this? Is this going to return on investment? And for comedy, it was the first time that this was fun. This was a blast. I loved telling jokes to this data science group before I presented this model that I built for them. And it was a year plus into it before I thought maybe I could make money doing data comedy too. And it was much more a focus on I just enjoy doing this and it makes me feel good and it is worth it to me to carve out the time to try to do it. And so I would think for my younger self, I would have said, not everything that you do, related to work has to be with the focus on monetizing it in some way. Maybe that feels like really specific advice. It's not, go network or whatever. Look for a new job every 3 years or learn Git so that you can collaborate on your team. I think all those are good things, but I think what would have resonated well with me is like, you've got ideas for things that you want to do just because you want to do them, not because they're a means to some end where you're going to build a product that makes you a gajillionaire or it's going to get you promoted to VP in your company. Just explore your creative side and do it because you want to do it.
Exactly. Do something that you're passionate about because the future is basically almost impossible to predict.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think that's a really great point, especially today. Like the generative AI landscape, especially like what are jobs going to be like a year from now, what new products are going to be available a year from now. Who knows? If you've got something that you like doing that is, sort of unique to you, then go explore it and go do it. Unless it's comedy. Don't get into comedy. That's my thing.
And that's a great segue to the question that I had for you, because when we talked about it, we talked about how comedy is kind of one of the last frontiers from AI. AI kind of writes some jokes, but let's be honest, they are not that good. Two things around Gen AI, like how is Gen AI helping you in your current day-to-day basis? And how do you look at the current Gen AI hype as a data scientist and someone with a data background that knows a bit more about what is behind these models, that they are not really magic?
Yeah, sure. So I'm generally pro Gen AI, and I use it maybe not every day, but multiple times per week. And it's sort of twofold. The job that I'm in now is sometimes on the client delivery side, but oftentimes is on sort of the pre-sales technical side. So I'm not often working with client data to deliver a client solution, but I'm working with made up data to make a demo to showcase the types of things something can do. And their Gen AI is great because what if it hallucinates? What if it makes up data? What if it writes code that's wrong? Well, the answer is so what? I know what I'm trying to do and I know this space really well. And if it writes code that's not doing what I want it to do, then I'll change it. And as long as it presents the graph that I want it to, then okay, great. That's all it needs to do. I think it's very different when you're presenting to a VP of sales and you're trying to get them to decide where to you know whether to launch a new product or not, or whether to increase prices or not. Your decisions are much higher stake at that point, and you need very precise answers. And so, I think Gen AI can help you get there, but the actual like data and analytics modeling piece is very much a hands-on data scientist now as well. I think on the sort of on the code generation side, I use it for text generation all of the time too. I post on LinkedIn. I engage with folks through comedy, and I have tried sort of starting from scratch, sort of you are a comedian, you understand logistic regression, you are trying to make a funny thing about this topic, and I've not gotten results that I've ever been happy enough to actually use. But I do find it helpful. Like the Venn diagrams, I think, are a great example where like, hey, I've got drug dealers and Snowflake, and I think these things. What are some other ways that I could word this, or what's something related to to cocaine that I could put in this circle? And it's rare that any LLM has given me an answer that I think, yes, that's it, that's what I'll use. But as far as like brainstorming and getting creative juices flowing, then I think it's super super useful. Um, so I think that's sort of how I use it and how I absolutely find it helpful. I will say it's not very good at telling jokes. And maybe jokes is maybe we can sort of take this into sort of the wider human connection. Like comedy is very much about like connecting with somebody else and thinking of something clever, humorous that resonates with them. And LLM sort of take all the human connection and personality out of it, which even if it can craft the perfect joke, it's very hard to craft it in a way and deliver it in a way that sort of meets two people. So I suspect, in the future, whatever, when when we've got the ultimate AI eye in the sky, even when it's writing the perfect jokes, it's taking a comedian to be able to deliver it and engage with folks. And I realize maybe that's sort of, well, my thing is different. It has to be a real person, and there's probably everybody can think of their own specific role and uniqueness and think about, well, I can never do what I do. It takes a real person to do what I do.
Yeah, but it's a good point what you touch upon there about using AI as a sounding board, and I think that's a great advice to leave to everyone that is hearing this show, because that's the way that I like to use it as well for text generation. I don't want it to generate the text to me, but I want to do a bit of a brainstorming, and I mostly start all my prompts with let's do a brainstorming, like give me several ideas, and more than often it's exactly what you said. None of the ideas really match up with what I want, but they spark the idea that I want to have in the end. So that's a great way to use Gen AI, and I think a great way for us to end this podcast. But before we call it quits, if people want to know more about you, if people want to find you, hire you as a data comedian, find your book, where is the best place for everyone to know more about you?
Yeah, predictablejokes.com. That's the place to be. You can see some of my comedy stuff there. You can find the book there. I'm pretty active on LinkedIn. If you look for Evan Wimpey on LinkedIn, but predictablejokes.com will get you everything you need.
Super, and I'll make sure that I'll add all of those links to the show notes so that people can browse at their own speed. Once again, Evan, thank you so much for this conversation and giving me light into what it is to be the data comedian. And thank you for coming to the show.
Perfect. Thanks so much for the opportunity. Yeah, it's a great time chatting with you.
Cool. And to everyone else still listening, keep your models tuned and see you again away from the keyboards. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, depending on the place and time that you're hearing us. Welcome back to another great episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that says that communication is our number one priority. On today's episode, we talk with Adrian. He's the head of communication for TaylorHub, an artificial intelligence lab and software boutique shop based in Madrid. I've always been interested in the roles that are not your standard software IT roles. And today I get the chance to talk with the head of communication and know more about what that role entails. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like, subscribe, and all of that good stuff, and share it with a friend as well. So without any further babbling from my side, let's get on with it. Adrian, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rui, for having me here.
Since we last spoke, I've been curious how it all started for you. So in this show, we talk a lot with other people in tech, like the normal roles of the software engineers, engineering managers. But there are stories behind the tech that are often not that much discussed. And those are the people that make sure that the company still works and that everything is properly communicated. That's what led me to have this chat with you as a head of communication. So very curious, how did it all started for you? Like, how did it started going from traditional media and then ending up in an IT role?
Yeah, so this will be a really long story, I would say, but I would say that it started as a kid because for as long as I can remember, I have always loved telling stories, like whether it would be like sharing a funny anecdote over like a friend's meeting or writing something that will make someone laugh. That instinct has always been with me, no? So as you could say, when I was young, with 14, 15 years old, I would always relate this or connect this with journalism. That was what first came into my mind when I would think about a job where that skill of mine or the writing skills or emotionally connecting skills will develop. That's what I did. I came from the Basque Country to Madrid to study in the Complutense University. And at the time, it felt like the right way, to turn that interest into a job career. But life has surprising ways to come over. And now I can say that I found out that maybe that creative side of writing or of connecting with other people using words, it's easier to develop, not that much in traditional media, but in more of the like corporate side, no, of the communications.
And what was the inspiration for you to do that change from traditional media into IT?
It wasn't like a sudden change, like someday I wake up thinking about this. When I ended my degree, I started working for several companies. Some of them were in the traditional media, and others were more of the corporate side. No, so that's when I started to realize that the storytelling abilities were more valued in the corporate side, no? Because of course every brand wants to be different, every corporate wants to be sound like maybe fresher or connect with a younger audience or an older audience. And in traditional media, it's all, in Spanish we would say encorsetado. I don't know the words, like it's more constricted. And yeah, I was finding out that in this area I had more creativity, more I was more able to do other stuff and make more changes inside the companies, and that my impact will be more valued, no? So I went like slowly, like reaching for that side of the career. And in Peldaño Media Group, which was the traditional media company I worked for more than 5 years, I firstly started working more in the like traditional media writing, journalism, but I ended in charge of the global corporate communication of the group. No.
So before we go into our main topic, and I would like to know more about your role as head of communication, we have a recurrent segment in this show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest gets the opportunity to pass forward a question to another guest. And this question comes from our previous guest, so Evan. He is a data comedian, and he asked, what is the best and the worst analogy you ever heard to describe Gen AI?
I would have to think. I don't know if it's an analogy, but I have been working in the university, like teaching to new students. And I always tell them that for me, like the emotion that I connect with Gen I, I feel more like brave to tackle challenges, because I know that the starting point is not zero, no? So it will be something like, the analogy will be something like that constant cheat code to not start from scratch. I think that would say that would be like the best. Of course, it's a lot. There is a lot of hype, and not a blank page is not an ended product. But yeah, I feel like that will be the best. And the worst, I don't know. Yeah, the worst will be that maybe it is the end of some companies. No, yeah. Forget McKinsey. Have ChatGPT 4.5. So I don't know.
That's a great one. I think I saw that one on LinkedIn very recently. Basically,
Yeah.
they're saying someone saying that all consultancy companies will die because now we have ChatGPT.
Yeah, they are using it with a lot of different companies. I heard it with McKinsey. I heard it with Gartner, and I don't know. Maybe I think there is something in that marketing hook that works. Yeah.
Everyone wants the ChatGPT to kill everyone else's job. It's the end of software engineers. It's the end of data engineers. It's the end of the world. That's a really good take. Yeah, I think I also like the one that you mentioned about the best way. That's kind of how I see AI as well. It's more like a sounding board, something that you use just to get you started. Remove that initial inertia to start doing something.
Yeah, the amount of things that I have started just trying because I knew at the time that I had ChatGPT. It's I would say it's crazy. And if I think if you tackle the projects with this mindset, like the minimum goal you're gonna achieve is that you are gonna learn a lot just by trying, no? Because a lot of time I think fear used to like paralyze a lot of stuff, and that's how I view it.
This episode of Away from the Keyboards is brought to you by you, the listener, and our Patreon supporters. Remember, if you get any value out of this show, like and subscribe. And if you want to support us even further, go to patreon.com/AFKS. That's patreon.com/AFKS. And now back to our scheduled programming. Cool. Moving to our main topic and talking about communications. How do you explain being a head of communications to someone that never heard about the role?
This will be a long chat because I don't know if other head of comms do the same thing as me. My case is that Taylor Hub, the company I work with, they never had this role before hiring me. I'm like building it from scratch. All I can do is to share with you what like different areas I can tackle, no, or I feel important has to be tackled by a communications teams in a tech company, no. So the first area will be to control the narrative of the company, but maybe the social media part is like the most evident one or obvious one. But I think there are a lot of touch points. Firstly, internally, like with your colleagues, like how we express ourselves, how we conduct a daily meeting, which values are showed there, or how do we express ourselves in our internal newsletter. So to control the narrative and to play with words there, I think words are very, very powerful, and it can help us to connect better with our employees, to connect better, of course, with clients and everyone, no? So like specifically the task will be like to have like a cohesion between all of the documents we are showing to the clients, but also like the internal like onboarding processes, etc., etc. So that will be like the first point, no? The second one will be, of course, like to be in charge of the founders' content, and not only in their LinkedIn profiles, but for example, which events or which partners do we want to connect with and why? No, I think that we can't just be waiting. We need to have like a set of values and a set of partnerships that we want to work with. For example, this interview we wouldn't be happening if in our first call we wouldn't like connect, no, in some way. So I think this analysis part of other companies, events, media partners, etc., it's an important thing to do, no?
Yeah, I'm curious, how do you think that your background in traditional media also help you on shaping how you are approaching this role?
Yeah, this for me, this is like gold, no? Because I was the guy in my previous job, which was constantly receiving like a media partnership proposals, etc., etc. So I know what is boring or what is okay. This is not providing me value. I think that is very important, no? Because again, we are talking about people, we are talking about emotions, we are talking about what pain point I am helping you to tackle, and to have been for that many years in the other side has made me be more like precise at the point like of creating those narratives. And of course this is not an exact science, but like I think my track record in traditional media has helped me a lot to know at least which roads we needed to avoid, no? Or as you know, Rui, one of the main things is a lot of companies spend like tons of thousands dollars in like paid media, and okay. But for example, in our case in Taylor, that doesn't suit at all with our business model. And I don't care about like call data. I don't care if we have 100,000 views in Instagram. We are a B2B company. Our business model is quite particular. We don't want to grow as crazy. So for that, our communication has to match with that. We can't be like shocked or attracted by big numbers. That I can do like a really shitty job, but just have really good numbers in social media, no? So I have been over that in my previous job. So now I have, of course, more skills to avoid taking those paths.
Yeah, that's great because now you know what works and what doesn't, and you don't just get like mesmerized about those shiny metrics of, oh, you just gain 100,000 followers, but what does that really mean for the company, right?
Yeah, and I think in this AI world we are maybe now living, we are coming like in the com side, we are going back in time to a time where real conversations, like I don't know, it has like the most basic stuff is gaining value, like especially in this soft skills side of it. So to provide an example, 2 weeks ago we had this lunch with an audiovisual partner here in Spain. We didn't met before, so this was the first time, and we spent, I would say, like 2 hours and a half just speaking about projects, about our experiences. And the owner of this company has been in the industry for more than 3 decades. So when we ended the lunch, we were saying, okay, this actually, like, just the insights, we couldn't reach these insights in a Google Meet. We had to be there, eating, hearing each other, having a talk. And just when we ended, we were saying, okay, this is the kind of meeting where a company that doesn't sell, I don't know, we don't sell chairs and just that. No, we are providing like complex services. So we need to find those spots that connects us like more in a direct way, the way that you could really understand our background, what we do, etc. No?
That's a great point you just touched upon there, and reminds me back at something that I used to see a lot when, well, pre-COVID, but also when I was working back in Portugal, was that a lot more meaningful conversations happen sometimes over a coffee or over a lunchtime than in a meeting that is scheduled and then everyone goes into a VC looking into Google Meets or Teams or whatever, because then you miss kind of the human element of it. And this way you get way more out of it, even if it's like, if someone would look like, oh, you spent 2.5 hours in a meeting. Yeah, but we almost extracted 30 years of knowledge just from that conversation.
That's it. And that also happens like just with employees or colleagues, because maybe a developer isn't like, this has happened to me like this week. Nico, our head of engineering, was like just over a coffee sharing me a quick story about a problem one of our engineers solved. And the way he was expressing it, he wasn't making like a huge thing of it. But I realized that story, like that little story, was very useful to explain why, for example, Taylor doesn't work like maybe we don't put a freelancer in your project and just that. Okay, so you always gonna have like a connection point with a tech lead inside the company. Even if a unique engineer is working in your team, you have a touch point, like constant touch point with our core group of knowledge. No, so he was saying me, Carlos, which was another engineer, solved this problem because he was able to like have a quick chat over a coffee with this colleague, and that colleague gave him a quick advice. So the next day, this problem was solved, and this was a problem that was making this big insurance company, like the past 2 years, they wouldn't have been able to solve it. So that just quick chat and exchange of knowledge made him to solve it in 8 hours. No, so I think of this big consultancy, like as you know, there is these big groups that have thousands of engineers. I think these kind of exchange are much more difficult because maybe 5 people in your whole company, but if you are 30 people in overall, yeah, that connection, I think it's crucial. No?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the advantages of having a smaller team or a smaller company where everyone is kind of more gelled up together, which leads me to my follow-up. What is modular? What is Taylor Hub? What are you guys trying to do in the IT market? So let's bring a bit more context into the company itself.
I think the most natural way to explain it is will be to first talk about Taylor, because as you know, and our audience will know now, Taylor is the IT and AI studio inside this bigger holding called Modular Studios. No, so Taylor's founder's story is quite particular because it is development company which was founded by a designer. So Simon, which is who's our CEO, started his career as a graphic designer, and he was like having these pain points working with development teams, and he was finding out that this was a very common pain point for like very good design teams who kind of feel that their designs were getting like kind of screwed or not respected by external development teams. No, so he was like dreaming of creating a small team that will not have this issue, no, like a technology team that will respect and work well with non-dev teams. So 6 years later, he didn't knew at the time that this skill of knowing how to work with non-dev teams will be actually like the philosopher's stone of why we have been like growing as we did. No, so they started working with a really good design teams here in Spain. One of those studios was Mendes Aldaren, and Mendes Aldaren is the first studio that was part of Modular. Mendes Aldaren is now for example, to provide you a couple of examples, they are the ones behind the website of Sarah, like all of this design and strategy of this web. There are more than 60 designers that are working with some kind of top European companies. So at the beginning of 2024, Taylor and them were working that much together that they said, okay, we need to work together more and do it official. No, they were kind of dating, like making smiles to each other. But Modular is a holding that, like a group of studios that want to grow, but keeping the essence of each of those studios alive. No, so we will have Mendes Aldaren, which is in charge of all of the digital design and product design strategy. We will have Taylor, that we are like development team and AI team. We have No Code Hackers, which is an educational online school very focused in no-code technologies. We have Minimum Run, which is like the marketing and growth company inside the holding. And at least the last one to arrive and born has been Mito. This is really recent. And Mito is an AI video studio, and that is like making a lot of noise. They are making a lot of really nice projects, and as you know, the models are getting stronger. And we are finding that very important like audiovisual studios are taking AI into their traditional processes. So these are the 5 foots of the studio.
Yeah, that final one is super interesting because I saw, I don't know when it was, I think when Google had their last conference and they released their video AI model, and it was like mind blowing. The models can already put someone speaking and make the lips move at the sound of the speaking. It's amazing.
Yeah, but the interesting thing with Mito, with this company, is that Arancha, who is the lead, he has a strong background in video, no? Before we were talking about writing, for example, with AI. Since my background is writing, like traditional writing, I always find that, yeah, I'm very capable to have a criteria about what is well written and what is just whack ChatGPT text, you know? So she was telling us at the beginning of when they started pitching the project and what they want to try. Like, she has a really strong video editing background and artistic background, you know. So that's the way I could take the best video model of the world, and I wouldn't be able to create anything great, I would say. I think this is exactly what is happening with AI in each of the professional industries you have to put it in, no? That you need to have really criteria like to be great, and if you don't have this criteria, the work is not gonna be great.
Yeah, I think it circles back to what we talked about as one of the worst analogies of AI as the great replacement that is going to replace everyone because anyone now has access to it, when instead it's kind of a great accelerator for the people that really know what they are doing to just get it better, faster. And that's why I don't really believe that it will ever take over software engineering or any of the things that everyone tries to hype that is going to replace.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of examples in the past outside AI to realize that this is the truth. Like, for example, I always, my girlfriend is a UX designer, and when, for example, like tools like Canva started growing, yeah, Canva is a really good tool, but its core user is not a designer. It's more like okay, I am maybe a little restaurant owner and I don't have the time or the money to hire a proper graphic designer. So I'm going to build a menu with it, and it's okay. So that's what in software engineering now you could do maybe with Lovable, where you can build, I don't know, a landing or a digital menu easily. No? But now, if you are talking about taking over a legacy software or making complex integrations, I don't know if AI will ever be able to have this criteria. I think this is the most important word right now, like to have the knowledge and the responsibility and accountability to take over these complex projects. But also, if I was ever be a CEO, it's like in planes, no? Maybe I could convince you that a plane can have an automated flight, but I wouldn't ever want to be in a plane that hasn't a pilot that is risking its own life, no? Flying me to Lisbon or wherever I will.
Exactly. It's exactly the same thing that we see with the self-driving cars, right? It gives me the EBGBs that I don't want to be there by itself, just relying on a piece of machinery. And as you guys do most of the work in kind of nearshoring and also consultancy with Taylor Hub, one of the questions that I have, because I love to talk with with other consultants and companies providing these type of services, what are some of the misconceptions that you feel that other people and other companies have about the world of nearshoring and consultancy?
So I would say, Rui, that there are a lot of misconceptions. Some of them, I think, relates with which kind of companies take over projects, because there are a lot of ways to work with an external company. And one of the ways is to outsource everything, like, yeah, take over this project. Yeah, I will see you in a year. And if you don't deliver the product, okay, you are out. But I think this is one of the misconceptions, no? That you would lost like the strategic side of it, or you would lost control of a technology. We always use the word like co-pilot. Our ending goal is to solve you a very complex project, and hopefully you will find out that you want to work more with us, no? But maybe if that one shot, that first project is the only thing you want to build with us, okay, we want you to remember that 3 years ago, a small team of Spain solved you this project, no? But I think one of the misconceptions comes because there has been a lot of projects where external development teams has focused more maybe in the creating dependencies, so they would have lost the project. And we need to own this thing. This is not like Taylor's fault, but this is a thing that has been happening and that has been creating a lot of frustrations in non-dev teams, no, to not be in control of what was happening with technology, no. So I think nearshoring is a very niche word that a lot of companies don't really know that this is even an option, no, because if you outsource something, it must be to India or these like more classical outsourcing spots, no. But the first one is fine for me, the most important one.
Yeah, I think that one touches on the point that a lot of misconceptions go about just dropping a project and letting another company go wild, and you never see that company again. And you have had such a great career starting in traditional media, now entering IT as a head of communication. I'm curious, what advices would you give to your younger self, if you would give any? What would that be?
I would say that keep opening doors, even if you don't know what is in the other side of it. This is maybe like the strongest advice I could give to anyone in any industry, or of course to my younger self, no, because I think it's related with what we were talking about Gen I. Like fear paralyzed a lot of good stuff. And the worst thing that could happen when you open a door, if it is a cliff and you fell, okay, you're gonna learn that yeah, sometimes there are cliffs or there are bad people, but most frequently I found out that there are always good things about the unknown, and the learning is in this, no, in opening doors.
That's a great advice. Like, keep opening the doors, and most often than not, good things will spill out for that. And I think that's a great way for us to end the podcast with such a high note. If people want to know more about you, if they want to reach out, if they want to find more about Taylor Hub and Modular, where is the best place for them to go and search?
Yeah, so I think the easier way for them will be just to write me. And if I don't know, your interest has to do with development, yeah, I'm the guy to talk with. But maybe if it has to do with Mito, these AI video solutions, I would connect you with the right people, which are Arancha and Dani Saltaren. And if your interest has to do with product design, I will send you in the proper directions. But each of the studios has its own LinkedIn profile. Taylor Hub Mendes Altaren, Rui, I will give you all of them in order to the people to know who are we and what are we doing.
Super. I'll make sure to add all of them to the show notes, and then everyone that is interested can browse a bit into the description of the podcast and find all the links there. Adrian, again, thank you so much and for coming and having this chat with me.
Thank you so much, Rui, and hope that we could have another chat soon.
Indeed. Let's schedule another one soon. And to everyone still listening out there, keep your comms clear and see you again away from the keyboards. Welcome back everyone to another great episode of Away from the Keyboards. I am your host, Rui, and today we have an interview with Mahdi. Mahdi is a tech leader and entrepreneur that has over a decade in the industry, and today we are going to learn about his journey, some lessons learned, and some really good gems that he wants to share with all of you. So sit back, relax, join us for this conversation, and don't forget, drop in a comment, like and subscribe, all those good things. They help a lot get the show out there and sharing it with more and more people. So without any further babbling from my side, Mahdi, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks, Roy, for having me. That's amazing to have a chat together.
Cool, thanks for coming. So one of the things that I've been wondering around, one of the things every time I start this podcast is the same question to every guest is like, what is your origin story? How did it all started? I saw from you moved from Iran to Italy and most recently to the Netherlands.
Yeah, this is a very good question. Time to time, I also think about it myself, and I had this before as well. But one of the interesting thing that happens to me as I'm going further, this story becomes nicer and smoother to explain for me. And to summarize it, it's from village to a big city, I would say, because I was born in a small village in Iran. And then I think the great thing that my dad did was migrating us to a big city in Iran. And I was always thinking, okay, if he did that, what I have to do for myself and my family? And due to living in Iran and having all the sanctions, which is kind of a country with a lot of wars, then I always think about, okay, maybe I should go somewhere that they can just live in a merit-based system and just live their life without any limitation. Then the idea came to my mind to, of course, leave the country and go somewhere else. So I did for some time research on where to go. And of course, I studied in one of the top universities in Iran. So getting to know from my friends, especially one of them was the main catalyzer for me to leave Iran and go to Italy. So I left from Iran to Italy to continue my master in computer engineering and science. And I studied data engineering, sort of with AI stuff, which is now very trendy. And from there, before even leaving Iran, it's now around 18 years. I'm in the software industry. At the beginning, I was a hardware engineer, so building boards, working with VHDL, Verilog, FPGAs, all these names, you name it, the hardware stuff. And then move on and became more on the software side. So I was architecting on the hardware, then moving to the software, and went through the ladder. So as a software engineer, went through the ladder, did more architecting and became a tech leader over the past years. And working and living in Italy was always for me interesting, but also I knew that's not a place for me as an expat to stay in the long term because of the different reasons. But then Netherlands was the target to go. So I applied after the graduation and I could find a job here and I moved here. And now we are here for more than 7 years. And being also Dutch in a way by the papers and also speaking a bit of it. But then I continued in that and became kind of a tech leader and builder. And that has been recently moved in the past years to an entrepreneurship roles and to be continued solving more problems for people. That's how the transition went from a village to a big city in the Netherlands.
Cool. And when you moved to the Netherlands is about the same period that you kind of met one of our mutual friends, right?
Yeah, you mean Ram?
Yeah.
I met Ram when I was working in National Netherlands. So I worked for two very Dutch brands and very orange brands in the Netherlands. I joined Zoofer, which is now a booking platform. And after that I joined National in the Netherlands, so where I met Ram and other amazing people and made new friendships, which still continue, and we meet time to time.
Cool. And you, as you mentioned, like you have been growing from a hardware engineer to a software engineer and more recently into leaderships. So can you tell us a bit how it was your first time as a manager?
Good question. So I think it comes back. I did some leadership before being a tech guy when I was a captain in a football team. So I was a professional football player before, and I was captain for a few years. So I knew leadership from there. And I always see companies and teams as professional football club, and I don't see them as family because I think there's different ties to it. But then when I was leading, the main thing that you knew is like you need to be humble, you need to be down to earth, and then you are all playing the same team. The captain is as important when there's a problem, or when there's a crucial problem, crucial moment, and that's the moment that they say, "Who is the captain?" So I think that mindset for me brought me to the tech leadership. My first real experience that really I loved it and I learned a lot about it. It was in Zoofer that I became the tech lead or team lead, and different names. And there, the experience that I had, I always wanted to have a higher impact, and I wanted also to not only lead people but help people to together make something happen for the company or for the people. So my first experience was amazing because we were a team, and organically I became the leader of that team. Of course, I was honored to be that person, and I worked with amazing senior people to build a booking platform for Zoofer, which was before a review platform and became a booking platform. So next to all the challenges on technical side, then I got a new challenge to also keep the people motivated and create a high-performing team, which luckily I managed to do it.
That's a curious story because you're not the first person that I speak with that ended up in the leadership by growing within the same team and by almost being chosen by the people in that team to help out and lead. And I think that's kind of a nice way to be able to lead your peers, right? Instead of just being pushed on by manager as, okay, now you need to grow and become a leader, and that's your path forward, right?
Yeah, I think that's true because I always had this eagerness to lead projects, to lead teams, but I always love to be a technical person becoming a leader. I don't use the manager name because I think managers are more for factories and leaders are more for the places that we work. And the reason is I always experience that I work for the tech leaders, let's say, or the people active in the IT, which they were coming from MBAs or from other fields that they didn't have a technical background, but rather more management background. And I've seen it gets to problems. And I've seen that was my experience, with all due respect to those people. But that was my experience that it doesn't work because at the end of the day, there's no a full understanding of the two sides of the story, basically. So that's what I love, and that's what also kept for the coming years, and also now that I'm still coding in the evenings or weekends or during the day, and I'll stay close to the technologies while also maybe leading also big teams for the past years. Because for me, it's very important to keep the touch with what is happening in bare metal. Of course, the time will be minimized, but it's still, I want to be having a meaningful conversation with tech people in my team and my company. And organically growing brings a couple of things. First is brings the trust from the first day because people see it and they agree to it. Second, it brings also very high motivation to you to see the system respects you as an individual to have a higher impact. I think that's two sides of the story that brings a lot of energy together, and it can create a bond to make it happen.
Yeah, that's nice because over the last couple of years is probably when we saw more growing these roles of engineering managers and people that are managing engineering teams that have a technical background. And before, as you said, it was more someone that came from a business background or a project management background that used to be dropped on an engineering team, and then they wouldn't have that kind of understanding of something like how important is to have task coverage for you to be able to perform better after a while, right?
Yeah, and one of the very famous negotiation conversations you had back in the days, and also even these days, is the tech debt, right? Explaining tech debt to a leader which is non-tech background, this is like a nightmare. So now consider also technologies. When you say, okay, now we are doing a modernization of the stack, and what's the reasoning behind it, and what could be the risk if we don't do it, and all these things. It can smooth out the conversation if the person has a similar background. If doesn't have it, then for sure it's still possible, but it takes more time and it takes more conversations, and sometimes you're not sure if the message has been transmitted properly. So and one of the things that if you have the background, it also you can be more kind of relevant to the team as well to push them in the right direction. So because you're relevant to the market, you know what's happening, you can have a bit of anticipation of the future, and then you can already push the team in the right direction, but not only the team to the right direction to deliver business values, but also to be better engineers to grow themselves. I always say if a leader doesn't think about a day that he needs to go and be replaced by his team, that leader better to just leave the job now, because as a leader, you're not there to stay there forever. You should also have kind of a career growth for yourself, and then you should have also make space for the rest and show them this is something that I achieved and you can achieve, and just lead by example.
Yeah, that's a great piece of advice. I always say to my teams, my goal is to make myself not needed. That's my goal. Every time that I start working with a team, that's what I want to go. And because from my experience, that's what gives me also career growth. Every time I make myself redundant, new opportunities come by. And it also helps others in the team to not be dependent on you. So that's a good advice to share.
This is connecting me to my previous podcast I had with XPR. It was exactly what I said. It was the best leader or the one that makes themselves redundant in the system. And redundancy doesn't mean that you don't have a job. It means that you will find also other opportunities and challenges for yourself and just make a space for the rest. One of the interesting things for me, or one of the things I tried to keep as a quality, was always being close to what happens. And even being the CEO of Crusoe and being in that leadership role and running the company, I was also working at least 4 days a week and 36 hours a week for the client. I was overworking to 60 hours a week to just make the company running. But for me, it was very important to be with my team in the field and understand what's happening in the market. And of course, when you start a startup, it will grow and you will take more strategic time for yourself. But for me also was, apart from being a smaller team and then you grow the company, was also knowing what's happening, because I was running for the first time a software consultancy and I want to learn more as a consultant how in the field you should be shining. And that's important. When the team sees that, when you are closer to them, when you understand their language, their grammar, there is already an implicit trust and connection that you don't need to gain it. It's already there, you can just build on top. And that's very nice.
Indeed. You do build a rapport with the team by showing that you understand what they are talking about. Cool. And going from leading software engineers and more technical roles to leading managers, what has been your experience so far? Like, which one do you prefer? And which one do you think it's the most challenging?
Very, very interesting question. To be honest, I mean, leading people is always challenging because apart from the role, people have different flavors and people are unpredictable. So you try to create an harmony and create a kind of synergy in a team, which means that you try to create a culture, an environment which is beyond the personalities, which is beyond the personal preferences, but something as an ecosystem that we all respect and has values and we all contribute to those values. So I think you have more challenges to create that ecosystem and kind of environment when you're working with managers, because you have more ego in the room, you have more strong opinions in the room. And at the same time, as a kind of a servant leader, you have to be a good listener and listen to everyone. But also sometimes I think I found it more critical or maybe more challenging to make straight decisions or more harsh decisions when you're managing managers than when you do it with the engineer. Because there is you want to also show them that you trust them and you want to give them autonomy to make decisions. But at the same time, sometimes I reflect on some of my decision and I said, if I was there, I would perhaps be more sharper and while giving the autonomy, but also kind of drawing some lines as leading them. So, but at the same time, it's also very joyful because you can be more strategic, because you can think beyond, you can be more visionary in those conversations. But also, for me, it's very important, not only managers, but also the people that I manage, to see them grow and stand for them and clap for them and even enjoying their growth. So for managers, I always also, or the team that I had, I always wanted to see them in active in what they love to do, and help them to achieve that. So I hope I was successful. But in general, it's a job that never ends. You will always manage people, and managing people by itself is not as easy as managing your AI agent. You follow some rules. They will have new information every day. They will have new features every day. But the hard thing is to just make that ecosystem which actually grows with everyone.
Yeah, technology is way more predictable than humans, even the AI agents. Cool. And so basically, it's almost, if we can draw an analogy, it's almost like scaling up, right? The if you're managing managers, you have a bigger chance to scale up what your vision is because you drive it to the managers, then the managers drive it to the teams, but also creates more challenges, as anything at scale creates challenges, right?
Yeah, the challenges is there basically because you are creating you have layers. Even if you say I'm not hierarchical, I'm flat, and at the end there is a hierarchy at the end of the day, right? So you create layers, and the more you get away from the reality, the least you can have a good understanding of what's going on. It increases the risks of being successful because then, of course, you trust the managers and managers managing them. But sometimes I prefer to talk to those engineers in the team, understand what really happens, because maybe in the lost in translation could happen, right? And also sometimes the main crucial thing I learned over the years, which is a skill, is raising concern at the right time. It's two things. Is basically you have, of course, right person, right time, right place as you hire people. But also I think this is the second thing I found it very interesting and very important in companies, that you have the people with capabilities and competencies that knows when to read the signals, how to read the signals to prevent a disaster or prevent a longer recurring process. So I think raising the incident, raising the problem and concern at the right time, that's a quality and competency that you learn over the years. And that's the place that the layer could have a risk for you, because you cannot really see the reality happens. But in general, I think scaling up when it comes to the managers, you have managers underneath and then they will hire people and put them under them, but is as the same challenge as you scaling your team, because you will have at some point, you cannot have 12 managers, 15 managers under you, because the bigger the profiles are, the limited the entity, the actually quantity should. What I believe with AI, one of the things I was active over the past years is you can reduce the redundancy layers, can maybe manage more people, but you just need to do more automations. And you need to do it cautiously and gradually, not over the night, fire all your middle managers and replace them with AI. So I think that's a gradual maturity that you can get to.
Yeah, that's a cool point, because it's almost like bringing your own personal assistant into the mix so that you can let go of more of the remedial tasks that you always have to do, because as a manager sometimes you have repetitive tasks that you need to do, like, I don't know, looking into invoices and approving costs and those kind of things, or even hours or like timesheets or those kind of things, that if you can automate a bit of that, you can scale yourself to be able to guide more managers than you could guide before.
Absolutely. And I think the best metaphor I always use is the microservice architecture. I think it's applied everywhere, even between relationship between people. So for me, managers are the microservices, if you want to see it from a micro level, and the people inside the team are the processes and the functionalities of the team, right? So when you're an architect, basically when you lead managers, you are an architect in a way, right? So you need to manage not only every microservice does the right job, but also they have a very proper communication with each other. So I think a manager of managers from that level, this doesn't matter anymore. You need to be a very good solution architect to know how to make the relationship working perfectly, and then how to ensure that every microservice runs best. So what you need to apply is a proper observability approaches to read the signals, to get the right information, to make the right decisions at the end of the day.
That's a nice analogy. Never thought it like that, but it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So you almost need to be your perfect Kubernetes cluster.
I think I thought about it. It's very much applicable, because consider a product is including several microservices and several components, right? But if every component works perfectly, but they don't interact properly, you have a broken system. So a company is a microservice by itself. It's a different departments. Every department is a cluster by itself. And every cluster has its own parts running, right? So then the main thing that a leader can do is observing properly and make decisions. And what we're talking about automating is the triggers.
Yeah.
When I see a CPU is above 20%, then scale actually the engine. And then the same thing, if I see a manager is going to burn out, maybe I need to redistribute the responsibilities or add a new manager. So these are, I think I love just the microservices and solution architecture. These are very easily applicable to people. And that the level of autonomy that we discuss about microservices applies to manager and the teams as well. That's the level that you need to let them be autonomous.
Indeed, and what you were talking before about bringing in AI into the mix is to help you understand those signals or raise those signals even at a quicker level.
Exactly.
Cool. Before we move into our next topic, we have a recurrent segment on the show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest pass forward the question to another guest. And the question to you comes from our previous guest, which is Adrian. He's a communications manager, and his question is, what is the worst case of bad communication causing a mess that you ever seen? And on the flip side, what's a time when you saw great communication actually saved the day?
Yeah, I thought about it. It's a very tricky and very nice question to think about. What is your top level screw up and what is your top level actually the toughest communication you did? I think, yeah, I mean, you can think about a lot of mistakes. I mean, I did a lot of mistakes and I learned a lot. But also it's very tricky sometimes to name things because you want to keep some stuff confidential. But I think one of the communication that didn't go properly through was in National Nederland, and I can name that. But it was about me raising a concern which I was suffering or I was seeing it for a long time. I think Ram, if listening to this, he remembers perhaps what I'm talking about. But what I tried to escalate it, basically as normal things, you try to escalate it. But I did few mistakes in that escalation communication. One was I had to do it sooner. The time expired. So I think one of the things that I love to people remember, it's very important you live in the right time zone. Don't live in the past, don't live in the future. Don't take decisions that was expired yesterday. Try, renew, and then live in the current time zone. That's also the problem that a lot of communication goes wrong because you live in different time zones. I'm thinking about future, you think about past, and we don't get to a common ground. So I raised it in the wrong time because it was a bit late. But at the same time, I raised it the way that it could be perceived that I raised a few times and I never got an answer, and now I escalated it more and more. So I think the communication was a bit harsh being received. So if I go back, I will rephrase that. I will try different channels because that one, even if the communication went through, but it didn't went through without any backfires or any challenges. So that I think I thought about it when you asked me this question, and the learning from that communication, the phrasing is important. What you're saying, the channel is important based on hottest at the hot level or hot rate of the conversation. Because I believe that a lot of things shouldn't go through the text if it's really a high stack conversation. It should go through the normal human face-to-face communication because then you don't get read incorrectly. And then the other thing was the timing of communication is very important. So in communication, I believe channel, time, and the content makes a huge difference. And in that communication, I could improve all of it, I would say.
That's a great point that you just touch upon that before we go to the second part, which is the channel, how important the channel is. Because most of the time when you write something, you write it with your tone of voice, but the person reading it will read it with their tone of voice. And they can completely misinterpret what you just wrote because of whatever punctuation you put it. And most of us are not native English speakers, so we write as almost as we think about it.
Exactly.
And each one of us will have a different interpretation of the text. Yeah.
And this is very interesting because humans, it's psychology, right? You read a message, you have a different understanding, depends on your own mood. It's not only because you are a different human. Because if I'm in a happy mode, I already had 2 drinks, I will read it completely chill. But if I had the suffering from a lack of sleep, I had a fight with my kid in the morning and I opened that email, then I will read it completely different. So I think that interpretation could be different human by human, but also on the mood of people. And that's why sometimes I suggest always, if you want to send something, please read it at least twice before you send it. And please read it twice before you have an understanding or comprehension of the message. So that helps. And also sometimes I'll really ask to make a gap of 1 hour or something between the two reads or the two writing, because then you will have a fresh air. But I always recommend, when the things go in high stack, never use the text channel, but use it the face-to-face. Of course, you can communicate the results and the outcomes by email to get the consent of the people participating. But just think about your channels. And what I said to my wife, and we got to know each other, she was my girlfriend. The first thing I told her, I said, remember, for me, I believe the words have weight. So you always need to remember what you say is not just saying. It brings weight to the other person, which sometimes could be very heavy, but you don't notice. And that's important.
Cool. That's great advice. And what about the best example of communication that you can share?
To be honest, on the best communication, I think it again hits on the three aspects of it, right? Channel, content, and the time. And I think one, I can say a few of them, but I mean, the main thing that I went well, I think in IKEA was a few examples I can say. But I can say about also all the experiences I can say I had a good ones that I really liked. But one of the things that was also I can highlight also was in IKEA, we had all this concern about delivering projects. And by the communication, while everyone was just going to panic mode and getting scared and whatever, I could calm things down by just sending some right communication to right people and bring the focus back to the team to deliver on time and deliver what was expected. So I think, some details I cut because to keep them a bit confidential, but in general, the main thing that went well was I was seeing the panicking go on. I tried to read the people, I tried to read the concerns and rephrase them in the right way with some facts to keep them calm and kind of get them away from the panic mode. Because I was chill and the rest were panicked, they was thinking, okay, are you crazy? And I said, I'm not crazy, let me explain. And then that explanation helped the team to come back and rebuild the trust and that we can deliver what he was expecting.
That's a good example of proper leadership communication.
Yeah, I hope so. I try. But I also, to be honest, more than myself, I really enjoyed communication, seeing from great leaders that I experienced with, and also reading or seeing in the internet. So any communication that goes well and they really touch you, I think are the ones that have a human part to it, and they are oriented around facts, but at the same time, they are a bit futuristic and optimistic. So I'm generally an optimistic and ambitious person. So, and I think whenever I add those flavors to my communication, it a bit washes out the current time concern. And it gives people a bit of perspective that whatever, there is a greater future and whatever, we are able to figure it out. So let's just talk. And I think talking and facing the problems in non-personal way will help the communication goes through.
Indeed, it does help us for millennia of evolution. So it has been working good so far, people talking with each other.
Yeah, and because I mean, the main thing is like we talk about ego, but also let's just focus on what we are aiming to achieve together, about the flavors, about different opinions. What we are talking about, what we are doing or contributing, does it help to achieve the goal or not? Because I try always to stay as a goal-oriented person. So in any communication, you have a goal. So I think what I recommend in communication, another thing that I try to do it myself, before doing any type of communication, text, oral, video call, in person, before jumping to that, 5 minutes before, think about what is the expected outcome you want from that communication. What is the goal of that communication? Why you're going to talk to that person or to talk to that team. Draw those goals for yourself and during the conversation, focus on that. So if I go to communicate with the team members that we have a fight over the pull request and I'm going to talk to him, but I don't go without goals, then I will be just going through the waves that happens during the conversation. But if before that, I explain to myself, okay, I go to talk to Roy because I want to tell him what was my thought around what I built and what actually I didn't like about the comment. Or in general, I can say, let's go and merge this PR. That's my goal of this communication. I want to go to talk to him to get the approval to merge my PR. Then the conversation will be completely different when you set a goal, when you expect an outcome from the communication and get to the communication. And then you will see, you will really not hear the irrelevant thing during the conversation to get irritated by. Yeah, but Roy can tell me, yeah, but you know, the PR, you did it also in the previous PR. And then you don't care because focusing on the current point, you want to merge this one. You say, yeah, you're right, but let's focus on this. So your mental system will force you to achieve the goal that you set. And of course, I don't say you will achieve that, but that just help you to have a non-personal communication rather on a goal-oriented conversation.
Indeed, instead of just trying to win the argument, you're trying to achieve a goal, and that way, it becomes more clear what you're trying to do.
Exactly, and I think you can confirm me. The conversation that before the conversation start, people says, "Yeah, let's in this meeting achieve this and this and this, or try to get some decision on this and this and this." You already have a much better feeling because the agenda is set, right? And I think doesn't matter who initiate that, but anyone initiate that will kind of structure the communication and structure the conversation in a way. Also, with my wife, to be honest, in personal relationship is the same. If I'm going to talk to her, I say, okay, we're going to talk about finances today, right? So let's see if you're going to get some vacations planned for this and this and this. I'll just give you a random example, but then we really focus on that. We don't talk about, you went to Monaco yesterday, and then that's it. No, this not how we're going to plan for the future. And then you focus on that. I think it moves from a blaming game to a cooperative game to achieve a result.
And again, it's what you mentioned before about being in the right time zone, not being caught up by the past and focusing on the present. That's a nice one.
It's the same also as individuals. I always say to my team members or friends, it's about also all the motivational speakers. They say, forget about the past, focus on the future. This is again time zone issue. If you are really every night you're thinking about, I had a better life then, I could do better, or what? I mean, you'll be always living not today, but in few years behind.
Indeed. Cool. And you have been working for others. You have been working also for yourself for some time, and you founded your own company. How was that like? What is it, the process of founding your first company?
Yeah, this is a very interesting story because when I founded Crusoe, it didn't come as like a bare metal scratch company, right? I founded this startup by the capital from the headquarters. And this opportunity completely come out of the blue and out of my expectation because during the time that this came, I was already planning that in a few years I will start my startup. But I was thinking about starting a product startup. So I was thinking, okay, I was working on some ideas, talking to some people and learning more about entrepreneurship. And then during that time, I got this opportunity on my way. And it took a few months to hammer it and then make a decision about it. But also I had talks in IQ as well for different roles to apply for, but I had it as a plan B. So that went also very nice. And then I decided to found the branch of this company here. And I started from scratch, but I had a capital in the bank to start and do it. But then I brought my experience and the network for the first time. So I said, okay, this opportunity, let's go and jump and learn about entrepreneurship and building a company, which I learned a lot. And now before, when I was thinking about building a company, I said, how are you going to take care of that and that and that and that? And now in 2 days, I already built 2 companies in just a few days last month. So it's up and running, accounting, everything is in place and it's working. And that was a great transition. I could start learning much deeper things about running ecosystems. Because when I was in IKEA, previous company, I was managing budgets. I was playing with money. I was running and managing people. But this is important because then you learn to the bare metal about laws, legal stuff. You need to take care of tax. You need to take care of paying salaries. And then it completely, the type of stress you have when you move to start building companies or starting a company completely change. You get a new set of stress, which is amazing, but also could be very challenging. So that was the feeling. I just felt suddenly the stress types is completely different. And now I'm responsible to run this ecosystem and make it profitable. I'm happy that I could make the company profitable after 12 months. As my first experience, I could bring the right people and bring clients. I could earn also very good revenues after a few months. But that became, also I was lucky because I made myself ready that this company gonna fail, but I'm gonna learn a lot from it. But also, I tried to work hard with my team and we could make it happen at the end of the day. But also after that, for the past months and year, I became also mentor and I'm doing advisory for a few companies and startups. And now I'm working on my own startup and co-founding some stuff around. But that kind of gap of understanding what that means is now filled by experience, which is still I'm learning, but I got a lot of new connections, a lot of new people around me in my network, which helps me now say, okay, how I can build this, which type of people I need, and put them together and make it happen.
Cool. And focusing about on building that team and that people, how was it to start hiring your C-level or your executive level in that startup?
Yeah, I was basically, for me, the main thing I wanted to build that company was also I use my own friends network. So I tried to bring from different expertise the people that they had to help me running that, but they were all experienced for a few years. They worked in their own actual topic like product, people, processes, technology, and I offered them, and they all actually with open arm accepted. So I opened the company, then hired them, and we start going, and then we hired more people afterwards underneath. But the thing I tried to say always, the startups up to 20 people, you're still building the culture, you're still building the values company. It's not something that with 2 people you do it and then the rest gonna follow. So that's very important that the first 20 people you hire are the people that are aligned with you. So I did also some mistakes on that, but I learned a lot how to should approach it with that level, because one of the important things that you should do is when you're building the team, especially the first 20 people, it's very important those people have a mixture of hands-on experience and have a mixture of leadership experience. So the leadership experience from the first people that you're bringing in for seniority is very important, because then you are not the only person needs to fight for being in the company, but everyone will be in the same boat and also have a common understanding of what does it mean to lead a new initiative forward. So we learned a lot together, and I learned a lot for different things. But hiring, especially for startups, the main thing that you should bring is the people that believe in you and believe in what you're building, and they also share the same vision and they share the same future with you. And then you can trust, and you have a line of trust, and you bring them in and build it together.
That's a point that I think we touch upon as well when I had a podcast with Ram, and he was talking about his ventures as well. That the hiring the first people was the hard part, because you're not just looking about it in terms of technical ability, of hard skills or that you have for that job, but at the same time, is your culture aligned with what we want to build as a company? Because in the end, that's kind of the hardest part to teach another individual, is the culture that comes about.
Exactly. I mean, the culture is important, and the main thing you should have is you should have a common understanding that you are in it together. So you need to get each other back. You need to get each other, stand behind each other and cover for each other. And the startups are messy. Until you don't get to the scale-up level, it's messy, and then and this is very, very normal. So you should have people that can function in messy environments. You should have people that can not only function, but also bringing discipline, bringing structure, and helping to build that structure together. That's why it's beyond execution skills. You need a strategical, visionary people, especially for the first people. But also you can have, it doesn't matter, they need to be a director or whatever, they can be senior engineers, but have such a quality and competency. So it's very important that you have the leadership competencies, and you have a kind of the feeling that wake up every morning to go to work to build the next thing. And that's important.
And I think that's a great piece of advice for us to end this podcast. So any entrepreneur people that are listening out there or thinking about hiring new people, focus on this, focus on having those skills. But before we call it quits, Mahdi, thank you so much for coming. If people want to know more about you, if they want to follow you, know more about the companies that you have, how is the best way for them to do so?
First, I should say it was a really pleasure talking to you, Roy. It was a time, quite a while that I didn't talk and didn't have podcast, and now it's refreshing things and bringing new experience I had over the past time. It was very interesting to review by myself. If people are interested, as I said, I call myself a tech builder and tech leader, but also an advisor for startups and scale-ups. If they need help or something, or advisory, or just have a coffee, or following me on what I'm doing, they can find me on LinkedIn, Mahdi Fanidisfani. Just follow me on LinkedIn. That's going to be the latest updated version of me will be present always there. I'm building also some websites and those things and some companies, which I will announce that there. So if you're interested, just feel free to follow, to connect, to DM me, and I'll be happy to get a coffee together.
Cool. And I'll make sure to add all of those to the show notes so that people can click about it and find you on the socials. Again, Mahdi, thank you so much for coming. It was a pleasure. And to everyone still listening, keep your tech strong and see you again away from the keyboards. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome back to another great episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that uses Ansible to initiate our coffee machine. Our guest today is Davide. He is the head of platform engineering for Creative Fabrica and has been involved in the world of DevOps even before it was cool. His story goes from Italy to Sweden, US to the Netherlands, and it all started with, well, it's better if you hear it from him, so sit back, relax, and hope you all enjoy it. Without further ado, Davide, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to have this conversation with you. And since we first spoke, I've been super excited to learn a little bit more about your story and how you ended up in IT. And you have like a great background as someone that has been in the infrastructure game even before DevOps was cool. So yes, super curious. How did it all started for you? How did you get interested in IT?
That's a fascinating question. It all started, first of all, not in infrastructure for sure. That took me a long way to get there. It all started in high school. I come from this very little town in Italy, in the northeast of Italy, called Jouke. And when I was in high school, one of my classmates actually said, hey, have you watched this movie? I don't even remember what movie. I was like, oh, no, I didn't go to the theater. He said, oh, no, you don't watch it on the theater. I downloaded it. I was like, what do you mean you downloaded it? He said, yeah, I downloaded it from this IRC, or ERC, actually, we will call it in Italian, RC thing. You don't know about it? I was like, and I felt, whoa, what is that? So it kind of introduced me to this concept of IRC chats, where you basically would host it yourself. There was no concept of server at that time, I think. And that's how I basically started to illegally download movie from the internet. I think after 30 years, I guess I can say this. I think that's pretty fine. And then that's how it started, because I was using Windows. I think there was not even Windows XP, but it was a little bit before that. And I couldn't really do that with Windows. You needed to have something called Linux. And I was like, what the heck is Linux? So I basically, we had a computer at home, obviously. And it was shared with all the family. And I remember taking the computer in the night and trying to, partition the hard disk and trying to make it work, and the dual boot and everything. And I would just completely wreck it. And my brother would be pissed at me because he couldn't do his homework at university or whatever. I was just, everybody was always mad at me because the computer would never work. Everything, not only to download movies, but also because I found this thing called 3D effect on the desktop. So you could sort of rotate the desktop and have this sort of glass box effect that GNOME or KDE at the time had. Maybe they still have them, but I don't know. But that's how it all started, Frank. And then I decided to go to university, and I rolled into computer science. Obviously, I sucked at it because it's a lot about math in Italy, especially in the first year. You have, a lot of those things that I completely forgot and got by now. And but I really love programming, and that's when I started to learn C and a little bit of Java, etc., etc. And it felt really that it was empowering me to actually create things. At some point in life, during university, I got the opportunity to study abroad. So I went to Finland, and that was my first time alone outside Italy, that I had to speak English, which at the time wasn't that great. Hopefully now it's a little bit better than 15 years ago or something. And it was a magical experience. After that, I came back to Italy and worked as a software engineer for 2 years in Milan. And I loved that. I mean, I didn't like the product looking back, but it was just amazing how a team of people could just create something by staring it into a computer and code like monkeys and have something that people will pay for it. After that, I fall in love with machine learning. It was something that in 2014 was picking up a lot. It was 2014, yeah, was picking up a lot. And I found interesting the concept of machines that could learn. Not really learn as we intend today, but like they could basically make their own action based on the data. So I did my master's degree in Uppsala University in Sweden. And for my thesis, I went to the University of Rochester because I told myself, hey, Davide, you never went to the United States. Why not go in with the school, right? I mean, what could potentially go wrong? So after cold emailing random professors around the US, one answered by saying, oh yeah, we have a space for an international student. You don't have to pay the university. You just come here on your own expenses. You don't pay the school, but you could do research with us. And that was at the University of Rochester, which is upstate New York. And that was a really cool experience, different environment. Like the concept of campus was really phenomenal. And after all these brilliant things, I moved back to Italy and things did not change. As in, after all this study and thing, the market labor was really bad, still is, I assume, or rather, I don't know. It's been many years now, but I thought, shit, I studied in so many places. What am I going to do? And a friend that I met at the university in Sweden, who then became the witness of my wedding many years later, actually, at the time had a Dutch girlfriend, and he's from Canada. And he said, Davide, why don't you come to Amsterdam? Maybe you would like it. I was like, oh yeah, well, I've never been. I mean, I've been there. I didn't particularly like it at the beginning. All people drunk and such. I was like, not sure if it's the jam for me. But I moved to the Netherlands with the intention after a year to come back. And 9 years later, I'm still here. So something must be good. So I started really my career here in the Netherlands. In my first job in the Netherlands, it was a software engineering job with a company that doesn't exist anymore. Unfortunately, it didn't go well. But very quickly, I moved into what started becoming what is called the DevOps, DevSecOps, and those kind of things. Like in reality, what I really, really wanted was to solve problems, and I found fascinating going deep down the rabbit hole and figuring out why is my server not working, or why is the networking not redirecting my packages? I don't know, just making stuff up. And in the second year of this first job, I moved more into the infra side of things. That's when I started learning about Kubernetes. These things that in the beginning I thought they were just like some cereals, but it actually was a thing coming out from Google, from Borg and containers and Dockers, something that maybe in the US was already very, very strong as a concept. But here, at least with the limited experience I had at the time, I really thought it was absolutely a revolutionizing thing, and it would make things look so old in the way that we were used to do it before with Ansible or Puppetry and Chef and whatnot. And now you have Terraform, from HashiCorp, and you could just spin up a bunch of machines, install something called Kubernetes, and boom, your containers will come up. And if the container will go die, it will just come up again by itself. Amazing. Things will never go down. We found the sacred grail of distributed system. We are good. Well, life wasn't that easy with Kubernetes because there was no EKS or AKS, GKE, Docs, you name it, per cloud provider. We actually had to do it the hard way with the Kelsey Hightower, tutorial, Kubernetes the hard way. And that's how I learned. I learned about the control plane, what was the kubelet, and the kube proxy. And now there are a bazillion other pieces, but the time was very simple. We could even follow the code. It was less auto-generated than it is now. And I found that thing amazing. I really, really, really loved it. I then moved to RTO Nederland. So in the data team, specifically, it was for the Videoland platform. You know, the Dutch people know it. And while I was there, I stayed there for 3 years. While I was there, we reached the first 1 million subscribers, which was a massive milestone. And there I got the opportunity to lead a team. I wasn't really sure if management was something for myself, but I really enjoyed working with somebody that was a little bit junior than me at the time and giving advices or showing what in my eyes good would look like when we were shaping the Terraform code for the old infra, and then how we would design the CI/CD for the applications and whatnot, and how we could support the data science team and the data engineering to run their pipelines or run their models and whatnot. And then the pandemic happened. But, by staying at home, all of a sudden I receive a message from LinkedIn from a recruiter at booking.com, and they say, hey, we have a Kubernetes engineering manager, so to speak, opening here. It was called Container Compute. Are you interested? Are you interested in that? What do you think I would have said? Shit, it's booking.com asking me if they want me to sort of interview with them. Hell yeah. So I just went through the whole process, and I joined Booking in February of now 5 years ago. And that was massive jump up in many, many dimensions, from complexity of the work, impact throughout the world, even in a pandemic. There was no cloud. It was on-prem. So something that I never worked before. The access of talent that was there was a completely different thing. I found myself, shit, I am not that good as I thought. So it's better if I pick up. And those 4 years were absolutely incredible. I joined with a team of 8. In the first, I think, 6 months, went out to 2. And in the upcoming 4 years, I grew to 42 people, which I hired every single individual, like literally except those 2, which then in the end left, but after years. And that was absolutely incredible. The impact of over 1 billion travelers is just like something that I couldn't conceive. And also the goodness of having a sort of quote unquote infinite pocket money, where you could just say, oh yeah, we want this too, 5 million, screw it, let's do it. Like things that don't have anymore. Towards the end, though, the company became extremely big. It became, for myself personally, I found myself in a tough position where little things would have required many steps of approval because of the way the Booking organization shaped itself in the years. And then towards the end of my 4th year, a recruiter, random, from a company called Creative Fabrica, said, hey, we're looking for a head of platform engineering, and would you be interested? And I didn't really know them. It's just we are a startup here in Amsterdam, a scale-up actually. And it was about creators. And I thought, oh man, I am unable to even draw something on a piece of paper. How can I support creators? But then the CTO is from Miro, somebody with a lot of experience, somebody where I could learn from, and everything needs to be built from scratch, literally. Like there were 4 people there put together, and there was nothing. So that was the occasion or the opportunity, let's say, for me to say, all right, I learned something the past 10 years, 9. How can I take that experience that I accumulated and trying to make it here in a smaller scale with more financial constriction, of course, compared to Booking. The talent pool can be notoriously smaller when it comes to hiring, et cetera, et cetera. How can I get the best out of it? And that's where I have been for the past 8 months, and hopefully still rocking the infrastructure world.
And that's an amazing journey that you just shared. It goes from changing countries to going from companies doing stuff in bare metal to doing stuff in the cloud, which I think it's amazing. One of the things that I think it's important for any listener that is not from Amsterdam, back in the day that you joined Booking is kind of an institution within Amsterdam as one of the biggest tech employees in the Netherlands. It's kind of what we would consider maybe our Google in Amsterdam. So that's just adding that as a bit of context. It has been a great company employing a lot of software engineers in the Netherlands. But that leads me to a curiosity, because you just mentioned that everything was on-prem. So I have one question for you is what has been the hardest infrastructure problem that you have solved?
Oof, I think there are coming to my mind two. One is a bit more software who deals with infrastructure. The other one is the strategical thinking sort of when it comes to bare metal. For example, under what I mentioned before, there were two people only after a while. There was just post-COVID-ish and trouble picked up enormously, especially around the world. A little bit less in Europe, but around the world, they started picking up massively. And because of bare metal, and during the time of COVID, Booking gave back to the data center provider a lot of plates, a lot of servers, basically. So we went into a situation where we had crunch capacity issues. That's where capacity planning was really an art that I had to learn on the spot, and without the help of data scientists or whatnot. You just have to literally learn how to optimize your infra without the benefit of the cloud, of course, where theoretically speaking, you have infinite elasticity, right? You have a limited capacity. You have thousands and thousands of services working onto your Kubernetes cluster. You have to go to every individual, ask critical question, make sure that they really take advantage of every CPU core that you throw at them and gigabytes of memory that you have available in your blade, and make sure that they utilize it by taking into account the seasonality of that we were into it. That's I think, really the hardest one and the most stressful as well, because you may risk 500s, service not available, which is not great as a customer experience. The second one is more about our own thing. So in my team at the time, we had a tool called KubeFed. It's still available in the open source community, but has been abandoned by the Kubernetes C groups, which is a federation tool. So you join Kubernetes clusters so that you can define a spec one time, and it will automatically reconcile to all the clusters that have been joined according to some specifics that you gave. But because the tool was abandoned, obviously you don't receive support. The more you would progress with the Kubernetes version, the least the APIs were compatible, they would break. So we had to basically customize it to a point where it became impossible to use. What's the catch? All our entire Kubernetes internal infrastructure will run on top of that. And it was highly customized. So we had to take that ginormous octopus of things and move it onto something that was, let's say, available, that we hadn't to pay maybe $1 million to get it done, but literally an open source tool that we could contribute back in case, but also could extend it if needed. And that was Argo City. So KubeFed was the brain of the Kubernetes platform that was called the BKS platform, Booking Kubernetes Service, and had to be moved to Argo City without downtime. And KubeFed has its own way of doing things. Argo City has its own spec, so its own understanding of how things look like, and you have to migrate them and make sure that you don't get into a situation called the split brain, so that you define something but something else happened. So I admire the engineers the engineering team I had at the time that made it possible, and the migration was among the hardest one, among the longest as well. We are talking about several hundreds of services spanned throughout set of thousands of machines. I don't think I can share the amount, but the thousands of machines that runs the Booking.com website.
That's an interesting challenge that you just mentioned there, that most people are not aware until they do a migration, how complex a migration is. Sometimes it's the technology, but most of the times it's all of this change management, making sure that things work once you migrated. And luckily in this case, you didn't have to migrate data, because when you have to migrate data, it becomes even more like of an exponential problem. Cool. And before we move into our main conversation and topics, there is a recurrent segment in the show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest gets a chance to pass forward the question to another guest. And the question to you comes from our previous guest, Mahdi. And he asked, what is the best thing that you ever did for a team member, for example, an out-of-work activity that made a significant change or improvement in their career? What was that, and how did that impact the person in being successfully?
So not entirely sure if it was a team member, but it's for a dear friend of mine, the same person I said that brought me here, to Amsterdam. And we were studying together in Sweden, and he was in theoretical physics, right? Obviously, absolutely person, absolutely great in math and physics, but the chances of getting a job in the industry are much lower than I think. And I do remember that he was trying to apply for PhD programs and whatnot, but they were in some random German university because there apparently is no choice unless you really fly to the US and you end up at, I don't know, MIT, Caltech or whatever. And I remember telling him, I said, you're very good at math, and have you ever tried coding? He did some coding on the side, but I take coding seriously. And you're a very skilled person. You're young. Learn how to code in Python. I think data science could be something that can be truly good for you because you're very good with math, statistics, obviously. Why not trying that? And he tried it, and I remember he ended up at KPMG, and then with time we kept obviously in contact and still discussing about things. He got a lot of interest in machine learning, and in the end he joined Booking as well at the same time as I did. And I remember he telling me, it changed me because I tried that because you said that because I didn't know what to do, and that was something I hope changed his life for the good. And we're still friends, so I think something good. Obviously, he did all the work. I just had to plant the seed. But I think it's the case where I can say, I may have given a very good advice to a person. They actually pursued it, and things turned out to be the best.
Yeah, that reminds me of like that analogy of seeing the forest from outside of the trees, where someone has the skills, they almost know what they want to do, but they are too much within the forest and they kind of get lost. And you come from the outside and you look in and, man, you are good at math. You like coding. Why don't you try this? And yeah, it sounds like a really cool piece of advice and kind of matches up with our main subject that I wanted to discuss with you, which is around leadership, growing people, helping people. And yeah, curiosities from my side as someone that been in a similar position. What surprised you the most about moving into a leadership role from a technical role?
I think mostly three things, if I can be very honest. The very first one, and then I experienced a lot this book in particular, it was that the words that come out from my mouth have a much heavier weight than I thought. So if in a, let's say, sprint planning, I would say, I don't think we should focus there, but we should focus here. People will actually listen to me and say, okay, we are going to do that. You are my manager. That's a big realization because as a tech lead, I could only give advices and try to convince you that, I don't know, adopting Kafka instead of Amazon SQS would be a better choice for whatever reason. That would be the first one. The other one is that I have a tendency that I now a little bit less with the age. I think things change, but I had a tendency that I wanted to everybody to like me, and that's not true. Like I do remember cases where I had to make tough decisions, and people would definitely not like it. They will complain about you. They will complain about the decision, and you have to deal with it, and they also have to deal with it. I mean, as brutal as it sounds, like I'm here to optimize a business. That's my decision. If my manager is all right with me making these decisions, you have to accept. Which leads me to the last thing, that learning how to accept that, and by quoting the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want is a tough pill to swallow at times, especially in very large organizations. But even here at Creative Fabrica, there are changing people's mind is hard, like really hard. And you don't have to come across as a person that know it all. You have to, but you can also not come out a person that doesn't know nothing. You have to come out in the right way. It's not always easy. But also accepting that if it doesn't go your way, either you figure it out, you complain about it and blah blah blah, or maybe you have to accept that sometimes you cannot do it the way you want, and you have to accept that it's that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. This last one that you mentioned, and that leads a bit to the previous guest in the previous podcast that I spoke with Mahdi, and he was saying one of the toughest things that he saw about leadership is also consolidating that sometimes your message is in the wrong time zone. Sometimes you are either too early or maybe you are too far into the future, and the message doesn't really land perfectly, either because you waited too time or because you're already, like, as we say in Portugal, you're running in front of the horses. We always have like amazing sayings with
I think we have it in Italian too, but I'm not entirely sure right now. But yeah,
probably all Latin-speaking countries have
exactly.
similar sayings. Cool. Yeah, it's one of the things that is often overlooked, at least in my opinion, in leadership, because people that maybe never had a good manager or maybe never worked with one, they think like, oh, their life is easier. They just tell everyone what to do, but it's not that easy. So most often than not, we cannot really get our ways, even if we believe it's the right way of doing some. Sometimes we are just wrong. It happens. Everyone is human, right? So that's a cool one. Which lead me to a follow-up in that. How can you best describe your leadership style? How you coach and how you lead your teams?
So I think the Netherlands shaped me a little bit into a more Dutch, direct and frank person. Sometimes compared to some friends of mine still in Italy, where when we are trying to convey a message that is a little bit more difficult, we always take the long route. The Dutch culture really changed me in that direction. I think it affected also a little bit my leadership style, as in I am very direct and frank. I don't accept mediocre solutions or excuses, and I really like the protagonist mindset as a thing, meaning as my old manager used to say, like, you have to transform shit into diamonds. You have to take issues as opportunities and sort of rotate them around and make the outcome better. And that's something that I try to convey in my doing. The thing that I make very clear to my director, that I made it clear for the first time, I think, here at Creative Fabrica, is that complaining will not lead you to anywhere. I mean, you can complain to me if you like it in a one-on-one, totally fine. But complaining and doing nothing about it, it would just lead a complaint, and that's it. The problem is still there. So some people didn't like that. Don't like that. Some people like to be told what to do all the time. I don't like to tell people what to do at all. Like, absolutely. I throw problems. I say, that's where I want to go. You figure it out how to get there, and I help you to get there. That's what I think support is and what my role is in this type of situation. And the final thing is mostly that I, as a manager, in whatever position I am in the company, whether it is an engineering manager to a VP, obviously the responsibility is different, the scope is different, but you do have power to change things. But it's a lot about, especially in large organizations, perseverance of, if I don't agree that this is how it is be done, and I see the problem and I have the data, I need to try to make it to get there. Sometimes you get it. As I said before, you can't always get what you want. Sometimes you make it, and that's where it distinguish, I think, what a boss and a leader is, in my opinion, which I think is, boss is more American way of saying, right? But that's what I think it is, the difference, the perseverance of trying to achieve the objective because it makes sense, rather than just, I'll tell you what to do and that's it.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I promise to you, I'm not trying to interview you for a job, even though a lot of these questions sounds like we are doing a job interview. But as I was hearing you, I was also thinking about the follow-up. What in your eyes makes for a good team? Because you did mention, like, you have different backgrounds in your team. You have the person that likes to be led and the person that doesn't like to be led, and you need to adapt your leadership style to those. And all of those roles, because those are basically personality traits, and most of the personality traits also complement each other in the team. So I'm curious, in your eyes, what is a good team?
I think, I said direct and frank, which also comes with the fact that if I make a mistake, which I make plenty probably, I need to be humble enough to say, yeah, well, that's on me. The decision, and I have a big example of booking. Like, I literally took the wrong decision. I invested, I believe, 5 months of engineering time on a thing that led to absolutely nowhere. And I have to raise my hand and say, yeah, that was on me. I made a mistake. These are the problems. I didn't listen to you. And what can we do to make it better? What can I do support you to do what because I made a mistake. So building that environment, I think, where somebody, especially maybe, after an incident, I'm an SRE at the end of the day, so incident is something that I deal, I wouldn't say every day, thank God, but frequently. And then you have to say, yeah, well, I raised my hand, yeah, I made a mistake. I don't know, I rolled out a Cloudflare rule that took down our website and redirected to a black hole. Shit, it happens, but having this ability of seeing the engineers that raise their hand and do that, and, make sure that we all work together to objectively avoid the problem, but not because person A, B, or C, or me, Davide, is stupid and is not able to do the job, but simply mistakes can happen. So we need to make mistakes from a system perspective. And that's where I believe if you build that environment, that trust, you are in a very good way to build, high-performing teams. It takes a long time. It's not, Rome wasn't built in a day, right? It takes a long, long time to get there. It takes a long time for your customers, which in my case are never the end customer, but other engineering teams, to trust that the actions that you're taking, the conversation that you're doing, all the work that you've been preparing strategically for the upcoming 4, 6, 7, 10, 12 months, whatever it is, will lead to that type of outcome. And that's where I do believe what a very good team work in my eyes.
Yeah, basically you have that environment where I always like this quote, and I keep on repeating it I saw it on Mythbusters, where basically it was failure is always an option. And I really like that quote because failure is always an option. The only way that you're not going to make a mistake is if you don't do anything. Right? If you sit on your ass and you don't do anything perfectly, you're never going to make a mistake in your life. Or maybe you're going to make a mistake because blood needs to circulate in your legs and you should get up. So don't sit on your don't sit on your hands for too long. But yeah, that's kind of, failure is always an option, and you should be able to own up to your mistakes. And managers make mistakes, software engineers, data engineers, everyone makes mistakes. And that environment where people feel empowered to say, hey, I made a mistake, and everyone in the team just comes in and helps on solve the incident. I think that's kind of the chef's kiss of
I agree.
high-performing team.
Actually, it's one of the things, and I do believe the category of SRE, the site reliability engineering, do extremely well is the, blameless culture. You don't always have it, but I haven't found a place, whether it's small or big, that this doesn't happen, like on the SRE side of things. And from that point of view, Google really did very well to showing how they do it and showing the world things can work that way, and it's something that if it's applied well everywhere, it does lead to much better outcomes. If politics only would be like that, eh?
Yeah, then it would be a great world.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
Cool. And SREs do handle, as you said, a lot of incidents. What is the craziest incident you ever had that you can share?
Oh yes. So this one I can't forget. So do you remember that I said, the KubeFed, Argo CD, blah blah blah. So you roll out this new thing, and we had the production cluster at Booking that has over thousands of nodes, not specifying how much. And it has a daemon set, and the daemon set was for a sysdig. Sysdig is for vulnerability management. It was an agent installs that would, check it out and send data to the sysdig platform to define whether you have vulnerabilities or not, and many other things. I'll made it very simple. Now, the way that agent works is basically it checks with the Kubernetes control plane for certain resources and then sends data back and forth, right? So we rolled it out, good, but we had to change the version, which obviously, if you have thousands of nodes and you have a daemon set, which daemon set is deployed in every single box, and you don't have a very good rollout strategy, the moment you bump the version, the rollout strategy of Kubernetes starts. Well, we didn't really set it correctly. So what happened is that all of a sudden, thousands of pods were spawned and started bombing, literally DDoS in attack, the control plane. We took it down. Now, you wonder, but Booking, how can he must have thousands of nodes? Yeah, that's true. but they do not talk to the control plane. They talk to maybe the load balancer or whatever, to receive incoming traffic. They may contact the control plane once, and that's it. This one was a constant attack. So our control plane in production went completely down. Nobody could do any kubectl. Nothing could be rolled out, and we couldn't figure it out why. So at some point, we had to basically stop the rollout, revert. It was just a nightmare to clean up, and we learned that we missed when you have a daemon set deployment spec, there is rollout and surge thing, so you can have a maximum unavailable in percentage, and that's how we basically figured. It was a simple thing, but when you don't, when you've never done it before, or you made a mistake in the spec and the code, the PR didn't go well, then it can make really tragic things. And there was no customer impact, luckily. It just, the entire engineering teams that would work on top of Kubernetes could do anything for, I think, a couple of hours until we sort of clean it up. And then you have to say, it's our fault. Sorry, it happens. From that moment, I think every rollout was done with, in war room setup. That was funny. I don't think my engineers liked that, but yeah, that was fun.
It's one of those stories that you don't like while it's happening, but it's amazing to tell afterwards.
I can laugh about it now. Yes, at that time I was sweating.
Exactly. And I can imagine it's kind of a problem that doesn't happen for everyone that has a similar setup, because you need to arrive to a certain scale to really become a DDoS attack. Because otherwise, the machine will be able to handle it even if it's badly configured. But when you have thousands and hundreds of thousands or millions of pods and everything just starts pinging, it's worse than having all the internets of things trying to ping your home IP.
Yes, that was. We had another one with somebody trying to do crypto mining as well. That was also fun, but I'll stop here. I can tell you that was really fun, but not for this person. That was really cool to find it out.
Yeah, those stories exist in almost every company where either an employee or someone leaks a credential somewhere, and before you know it, you're mining bitcoins.
Yes, that's yep.
And it all starts with the same question: why did we added GPUs to our cluster?
See, all of a sudden, right? Thank God on Prime you cannot really do that easily. It's much harder. In AWS, it's very easy to spin up a P8, and H20 is here.
Yeah, and with
400, whatever it is.
And with the world of Terraform, that is done in instances.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. You have this amazing career so far, and we touch upon a lot of it. I'm curious, what has been the best advice that you received from someone that you worked with?
So I think I briefly touched upon it before, and the manager that hired me at Booking really liked him, and now he works at Sonos. And I do remember this. I was under a lot of stress because of the team growth was not growing fast enough, and there was a recruiting issues at the time, a ton of problem, and I was under a lot of stress. And I kept seeing fire everywhere. And I remember we said, okay, let's go for lunch together. I went to the office, and he said, Davide, you have to learn to transform shit into diamonds. You can't, despite you have a lot of shit around you, try to think of that shit as a nice diamond that you will give to your girlfriend or something for, I don't know, asking to marry you or whatever, and try to make that as an opportunity, but focus on one at a time. Don't focus on all of them. I know everybody's screaming, but not all the screams are the same. Only the screams that you think are the loudest, that's the one that you should sort of listen to, and not just because the screams come from a rooster that is somewhere there that you never seen, means you should pay attention to that. And that's this type of filtering, plus the ability of seeing the negativity as a positive thing. I think it took me a long time to digest that and make it into practice, because I was like, what a shitty advice, speaking of shit, that you just gave me. But looking back and thinking about my career, those years, those times, and now, I think it does help a lot.
If you think about it, it's like two really good pieces of advice, because one of them is like, make it the center of your career and try to understand that your role is turning shit into diamonds. So taking some raw material and creating something beautiful out of it. And the other one is just because someone is the loudest doesn't mean it's the most important thing. Like, think for yourself who you think is the loudest voice that you should be paying attention to, and prioritize accordingly, because you cannot do everything at the same time. And for any manager listening, or product owner, or anything within those roles, you'll always piss off a business user. It's inevitable, because all of them will want different things at the same time. And, well, Rome wasn't built in a day, as you said it.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's true.
You got that great advice, but what advice would you give to your younger self if you're starting out today?
Another thing probably that I had to really learn on my skin, that I definitely wasn't used to it, is there will be always difficult people, like literally difficult people to work with, that have big egos, that they will stab you in the back, that they will tell you in the face, I'm going to do it, and then they don't. And or people that gets a promotion while you thought you deserved it, and these kind of things. And I kept running away from those situations. And I think my wife helped me to understand, like, you have to learn how to deal with those situations and not just complain to me about that. So basically, don't run away from difficult characters or difficult situations, because they will not run away. Problems will stay. Difficult people will stay, whether you like it or not. You can't always get what you want. Learn how to deal with them. Find a way, and just if you can change it, just move on with your life. If they have a shitty life, it's not your problem.
I think that's a great piece of advice for us to end this podcast. It's think about it like that, folks. Life is hard, and you need to do the best of it, and you'll not always be able to get everything that you want. You'll able to get some of the stuff, if you're really lucky, a lot of the stuff, but not everything that you want. Hey, David, thank you so much for coming to the podcast and having this chat with me. But before we close it, if people want to know more about you, if they want to reach out, not hire you because you're very happy where you are, and I didn't do an interview at all for a job finding, just putting it out there, what is the best place for them to know more about you?
So I have obviously I have LinkedIn. You can find me there on LinkedIn, and then I use GitHub a lot. I have a handle called Spaghetti Funk, which comes from my old rap Italian group called Spaghetti Funk, and I really enjoyed it back in the 90s. And those are the best places to find me. And thank you very much for having me on the podcast. It was an awesome thing to do.
Super. Thank you so much for coming. I'll make sure that I'll add all those links to the show notes so that people can find you and find your Spaghetti Funk GitHub repositories. And to everyone that is still listening, keep your pods up to date, and see you again away from the keyboards. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another great episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that teaches you that correlation and causation both start with the letter C. Our guest today is Troy. He's a native data scientist and the creator of datascientists.com, one of the largest communities online for data scientists and data science topics. Going from 200,000 members strong, he's also an investor in the Bhutan Data Scientists, a community that aspires to work on projects for the betterment of humankind. Unfortunately, due to some technical difficulties on my part that I'm working on hard to fix, the sound from Troy is not the best. But still, we had a great conversation for all of you to listen, so sit back, relax, and I hope you all enjoy it. Without any further ado, Troy, welcome to the show.
Hoi, thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here.
You have a great story, and you are probably the longest holder, if not the only ever holder of the domain datascience.com, right? So
Yes.
you have been involved in the industry for a couple of years, to put it mildly. Very curious, how did it all started for you? What is your origin story?
Well, yeah, my origin story actually goes back to when I, like most people, didn't know what I was going to do in the world. I found myself at a conference one day, and I was there promoting my business. And at that particular point in my life, I had a diploma in biological lab techniques. I had a degree in science. I had a degree in IT, and I was partially through my MBA. So yeah, I'd been exploring, but how it happened that I got to be the owner of datascientist.com was when I was at this conference in Melbourne, Australia. It was called the E-Research Australasia Conference, and an international conference with speakers from all around the world. I was there promoting my business, which I just set up, and I had a little poster because they had a exhibitors section, not where you'd buy a booth, but just a poster, such as the cheaper option. And I put up a poster about my company, which was called Research IT Online. I hope to bridge the gap between IT and researchers. And a guy came up to me and he said, "Hey, that's interesting. Now tell me a bit more about what you do." So I said, "Well, we do a lot, but what we like to do is sit next to researchers. We're the interface to data and technology. We help them advance with the changing technology scene because they're so busy with keeping up to date with whatever their domain is. They don't have time or sometimes the interest to actually go the IT side, but that's what I love to do." And after I said that, he turned to me and he's like, "Wow, we have a name back in the States for guys like you. We call you data scientists." I'm trying to put on an American accent there because he was American. When he said those words, it was like, data scientists? Wow, that's so cool. Felt like the heavens had opened up and a big hand came down, labeled me with a purpose and a direction in life. So that night I looked up what is data scientists, and all these reports started coming up about this new role that was coming in the academic industry of the data scientist, which did exactly what I said I was doing. So that's when I bought datascientist.com, and yeah, I rebranded myself as a data scientist, and my clients didn't care because as long as I kept doing the work I was doing. And yeah, that was in 2009.
Oh, that's 16 years ago. That's quite nice.
It's quite a while.
Yeah, back then, most of the things that we would see from the data industry was probably just business intelligence and data warehouse engineering, and not that much talks about data science.
That's right. It was early when I started datascientist.com, I hardly had any traffic. So that's when I branched out to social media, created the Twitter handle Data Scientists. I created the Facebook page, created the LinkedIn group called Data Scientists. And for that group now, we're about to hit 200,000 members. But yeah, for the first probably 5 years, we had under 1,000 members.
It has been growing a lot, that community. When did you notice that the biggest jump of people joining the community was?
Well, yeah, I think it did happen around 2013, 2014. Something changed where data scientists became the hottest job in the IT industry. Actually, I feel perhaps I played a part with that as well. Having datascientist.com, I do a little YouTube video, I do articles, I publish things out there about how cool this new job was and how it emerged and was emerging. And I felt that as an opportunity to really drive what the role was, as well as be a part of it myself as it evolved from just as computer science didn't exist maybe 50, 60 years ago as a job, the computer scientist. we saw the data scientists emerging. And when they picked up in the kind of commercial industry and some other influencers started publishing about the data scientists, it really boomed. I think, 2013, 14, 15, that's when my group started exponentially growing.
Yeah, I think it was about the same time that I started hearing for the first time people talking about big data and dealing with large volumes of data, which before it was just, we were talking about just terabytes, single digit, double digit terabyte data warehouses. But now we were talking about a lot of unstructured data and a lot of more insights to bring into the mix. So curious, during that whole time, since 2009 now to 2025, how have you seen the role of the data scientist evolved?
Yeah, it has really evolved. I've seen in terms of what traditionally I feel the data scientist, as I emerge in it, I like to use the term native data scientist. So the native data scientist really comes from that academia in that space of helping researchers get their job done. But yeah, when it got picked up in the commercial side, it really, yes, you're right, the big data boom actually happened. But we've had that big data, we used to call it the data deluge issue in the academic industry. So yeah, it was there and growing also exponentially or even faster in terms of the amount of data we could manage. But yeah, the original reports around the data scientists, one of the things it was there, or that role was there to solve, was the data deluge issue. And again, when it switched from data deluge to big data, that commercial industry kind of got a hold of it. All the big companies are saying, we got your big data solution here, come sign up, and you need to be big data ready, all these things. Not only did they look for data scientists, but they also changed what a data scientist was. Exactly, more focused on big data. And then as that kind of got the main role of the data scientist was to help big data, the next level kind of came on top, which was the analytics. And that's also grown and evolved as, from the traditional AI to this new deep learning AI, large language models.
Yeah, because I think I also remember it was back in that time that I started also. Not in 2013, but a bit afterwards that I started hearing more about also the data analyst as a role. Because before, as I was mentioning, like most of what you see in the industry was focused on business intelligence, and kind of how I like to describe back then the business intelligence developer was the jack of all trades. You did everything: database, data warehouse, reporting, analytics, whatever came, but the complexity wasn't that big. It was just kind of normal KPIs. But as the landscape evolved, these roles also had to kind of evolve from that world of data science that is supported by computer science. Nice. It brings me back to those days. And how has it been so far, growing that community in LinkedIn? Like, we have seen almost every year or every couple of years, LinkedIn, YouTube, all of these great companies decide to change their algorithms, and that sometimes have an impact on communities. I know for sure, as someone that has been in LinkedIn for, I think, since 2009, I would say. So since almost the early beginnings of LinkedIn, maybe not 2000. Yeah, I think it's 2009. There was way more sharing of posts of communities that one was attached to. And now it seems like it's very hard to see them within the feed. So how has it been your experience over these last couple of years with LinkedIn?
Exactly the same. We've seen a lot of change in the algorithm, where with the group growing and people joining and then posting and the interaction, we'd get lots of people really loving to be on the group, just for that reason, to get sort of some exposure. But yeah, currently it's very kind of hidden in terms of that engagement, or I guess the reach, I should say, is low, because you could just see it. Something would change in the background and make a post and nothing. And then that's when people started falling off the group, and then you get more engagement just by posting your own feed rather than within a group. But then it changed again, and we got it's been going up and down like over the years. We somehow make the group posts more viewable. For a little while, we got more exposure happening. The funny thing is, I've been looking at the analytics as well, all through it, and just not really working on it, but just viewing it, because my expertise is in occupational epidemiology, and I've currently running and helping to run, I should say, one of the largest studies done in Australia, which is called the Australian Work Exposure Study. Just in the first 3 months, so the initial pilot is about to run, we built a tool called OC-Ideas that helps assess over 100 different types of jobs and over 150 tasks that give deterministic results around what people are exposed to in the workplace. So that keeps me busy. But yeah, as the group's grown, I've just been observing what's been happening with it. And yeah, the analytics really shows how, well, first of all, the growth rate, then it kind of flattens out, and then the engagement around that as well. So yeah, it's been interesting to watch, and you can just see when something happens on the LinkedIn algorithm side, because join, slow down, or the engagement drops off.
Yeah, and I guess you often put your data scientist hat when you're looking into those analytics and have kind of a workflow to look into that, right?
That's right. Yeah, I just can't help do it. I feel like the data scientist role is not a job for me. It's just a lifestyle. And I'll always be a data scientist, just as a painter will be a painter, or an actor will be an actor. So, yeah, or a writer. You don't retire from these types of roles. I just feel fortunate and blessed that I found this role, or it's found me, that I just love doing, and I almost consider it as a martial art. So if I don't practice every day, I feel a little bit off. And the more I practice, the stronger I get, because of how quickly things change in this industry.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that front. I feel the same with computer science and data in general. Like, since I started my career coding, and by the way, I started studying as a software engineer. I hated databases, but I never coded a line of code, proper code, to save my life. I ended up as a data person without ever liking databases. But since that happened, like that bug of being able to look into data, infer insights from it, it's something that has always been there. It's always that you get access to a big data set, you cannot help but scratch that itch of, what can I learn from it?
Yeah.
And as the community is evolving, and of course, like, you are dependent on whatever LinkedIn decides to do with their algorithm, I know that you also have been looking into alternatives to expand and rebrand the community. Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, so we just relaunched datascientist.com, and I feel kind of bad over the time, because datascientist.com, I've been sitting on that domain for so long and not really done anything with it, as well as developing the group into a more engaging community. But yeah, in the last, just this year, I've decided I'm going to put more energy towards it. So datascientist.com, we've now launched a new membership option. Also, we haven't touched on this part of my life yet, but highly influenced by the Kingdom of Bhutan. I've spent a lot of time there, actually. I set up a company in 2017 called Bhutan Data Scientists, which had the mission of establishing a community of like-minded data scientists, slightly enlightened data scientists that only work on projects for the betterment of humanity. And it's gone on a roller coaster ride as well over the times. But now, with a mixture of my Bhutanese influence and the growing need for more mindful data scientists, we are establishing a monk mode membership program for data scientists. And yeah, we're rolling it out. It's available now. We're starting the pricing point at just $50 per year, and hoping to evolve that. We're treating it as a agile and iterative project itself. I want the members to help us build it into what it can be.
Yeah, that's a great thing. And I do want to touch upon a bit more on that part of your life story of Bhutan, which we kind of touched about when we had a previous call, but I want to deep dive a bit more. But before that, there is a recurrent segment in this show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest passes forward a question to another guest. And the question to you came from David. He works here in the Netherlands. He's a head of platform engineering. And he wanted to know, what was the one experience that made you choose this career in tech?
Yeah, so the one experience is hard because there's lots of points or defining moments in my life where I realized, when I look back, this is what's put me on the path. But if I was to put it down to one point in that specific, like answering that specific question about in tech, I actually got into tech late in life. I have friends that just, they're teenagers, they were just all about technology, and particularly, a little younger generation than me, because like I grew up, the first computer we had was Commodore 64, and even though I enjoyed it, I never felt like, this is for me. It wasn't until I discovered this game called Doom. I'm not sure if you remember this first person shooting game. Everything, and the zombies were going, and when I just wanted to play that. So I spoke to my friends. So at this time, I was just doing my diploma in biological lab techniques, but I had techie friends that was, this new game. So I wanted to install it, and I got this floppy disk. We had floppy disks back then. I put it in my computer, and it didn't work. So I had to bring my friend over. We didn't have mobile phones even back then. It's come on over and help. So he was like going into the DOS system, and I was like, wow, that's cool, man. That not only playing the game and seeing what the game could do, but how to set it up. And I wanted to be in a point where I knew what to do as well. And that really got me into tech. So that's when I decided to go back to university and do a degree in information technology. Because I've already had my diploma in biological lab techniques, I wanted to pick up on science as well. So I did my combined degree in science, majoring in biological sciences. I did really well in neuroscience, and a diploma in information technology, majoring in computer science. And I did really well in maths. I did really well in database management, and that just set me up for that role that I didn't know was coming, but it is now, the data scientist.
That's so cool. You just brought me back also to those days of CD Doom, Doom.exe. And to the young folks listening that don't know what a floppy disk is the save button. So it's the icon of the save button. They used to be plastic things that you would attach to your computer, and you could put a hole on the different side and get twice the memory size. No one knows why. It's pure magic, but it used to work quite good. For me, it was Doom and Duke Nukem 3D. Those are like the two big games that I spend many hours playing.
Yeah.
Cool. And now going back to the main topic that we were just discussing, because I really want to understand a bit more about that whole mission that you set out about getting data science in Bhutan. And I really like the quote that you just mentioned, getting some enlightened data scientists to work on projects for the betterment of mankind. How did that idea came to you? I see that you have some flags in the back as well. The people that are listening to this podcast, they will not be able to see it, but can you tell us a bit more about that story?
Definitely. Yeah, it's a really interesting part of my life. And yeah, I love culture and the mindset that comes around Bhutan. Bhutan is a small Himalayan kingdom above India, below China, and they are well known for their metric, which is the gross national happiness. So Fourth King put this forward back in the 1970s as he was a young kid king. He just been crowned. Unfortunately, his father passed away at an early age, so he had to take the reins. And yeah, he was at one, World Economic Development conference and people were telling him about how important GDP was. And he turned around and said, well, I think people should be looking at something like happiness. And he said, gross national happiness is more important than GDP, gross product. And that's when the media picked it up. And then, he, as a nation, drove that kingdom towards this new type of mindset, which is less materialistic and more wholesome, I feel. So, but to put it into context of how I got involved, I was working as a data scientist at Queensland University of Technology. We were doing some big data analytics. If you want to learn more about that, if you Google the word Australian Twitter sphere, you'll see what I was involved. We actually pulled in a lot of tweets that were just Australian as well as users, and mapped out what the Australian Twitter sphere looked like in terms of the people in the posts that they were making, or I should say tweets. But one day I submitted my jobs to the supercomputer, so I didn't have much more to do for the rest of the day. Decided to take the day off and head home. In order to get home, I would catch the train, but I'd get a courtesy bus from one campus to the other, because the other campus was right near the train. And as I hopped on in this mid-afternoon, beautiful spring day, for some reason the bus was packed. So I had to take a seat that was next to somebody. Normally I just head back and open my laptop, do a bit more while I'm in the bus. So I sat next to someone, and then he smiled at me, and then I kind of nodded and smiled. But then, just within a few seconds, he pulled out his phone. I said, excuse me, can you help me read this message? And it was one of those old, like Nokia phones. It wasn't like an iPhone or things. So it just had that display scrolling across. All these, it was like hieroglyphic characters to me, just like, I don't know what's going on with phones. But anyway, we started talking. He said he was from Bhutan. And I said, are you a student or are you a lecturer? He was like, I'm a student. I'm doing my PhD on happiness. And that was the first time I got to learn about G and H. I'd heard of Bhutan before, but I hadn't associated with this gross national happiness. And that really blew my mind as, what? Yeah, you can measure happiness? How it's so fleeting and changing. How do you do it? And then got really intrigued and curious to learn more about Bhutan and gross national happiness. And that was around 2014. I visited a couple of times each year. 2017, they just had started this FDI, or reworked their FDI policy, the foreign direct investment opportunities. So I took up that and invested and created Bhutan data scientists with that mission. So that's how that evolved. And will always be a direction, a kind of a lighthouse for me of which way I want to go as I further develop the community as well as my career.
Cool. And I think one of the recent posts that you posted out, which had a picture of you in Bhutan, and it was talking about this new monk membership that you set it up on datascientist.com. You mentioned a thing that I thought it was very interesting, is that what you saw there is that everyone had a mentor, and that had a very big impact on the way that they were growing. So how was that experience?
Well, the ancient wisdom that just is there, and you just kind of absorb this energy as being in Bhutan. And Bhutan's not the only place that holds this, but for me anyway, it resonates. So it was really like energetic just to observe this energy that comes from these things that you're talking about, mentorship and tradition. And they're also very innovative. So it's this mixture of innovation and tradition. I think that kind of encompasses what we're talking about in terms of membership, mentorship. So I see it strong in the temples and monasteries. There's always elder monks and younger monks. The younger monks like absorbing and learning, but taking that out of the context of a monastery and a temple and putting it into a field like data science is part of what I set out to do.
Yeah, it's almost like a similar thing that I've seen over my career, where kind of have your more senior developers that also share the knowledge with the most media developers. I was having a chat a while back for another podcast with our guest. He's from the US and he wrote a book called Minimum Viable SQL Patterns. And what he put in that book and that we were discussing, it was kind of vocal knowledge that when I started my career was being passed from seniors to more junior members, but no one ever wrote it down. And then there was like some tiny pieces of knowledge that you only shared when a situation like that would occur. So like we were going as crazy as optimizing little parameters on the database, but you didn't need it to do it all the time. So only when that very specific situation occurred, you would do it, and then you would share that knowledge to your juniors. And I think that's kind of an important thing in our industry, which is all about bringing the knowledge from the more senior, the more experienced people, not just because they have been here for a long time, but most of the times because they have experienced some hurdles, because we have a lot in this industry, that they can share those experiences. That's quite quite nice way to approach coaching and mentoring.
Definitely. And yeah, it's just obvious, like if someone's been around a few years longer than somebody else, there'll be things that they've learned that they can then turn around and pass back. And yeah, like you said, some things you can't even think about to write it down to say, oh yeah, if I have a mentee, I'm going to tell them this. It's more about working in this space and discovering how you solve the problems on the fly. So, but in addition to that, I like to talk about two aspects of mentorship. One is the traditional, which what we're talking about here is where you have a senior and a junior. But the peer-to-peer mentorship is the second type of mentorship we want to promote and set up behind the Monk Mode membership program, where you have people of similar experience and age, but still working and collaborating and shooting ideas around. So yeah, and not only at the point where we have to say, okay, you've got this amount of experience, you can be a peer-to-peer mentor with somebody else, the same sort of same category, but that student to mentor or the mentee to mentor relationship, I learn a lot from my students, my interns. Yeah, just because of how quickly things are changing, they tell me, these golden nuggets that come up maybe once a week. Yeah, and that puts me ahead as well.
Yeah, I think I heard from back to the analogy that you gave in the beginning, as you approach data science almost as a martial art, that you need to keep on doing it to keep current and not lose that muscle memory. I also heard from some people that do martial arts and they teach it, that teaching it is what helps them become even better, because when they are teaching, they're like, oh, okay, so this is the right way that we should do it. Even though I knew the theory, but I never really talked about it that good. And then doing it with the students, you also learn a lot. So that's quite nice.
Exactly.
And what is the project that you see, or what do you want to accomplish with this community in the next, let's say, 1 to 3 years?
Well, yeah, I have big goals, and I think that's part of my nature is to go big. And I want to transform what is now the LinkedIn group into a real engaging community. And what that means is just more interaction and more long-term relationships. So when you set up a network connection, it's something that kind of committed to having frequent interactions with the group, whether it is just coming and looking and seeing what's happening, or it's posting, interacting with content, or it's coming to our knowledge jams. So I haven't mentioned that yet, but as part of the program, we run weekly knowledge jams where we just all come together and level up together, brainstorming and improvising the agenda, what it is. So I want to hit 1 million members by the end of next year, 2026. And that's driving me and motivating me to get up sometimes early in the morning and do these podcasts.
That sounds like a really good and a round number goal. And yes, for the people listening, it's what, 5 a.m. for you at this moment?
Yeah, well, we're coming up to 5:45 now, but we did start at 5.
Yeah, and it's kind of also something that can be a bit of a hurdle for you, since most of this community is so international and you have to deal with so many time zones. So how are you doing to, besides waking super early to talk with people, what other things have you looked into to try to keep the community engaged and maybe have those sessions organized in different time zones?
Well, yeah, I do have different time sets in the day. So the morning session, the afternoon session, and an evening sessions. But beautiful part is, like, as I mentioned before, I don't see it as a job. It's not 9 to 5 for me. So I can take a few hours off in the middle of the day if I want. But yeah, it is my life now. So all I do is be a data scientist and sleep. So yeah, I like to sleep 8 hours. I do have a bedtime, and my alarm every morning goes off at 7. So I go to bed at 11. My alarm goes off at 7. So I try to get that 8 hours sleep. Of course, it takes time to fall asleep, and usually I'm up earlier. But yeah, that block time, which is a big part of my development career and also the training things as I teach others, is to really get good at block time, and that includes sleep.
Cool. And going a bit more on the advice mode, because one of the things that I always like to do with this podcast is to capture some knowledge from people in the industry and someone that maybe have something good to share, like a mentor to most of the folks listening out there. What advices would you share with your younger self starting a journey in data science, knowing what you know now?
Yeah, I saw that question and I wasn't sure how to answer it, because some part of where I am right now, I just love where I am. And if I had have made or interfered with the past life, made some different decisions and been on a different trajectory, as people have asked me, what is a data scientist over the years, I've come up with my own model of an ascendance model, where it's a 3 ascendance model. The first is you decide you want to pursue data science as a career, so that's an aspiring data scientist. The second is a professional data scientist, where you're actually hired as a data scientist and you get the title on your business card or whatever, data scientist. And the third is the independent data scientist, where you can be, like I am now, a digital nomad and travel the world and work on projects that you choose and be with people you love. So yeah, if I went back, I'd give myself advice to stick at that professional data scientist. Early on, I became an independent data scientist, and there's a lot of wins, but also hassles that come with that. So yeah, I think I'd give myself some more time to sit in that professional data scientist role, work for companies, perhaps like Google or Amazon, but then always have that mission and vision to become an independent data scientist.
Yeah, I think that's a great piece of advice and a great way for us to end this podcast. But before I let you go, if people want to know more about Troy, more about the data science community that you are growing and this Monk membership program, what is the best way for them to do so?
Yeah, the best way is to join the group on LinkedIn. My name is very, Googleable. So if you Google me, I'll come up. And yeah, reach out on LinkedIn. If you're not a direct, enough network connections in between, join the group. You'll always be open to joining the group, no matter how degrees of separation we have on LinkedIn. I'll see you there, and you'll get approved. Usually it takes a few days, can take up to 3 days to get approval through. But if you be patient and you join, you'll be able to interact with me through the group. But of course, datascientist.com. Just come to the website. There's some free training material there, and there's a direct chat that you can post a question, and I'll be able to answer all your questions and connect with you.
Cool, and I'll make sure to add all of those links to the show notes. And if we can dig up maybe the ones that you mentioned about the work that you are doing on gathering the tweets, if that is out there somewhere in the interwebs, maybe it's a good one also to share with the folks that are listening and interested to know more. Again, Troy, Thank you so much for coming to the podcast and having this chat with me.
It's been wonderful, Huey. Thank you so much.
And to everyone still listening to the podcast, keep your model sharp and see you again away from the keyboards. Welcome back everyone to another great episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that matches ethical AI with experts in the field to bring you the best episode possible. Our guest today is Suvianna. She is the founder of AI for Change Foundation, a global movement dedicated to advancing ethical and responsible AI adoption across the globe. She is also the chairperson for the oldest football club in Puri with over 100 years old. If you managed to hear this episode on the day that it went live, both me and Suvianna will be attending the TechX 2025 event in Rai, Amsterdam. So if you are around, find us and tell us what you thought about this episode. We got a great one aligned for you today. So without any further ado, Suvianna, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Since last time we spoke, I've been looking a bit more into what you were doing, and we are going to speak in a conference very soon, and how that whole journey to lead you to now have a foundation called AI for Change. So it got me very curious. How did it all start? How was your journey to arrive at this place?
My background is actually in law. Always been really interested about human rights, and I thought that I'm gonna work for United Nations or something like that. But life happens, and I was testing different business ideas and so on. And a couple of years ago, I got really into AI. I was building these kind of custom AI bots for education companies and so on. And that time I also started to also research more about, how the other side of the AI, because I was in that hype as well, like what AI can do and the potential and so on. But also then I started to research more about the dangers of AI and so on. And I felt like there was nothing in the middle, like there was a lot of hype and there was a lot of fear. I was thinking why there's not enough talk about how we can use AI, understand the potential, but also the risk, and find a middle ground how we can use it. And beginning of this year, I started AI for Change Foundation, which is basically promoting this responsible and ethical use of AI for organizations through different workshops, toolkits, and also we have this event AI for Change coming up in this November in Helsinki, but also online. So yeah, it's been a journey, and I thought that this was gonna be a side project, but this is now more than my full-time job.
And what was the first thing that got you really interested in AI? What was the catalyzer?
I think it's about the potential, what it can do, how it can change the world. I've always been really optimistic, really curious what kind of things we can do with AI, matter of research, cures for rare diseases and so on. So I think that was the thing, like how we can also use it in our own, life, how I can become better person, learn better, save time and so on. So I think that was the thing, the potential.
Because as you mentioned as well, it's like a lot of people just talk about the AI and a lot of other people just talk about the loomers, but I also have a similar feeling as you, like, yeah, this is probably going to be the best thing for us, and it's going to be not as good as the hypers put it and not as loomy as the loomers put it, but something in the middle that is going to be a great accelerator for everyone, not just for people in IT, maybe in every sector, the same way as the internet was a great advancement like a couple of decades past.
Exactly, and I feel like, of course, we are still beginning of this AI adaptation and so on. A lot of things are coming up, and this space is moving so fast. But I'm really excited what is, the future will hold. But also I hope that there would be more talk about how we can use it more responsibly.
And before we move a bit more into a deeper discussion, we have a recurrent segment on the show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest gets the chance to pass forward a question to another guest. And the question to you comes from our previous guest, Troy. He is a data scientist and the owner of the community datascientist.com. And he wanted to ask, we all have routines, but what would you say is your go-to healthy ritual to keep you effective in your work?
I would say it's fasting. I really love the benefits of fasting, especially when I have like a lot of meetings and it's easier to also travel when you don't have to think about airport food and so on. So I would say fasting, it helps also memory, like, my brain and so on. So it has to be that.
That's cool. That's also one of my favorite things to do. That's why doing a podcast at lunchtime is great, because then I get to skip lunch. Yeah.
Exactly.
And as we spoke about the last time, one of the things that you have been involved is in the football club. So what can you tell us about that journey so far?
Yeah, it's been a wild journey. So the thing is that my husband always been really enthusiastic about football. He aimed to be a professional in his, teens and so on. So football is part of our daily life at home. And he also was playing in one team here in my city. And the ex-chairman said that he gonna quit the team, and my husband always had a dream that he want to have our own football club. So he asked me like, hey, there's an opportunity that we, if we gonna do this together and we're gonna have a football club. And I said, yeah, why not? This sounds interesting. So that was the thing what leads me to having our own football club.
And you mentioned before it had to do with also your passion to bring ethical to other organizations, and that kind of matches up also what you are trying to do with AI. So how do you explain that kind of the role to people that never heard of it? What is an ethical AI advocate, and why is that an important thing in today's AI landscape?
Yeah, it's really a great question. We can think about AI ethics in the way that it combines AI and ethics. And ethics is, of course, the fundamental questions about what is right, what is wrong, what is don't cause harm and so on. So in terms of what I do is basically advocating these organizations like startups and other companies to use AI responsibly, understand their blind spots, understand that their employees understand how to use AI responsibly, what not to put there, understand the privacy things, the risks, and also that the AI has to be transparent, and also they have to really learn how to use it, and also there's enough training about how they can actually use it in their organization effectively, because many companies right now, it's a really trendy thing just to take any kind of AI tool into use and then just think about it like what we were actually aiming for. So I think it's also important to also understand that what we are actually aiming for, what is the goals, and how we can take the whole team into this and make it work for them.
Yeah, and I think one of the important points there, as well as you mentioned, is kind of what are the pitfalls, and not really the downsides of using AI, but what are the things where AI is not that great, that it's still going to give you an answer anyway, but it probably is not going to be the best one. So which experience did you already have, for example, with a customer that you can share that is not confidential?
Yeah, the one of the things that it comes to my mind is that AI is really good with the data. It can give you answers based on data. But when it comes to decision making and actually understand the things in multi-perspective, and especially when these kind of decisions involves people's important things. So I think that has to be more talk about also how, people always have to supervise AI. Always has to be a human in the loop. So it's not that you can outsource everything on AI system and so on. It's something that needs to be trained all the time tested by independent testers and so on. So this is more like a ongoing thing for each organization to understand and stay also ahead of the trends of AI.
Yes, because one of the things that we've seen with all this hype is that, AI is going to replace all software engineers or insert role here because all roles will be replaced by AI. But what you just touch upon is a very important point, that there always needs to be a human in the loop. And as someone that has used AI before to generate code and maybe even build applications, I've seen that not always it gives me exactly what I want. And if I don't have the right knowledge about what I'm doing and being able to look at it with critical eyes, I'm going to put something in my code base, because in this example, I'm just talking about code, that will not be good or that will not be performant. It will just create bugs. But I think a similar parallel can be done for any other decisions that companies are doing while asking AI to take all of this data and then give me a decision in the end, right?
Yeah, definitely. And what you said about critical thinking, this is something I'm really passionate about, really to remind people that we cannot lose our ability to think critically. And one of the things is that what makes us also humans. Yeah, AI will replace many of the jobs, but do we want to outsource our thinking as well? It's another question and so on. So I think this is something that we have to be careful, that we cannot trust whatever that AI, tool gives you. It can hallucinate, it can give you wrong information and so on. So that makes me also really concerned about like younger generations, because they don't have that kind of ability to understand what might be real and so on. But also it requires more training on AI literacy. We have to understand what we can trust, what we cannot, and so on. So it's really important, like idea to think about it. What will happen to our thinking in the future if AI will do that as well?
Indeed, AI literacy is the kind of the pinnacle of what you just touch upon, because we still see it today. Like humans, grown-ups will still fall prey to many scams that have existed since the beginning of time. It's not about lack of knowledge existing in the internet or being shared by family members. It's just a lack of awareness. These people are not really aware. They don't have the literacy where maybe someone comes and explain, hey, this is how a pyramid scheme works. If you are seeing something similar, you're probably in a pyramid scheme, right? And it's the same thing with AI. Just because it gives you an answer, look at it carefully, because this may be not what AI is really good at. For example, an LLM, right? And we saw it many times, I think, in the beginnings, where it couldn't even count the number of R's in a strawberry, right? So it does have their own, peculiarities. Let's put it like that. It's a tool like any other tool, which is good for many things, but it's also not a golden goose that is going to be good for everything.
Yeah, definitely. And what you also mentioned about this, how easy is to scam people nowadays. Even I'm deeply in this AI bubble. Sometimes when I see something fast on social media, sometimes I have to think, is this really real? So I'm just thinking how easily, these kind of deep fakes and this space is moving so fast. They are getting so good. So this is also a big concern, that we have to start to educate ourselves what is real and what is not. And especially for older generations, they get scammed so easily and so on. So this is something that we need better regulation, that these things cannot harm people and they lose their money, or even worse.
We see it all the time. People getting scammed by people that they don't even know. And now with AI, you can get a deep fake of someone that you know. and that's not going to be an easy detect for someone that doesn't have the literacy to discern what these kind of capabilities of AI are yet. Super. And one of the things that I wanted to check with you is, how do you see the future of AI in the next couple of years? Like, what is exciting you from what you see out there in the AI world?
What makes me happy right now that I see that responsible AI is being taken more seriously. More companies are really wanting to invest in this, and they see it also as a part of how to build trust and so on. So this makes me, I see a little bit hope in that. Of course, I hope that this development would be more focused on AI for good and so on, not just for few profits and so on. I would like to see more startups doing more things with the AI for good and what we can actually build with this. It's hard to, of course, say where this space will go because it's moving so rapidly. What I'm hoping that we can have open conversations with that includes everyone, not just like few engineers and so on. That would this space need more views and perspective from different angles, different kind of people with different backgrounds, nations and so on. So I think it's really important to keep this conversation going, and also think that this technology belongs to all of us, not just few companies. So I think it's important that we have a space where we can ask questions and also express if we have a stupid question or whatever, that people will feel that is valued as well.
And we've seen recently some news from even Switzerland, where they kind of trained their new AI model completely on green energy using their own machines, and basically all under public data and making it available, which I thought was super cool, as open source for the community. So I'm curious, what are your feelings around the open source versus closed source LLM models for the betterment of mankind?
Yeah, that the Switzerland thing was amazing. I think it should be inspiration for all of us. So what they done is amazing, and I wish to see more this kind of innovation going on, especially now when we have new regulations in Europe with the European Union AI Act. So I want that we will see this as a innovating or using open source and so on. I feel like there's a huge opportunity for startups and like even for students to use these models for something good and break the boundaries a bit with AI, what is possible and so on, because it's really amazing to see new things coming like this with Switzerland.
Yeah, it was a super cool news that just came out like a couple of weeks ago, that I think it's a really good step forward, where it's not backed by a big corporation with monetary incentives. It's a nation country that use their own public data and some other pieces of public data with their own public infrastructure, and just creating a model that can be shared with the world. And for you, Suvianna, what is AI helping you on your day-to-day basis? How are you using it?
In this point, I try to be really thoughtful how I use it. I don't want to rely too much. Of course, I have to use it the potential, like it can save some time or so on. But the thing is that I don't want to also rely too much on anything. I want to keep my thoughts mine, and also not to get influenced too much about what AI tools are feeding me. I want to keep that for my thoughts and my thinking. But I use many AI tools for scheduling, for note taking and so on. Right now I'm a little bit like let's say more conscious about what new AI tools I use. I like to test them, but also I feel like it takes some time to really get used with certain tools and how you can actually benefit them. And I feel like in this right now it feels like there's new AI tools coming every day, so people might feel a little bit like, like too much, too fast all the time. So I feel like also a little bit about that, but I use some tools, but I don't want to rely on them too much.
Yeah, I have a similar feeling. I like using them, like both LLMs and other stuff like Whisper models to do transcription of the podcast for myself, but I don't want to also rely too much on them. Do you have a favorite one that you use?
I really like Comma. It's super nice to make, for example, presentations for clients or because I like the visual parts. It's not like super heavy on AI because I don't like that. I like to keep the words that I use, but it's really nice, like how you can use the visuals and so on. So it's pretty boring answer, but I like Comma a lot.
It's not boring at all. All of us have our own favorite ones. I think for me, as someone that codes a bit more, it's kind of Copilot, and somehow I have more of an affinity towards Claude 3.5, which is an old model more than the other ones. I don't know why. It kind of feels like it's the only one that does exactly what I ask him to do. All the other ones go around the place, but it's cool. So Comma is like a PowerPoint type presentation tool.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I try to use like PowerPoint, but it's like you lose your mind because it's so old-fashioned and so on. But Gamma is really, really nice, and you can make fast presentations, like really cool.
Nice. And you have been in leadership roles, and at the same time, you are also trying to lead this change for AI by making it more ethical and available to people with literacy and so on. So I'm curious, what is the most important lesson in leadership that you have heard so far, or that you had so far, that you feel comfortable sharing with us?
It's a really great question. I think is that don't lose your values and cores. Because if you think about it, I built this AI for Change Foundation through a basic course and principles. So it's something that I want to keep up. I want to honor them and not just go where it might be financially beneficial, so on. So I feel like being true to yourself, to your mission, and I don't mind to disagree with people or with companies and so on. I think what I'm aiming for is important, and it's our mission, and I want to stay true to that.
I like that one, because I also have that feeling like if you have a clear mission and a clear set of values, everything just becomes way easier to share across customers, colleagues, co-workers, and getting everyone aligned into that. Do you also apply the same for the football club?
Yeah, actually I was just talking today with my husband, and he said something that he has to have a difficult conversation with somebody, and I said to him, this is about leadership. Sometimes you have to tell bad news, and you cannot please everybody at the same time all the time. You have to set clear boundaries and rules, and everybody has to follow that. So that is part of it that in a sense that it applies to here as well.
Yeah, it's an inevitability of every leadership role. Doesn't matter where you are going to have fun conversations, and you're going to have less fun conversations. It's part of the role. Cool. And if you could travel back in time, let's say that AI in the next couple of years figures out how to travel back in time, and you could take a piece of advice and give it to your younger self, what would that be?
Really great question. I would like to say that start using AI earlier, but actually I was starting to use AI pretty early, but maybe even earlier. I'm talking about 5-10 years ago. Get some sort of understanding of AI, and I think that would help a lot today to basically the adaptation and so on. And yeah, I think that one.
Cool. And if you could give an advice to our listeners that are listening now about AI and how they should be approaching AI in their careers and in their near future, what would you have to share?
I would like to share that, of course, AI is the future. You have to understand how to, use it for your benefit, take advantage of it, of course. But also it's important to understand how AI works, how it's making the decisions or the answers that it's giving you. Have some sort of knowledge about AI systems, how they are affecting many things and so on, and use it responsibly. Don't just put everything out there. Use it more critically. I know it is hard because it's hard to find that perfect middle ground, but I would just say that you have to test and try, but also keep in mind how you can use it responsibly and also ethically.
Yeah, because it's kind of a disadvantage that we have with humans, that when the speech looks like normal speech, we can give it a bit more meaning. And in reality, when you start thinking about it, these are just statistical models using tokens and arriving to a certain conclusion. So as humans, we sometimes fall prey to other humans just because they have nice words and they explain things eloquently. The same can happen with AI. So yeah, pay a lot of attention to what you're reading from the AI and don't over rely on AI. I think they are two great pieces of advice. And I think that's a great way for us to leave everyone in this show. But before we go, if people want to know more about what you are doing, know more about Suvianna in general and AI for Change, what is the best place for them to do so?
I post quite often on LinkedIn, so you can find me Suvianna Grecu there. And also we have other social medias where you can follow AI for Change Foundation on LinkedIn and Instagram as well. And it's just AI for Change Foundation.
Super. Suvianna, thank you so much for coming to the podcast and having this chat with me. And hopefully we'll see each other personally very soon in the TechX event.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me.
It was a pleasure. And to everyone that is still listening out there, don't forget to pet your AI agents, and see you again away from the keyboards. Welcome back to another great episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that gives you tips and tricks on how to get your CV on top of the recruiter's pile. I am your host, Rui, and today I am joined by Amanda Koop. She is a recruiter and a talent acquisition leader with over 12 years of experience, working for enterprises, startups, and scale-ups, scaling up their teams. So if you are curious on how to get your CV on top of the pile, this episode is for you. And if you're not, share it with someone that may be in need of this help. Okay, enough babbling from my side, so without any further ado, Amanda Koop, welcome to the show.
Yeah, hello, thank you.
Since the first time that we spoke, I have always been interested about the people that work in our industry, in the recruitment side, and I always have a curiosity of how did it all started for you? So what is your background? How did you end up doing recruitment for tech and building your own company?
Yes, I think like many other recruiters, it's not something that you search or study for or really prepare for. It's something that you fall into, and that was exactly my experience as well. I actually remember, I think I was around 14 or 15 years old, and my father was mentioning to his friends that I could be a really great headhunter. He saw some diplomacy in the way that I was communicating with people, but also being really curious, asking a lot of questions, and maybe just my communication style led him to realizing that, hey, maybe that could be something for me. But honestly, it never really stuck. Though I thought back to it once I did end up in the industry, and I thought, hey, my father actually had a point. No, but I would say I studied social psychology at university. I did that in Loughborough in England. And at the moment, I did that because it was the most interesting topic for me. Not because I wanted to become a psychologist or do anything specifically about that degree, but I really like the idea of understanding how individuals are formed and behave as a result of society and societal interactions. And a lot of that also involved doing a lot of research, but also a lot of data collection. And through that, I was actually doing a lot of interviews to collect that, I would say, qualitative data to be able to create my thesis and things like that. So in hindsight, when I did end up going into the agency side first on recruitment, I was able to start making some links indirectly then with my study. So a bit on the data collection, the interviewing, but also, of course, the understanding people and how people operate within society. There are definitely some links, but honestly, I looked at it in hindsight, as opposed to being very directive and saying, hey, this social psychology degree is going to make me a great recruiter. Actually, when I was looking for jobs, I was just looking at what could be a great fit. And at that moment, a lot of people in London were looking for recruitment agents. So yeah, that's how I kind of rolled into it. I spent the first 2.5 years working in London across 2 different recruitment agencies. And I touched on recruiting for different domains. Digital analytics, but also creative design, advertising, worked on supporting headhunting for a variety of roles. And I really enjoyed the point of finding people, talking to people, understanding what their motivations are, and then matching that to a specific company. But I noticed that the agency environment itself was not really my thing. So extremely commercial, to the point where even when I think I spent for one role about like 2-3 months finding a creative director for an established organization, and then finally made that match. I was super proud. Everyone was super happy about like a really quality match. And then the director pats me on my back and he said, okay, what's next? Great done, but what's next? And it just kind of deflated me, you know? And I thought, man, like we really made something that's going to make like a huge, maybe 3 to 5 year impact for that organization. We don't really stand still on it. It was more about, this is the amount of money I'm billing this organization as a result of that. That's where the tap of the back came from. And then we move on. And after experiencing that too much, I realized something's missing. You know, like it should not only be about the looking at people as like with like money tags. It should be looking at more in-depth or like more creative aspect of it, or creative, I would say, quality aspect of it. So with some personal life decisions, I then decided to move back to the Netherlands and also to move away from the agency side and see what in-house recruitment looks like. And honestly, I've never looked back. I think with in-house recruitment, it really goes full circle, because you're not just responsible for filling like a specific role and you're just like an external partner. No, you're actually internal. So you're fully accountable for making sure that you're hiring someone that's not just right for the moment, but that's going to be right for a long time and that's going to have a huge impact. And you don't just share that candidate and then they work there and you never talk to them again. No, they become your colleagues. You're actually gonna partner with them on hiring on the future or something. It's so much more wholesome. It's so much more full or complete, I would say. I really never looked back. And essentially, even though I never intended to go into recruitment, I really found that my personality, my communication skills, but also my curiosity for how people work, it still fits really well into this role. So I think I will still continue making a big career out of this.
I think when I had Justin in the podcast, he has also worked as a recruiter for an agency, and then he is now working in-house as a recruiter. And one of the things that he said was like, the environment is so different from when you go from recruitment to in-house. And for him, the thing that was the biggest shocker is that the first day that he started, no one was picking up the phones and calling people to just get leads. So I'm curious, what was your first experience when you moved from agency to in-house?
Yeah, I think the metrics for sure are very different. So when you are working on the agency, I remember it's all about quantity, and volume. Like regardless of how you are calling someone or how you are writing a message to someone, you have to get 50 new leads. You have to do 50 calls to candidates. It was all about the volume instead of on the how. And then when I went in-house, there was much more time to actually delve into understanding the business, understanding the teams, building relationships internally, and then going into improving or increasing your volume when it comes to reaching out to candidates, when it comes to organizing interviews, things like that. So in some ways, the metaphor, you sharpen the knife first. I never really felt like I got the time to do that at the agency side. There was just their motto or their ethos was, the more you do, the more you will get out of it, no matter how. But with the agency side, you really get the opportunity to sharpen your knife first and then go for the kill, then skill, then get that increase in hiring going, but with quality, right? So yeah, it's a very different approach, I would say.
Awesome. And before we move any further, we have a recurrent segment in the show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest gets to pass forward a question to another guest. And the question to you comes from Suvianna Grecu. She's the founder of AI for Change, and her question is, in the world of AI, with ChatGPT writing most of the CVs, it seems like the work of a recruiter is harder than before. How are you triaging the good from the not so good CVs?
Yeah, so being honest, for me, the way that I look at CVs has not necessarily changed. As a recruiter, for me, it's still super important to look at what the must-have criteria is. Often quickly honing in on things like the technical skills, maybe specific languages if they write about that, and that's a must-have for the role. Potentially the location if we are bound to specific locations. And of course, then we would look deeper. So I would really look into the overall work history. And for that, obviously, my advice would be to be explicit about what it is that you've done at a company. Too often, I find that CVs might be quite limiting, but you don't want to have recruiters have to take assumptions on who you are and what you've done, right? You need to make sure that you are listing the right keywords, but within the right context, and also sharing what you actually did within that context yourself, as opposed to maybe as part of a team, and what the actual results or output was of you specifically. And the more obvious and clear you can make that for a recruiter, the better I would say your CV is, at least in terms of interpreting it for suitability. And ultimately, a good CV is one where we can quite easily understand if you're going to be a good fit or not. What I would consider to be not a good practice for CVs, and what I see applicants doing nowadays to try and kind of like battle this AI machine they think they're doing, is to start writing random keywords on the CV, but that don't necessarily link to any of the experiences that they have. When a recruiter would look at that, they would probably question, why are they writing these keywords? Because it doesn't translate to the rest of their experience. And in some cases, I even had where I noticed candidates putting in like white fonted keywords on a white piece of paper, so that the system would interpret that information and maybe parse it to come up quicker on the results. But ultimately, us as recruiters never found it back unless we like maybe selected the words and then found out that they were doing this kind of like hidden trick. Well, I can tell you, if you're caught out on this, it looks completely unprofessional. It makes us actually doubt whether you have those skills at all, and it brings discredibility to your profile. So I would say to be good on the CV front, be very specific, be clear, give enough context, and try to avoid any kind of like trickery around font changes, adding random keywords, because it's really not going to help you in the long term.
Cool. And you have been working in different domains. Like we talked about it before when we had our first call. You went from cyber to EV. You've been working together with startups and other corporates. So how has that experience been so far? Like, do you notice differences between the industries in terms of some being more conservative than others? How is that experience?
100% there's differences, which I've really enjoyed seeing and experiencing. But funnily enough, in some ways, I would say that it's not per se even domain dependent on how an organization behaves. What I notice is that a lot of it has to do with really like who is on the leadership team or on the executive board. What mindset do they have on recruitment, and what are their wishes when it comes to recruitment? You know, for some organizations, recruitment really was not a priority, whereas for others, HR and recruitment really had a seat on the table. And of course, the domain sometimes does have a role to play, but that is more than in the context of how popular is that organization within that domain. So if you have an organization that's at the top of their game within that domain, has a big employer brand, has been established for decades or years, they're going to have a different approach to recruitment and maybe different investment in recruitment than those who are early starters in the field or that don't really have a big name or have huge competition within their field. They will have to position recruitment differently, and they will have to spend more time on that probably as well in a more tactful way. So yeah, I noticed from the leadership perspective, but also the company presence, establishment, popularity, that there's yeah, a huge difference in how you recruit.
That's interesting because I didn't thought about it in that sense. That yeah, but it makes a lot of sense. Like your executive team is basically guiding the vision that of how the company is going to be and how the recruitment is going to be. I was just focusing more on the industries and the roles itself, but that makes much sense. Which leads me to my follow up. Like looking back into what you do and what engineers think you do, what do you think it's a misconception that exists from the other side, from the engineers about recruitment and recruiters in general?
Yeah, so many misconceptions, unfortunately. And honestly, these are things not only from like the public, from like the candidate perspective, but also internally within the organization. Because if, for example, leadership has never really worked with a proper in-house team of strategic recruiters, they probably also are still sharing a lot of assumptions that the overall general market is having of recruitment. And that might potentially be very much led by the interactions that they would have had with agency side recruiters, as opposed to what they would have had in-house. But yeah, just to name a few that I can think of would be, we don't really care about the candidates, which I think is false. Of course, sometimes a recruiter might be super overloaded with work, and if they're stretched on maybe 20 different jobs to fill on one moment, of course, they're not going to be able to be your like, know everything about you, remember everything about you at that moment, to be your full advocate. But they always have the interest to be that, because in the end of the day, it's about matching two parties, not just about qualifying one way, right? And in that, it's the recruiter's role to be your advocate and to make sure that you're making the right decision on joining us or not in the end of the day as well. The degree to how much questions a recruiter is going to ask you, or how much they're going to follow up with you throughout an interview process, very much depends on the amount of time that they have available. But generally, a good in-house recruiter will be caring about you as a candidate, and you're not just a number or an application, if that makes sense. And next to that, I think also the point now coming up the last few years is that we are robots, and that we don't even manually even review CVs anymore, or even make decisions as human beings. I can tell you that's definitely false. I have heard that in bigger organizations that yes, there's definitely AI being used to augment some of the work, to maybe help create a short list of the most relevant CVs based on the applications that they receive, especially in organizations where they get maybe hundreds or thousands of applications for one role. It makes sense that you would maybe use some form of AI to help you like filter out the most relevant, so you can focus your time on those first. But that does not mean that the recruiter is not looking at all of the applications. Often they will be looking through everything, but yeah, there's only so much time they have, right? So they need to be smart with who they're then going to interview and who they're not. Do I think that we can do a better job as recruiters to make it look more human? 100%. Because I still see a lot of recruiters ghosting applicants, or sending very generic emails back after their interviews have completed or after they submitted their application. But yeah, actually, AI and some tools that we have in ATS right now allow for us to be more human with these things. So if we as recruiters do better on using those tools better, then hopefully it will also provide more of that human experience that everyone's looking for. But what I'm saying here is that even though, yes, robots are being used to some degree to help augment the work that we're doing, there's always still a human behind it. And as far as I know, there are no interviews fully happening without any human element involved. You will still have at least an interview with the recruiter or with some people from the business before the business makes the decision on who gets hired or not.
Yeah, that's an interesting part, because in the essence, you really want to accompany the person, because, well, recruitment is an expensive endeavor. Like, we are putting a lot of time and effort on trying to find the candidate, and you want to make sure that the candidate is also happy going into the company, because otherwise, if they leave after 2 months, well, you need to go over the process all over again, and that's going to be very expensive to the company. And if you want to bring some automation and some AI into the mix that can save your time on some remedial tasks that you do all the time, it also frees you to be able to pursue more time talking with the candidates. And I think that's one of the interesting misconceptions, because we all know that Google has been doing that for like a decade or something. Like, they have been reviewing CVs automatically with bots even before LLMs became cool. So yeah, it's kind of a curious thing. Now that ChatGPT is kind of the big thing on the market, everyone just thinks everyone is being replaced by a robot. So leads me to follow up for you is, how is AI helping you, Amanda, in your day-to-day? on getting rid of maybe some remedial tasks that you do or repetitive tasks that you do?
Yeah, so I will say that at the moment we got the open source generative AI like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and things like that. Definitely, I've been using that to my advantage, and I would say it's more so in the area of firstly note taking and transcribing. So there's something called MetaView, which unfortunately I've never fully worked within an organization, but I got the chance to pilot for a month with my team at a previous organization. And that really was augmenting the interview process in such that you would have a video interview online with the candidate and maybe the business owner. It gets recorded by MetaView, but then also automatically transcribed, and in a very objective way. So it's not making any decisions about what is being said. It's just the word for word, literally transcribing what's there. And then at the back end for us, we actually get the opportunity to query with the chatbot of MetaView to understand, hey, at what point did this candidate reference so-and-so topics within that call? And it will just factually show you the moment in that interview when they were talking about that. So it's not making any decision for you in that regard, but it's making it very easy for you to get back to understanding what happened in that interview. And for me, I think that's next level, purely because, when we are humans and doing interviews, our memory recall is not going to be great. Typically, after one day, 70% of your memory recall is already gone. And we all know that not everyone is great note takers anyway. You'd rather be focused on the call, be present with the human instead of taking notes. So all of that needed to be improved anyway. And this is where AI really came in and perfected it, I would say. Because, the hiring manager or the recruiter doesn't have to think about any note-taking anymore. There's no subjectivity because it's just word for word based on what the recording shows. So, I think it's a great evolution for more objective hiring, and through that also reducing the biases that come to play when we were taking our own notes, if that makes sense. On a personal level, I also use something called Granola, and that's also kind of like a note taker. And I use that for when I go to events or meetups. It helps also audio record, I would say, the environment at that moment. And then it creates an amazing summary of everything that happened. So not like with MetaView where you would look at it bit by bit. I think it does provide that functionality. But for me, just to get a quick summary of all the talks that I went to, it's been a game changer for me because it also allows for me to be fully present instead of writing away as I always did on those conferences. And then another point, using things like ChatGPT or Claude, for example, a lot with content generation. So optimizing job descriptions, making it more relevant for the specific target audience, making it more inclusive, but also internal communications like setting up business cases for initiating new recruitment programs, and also for creative side, so coming up with new imagery or short videos. It's really on the content side that it's really helped me produce more in a much quicker time frame.
Yeah, that's cool, because I think that's where AI can really help out. Like everyone says that AI is going to replace everyone and all of those doomsday sayers. But I think the good use cases for AI is when you have someone that is already creative, but maybe doesn't have the skill set to go on and edit video or editing images, but knows exactly what they want, and then they can do it via prompt, and then you just generate your images and videos.
Exactly.
I really like what you mentioned about the transcription, because as someone that also records a lot of audio pieces, like a podcast, one of the biggest problems that always exists is, I know that we talked about subject X and I would like to cut it out and maybe make a short out of it or something like that. And the biggest problem is that searching something in video or in audio, it's quite difficult. But if you have a transcribe, like text search is something that we already solved decades ago. So it's a really cool use case.
Exactly. Thanks.
Super. And you also decided along the way to start working for yourself, and you are an entrepreneur. Can you tell me a little bit about that journey so far?
Yeah, of course. So just to give a quick recap, I think 2.5 years I was on the agency side. Then I decided to move in-house, and I did that for about 8.5 years as an employee then across 2 organizations before I realized or toyed with the idea of going freelance. And at that moment in time for me, though of course the financial aspect of it is great, other things were more leading in that. And that was more on the kind of freedom to decide who I work with, how long I work with them, on what conditions I work with them. It's just a bit more freedom in, sorting my own private life along with work next to that. And I was also very curious to understand what would happen when I look at working with a company as a client as opposed to as them being my employer. I think what we often find in organizations is that it can get fairly political, maybe sometimes even toxic. And I'm not to say that that's always going to be your experience, but more often than not, I'm sure people have experienced that. And ideally, you try to avoid it, you navigate it, but you don't get too involved. And in my cases, I found it sometimes a little bit difficult to not get involved, just because I felt such a deep responsibility for the company that I was working for, which in itself is obviously slightly toxic. I know that, and it's something that I've been working on to not get too involved and just, see it as work, right? But next to that, I also was just wondering then, hypothetically, as a freelancer, could I switch that off, right? Could I just say, but yeah, this is just a product, this is just a client that I'm servicing, instead of, this is my identity, this is my only company that I'm representing, if you get what I mean. So that was my biggest hypothesis I had going into freelancing. And then also the point of learning from different companies at a much quicker pace. So before that, I was working 5.5 years at one organization and then 2.5 or so years in another place. What would it be like to quickly ramp up and only add value for 3 to 6 months and then move on to the next, right? It's a whole different challenge in itself. And I felt like it was the right time to try it out. So yeah, these were some of the reasons that I decided to go freelancing.
That's an interesting point, because it gives you the exposure to different companies, different people, different ways of working and businesses that are being run. And as an individual, I can see that's an amazing training to have, right?
Indeed. It's not, I would say that if you are experienced in what you're doing, you're very clear on what service you would like to offer, and that's also expected of you, then yes, it should be fairly straightforward on how you're going to apply yourself in that organization. But you do need to stand your ground. You do need to be proactive, and you do need to stay very focused on delivery, because that is what they're expecting as a freelancer, that you're coming in quick, adding in value quick. The amount of onboarding time you would normally get in another organization as an employee will be much longer than it is you as a freelancer. So yeah, there's definitely a change in urgency again in the professionalism of how you join from day one. But yeah, if you're very good at what you do, and that's exactly the things you also want to do as a freelancer, it will all come into place.
And what would be your advice for someone that is thinking about starting their freelance role? Because I think from what you're saying, it seems like one of the superpowers that enabled you to be successful was you already had some experience, like a lot of experience doing agency work, doing in-house work, and that kind of gave you already some leg up to be able to do it freelance. So what kind of advice would you have for someone that is maybe starting up, maybe in the middle of their journey as well as a recruiter, and they are thinking, should I go as freelance? Should I go agency? Should I try to do in-house?
Yeah, good question. I think it would start with knowing your why. Like, why do you want to become a freelancer? Because yeah, it has its advantages, but certainly it's also not per se easy. Unless you're always going to have people in your network referring you for jobs, then there is going to be moments of uncertainty, right? When are you going to land your next project? What's that going to look like? Is it going to meet the finances that you're looking for? But yeah, at the same time, know why you're doing it and whether the risk is worth it in that regard. So if it's going to be for increased finances, yes, it potentially could be, but that's only on the condition that you actually get all of that work in, right? So that's also something you need to predict how successful you're going to be and consistent you're going to be with that. If it's going to be more for the learning about new organizations, then be intentional with that as well. Figure out what kind of organizations do you want to manifest? What kind of projects are you willing to work on? Because it's going to be an extension of your experience, right, of your career, the choices that you make around where you're going to freelance. And too often, I still see people going into freelancing, but then just taking whatever they can get. And then maybe 2-3 projects down the line, they realize they maybe took a turn differently than what they intended to do, and might ultimately also have a bit of regret about that. So yeah, it can really get lost in the whole trying to find the right project, especially if the market's not demanding a lot of freelancers at that moment. So just be very intentional from the start what you're hoping to get out of it, and stick to those whys. And then obviously just know your value. So if you're a T-shaped professional, or you have multiple expertises that you could share, think about what are the ones that you actually want to deploy, which ones do you actually want to grow, repeat, build on, and try and stick to that, especially when you are interviewing, when you're searching for a role, but also how you present yourself online, right? So at the moment I became a freelancer, I created a website for my business with a clear kind of view of what are the services that I wanted to offer. I also repositioned my profile on LinkedIn as such. Be very intentional with the parts of you that you're wanting to share as a freelancer.
I obviously am very biased in what I think is the most interesting area in IT to work for. So, of course, it would be data and analytics, but I don't want to bias your answer. So I'm curious, is there any of the areas in IT that you work for, like the cyber, the software engineering, the data, that you like the most?
Yeah, generally being in the IT world has been super exciting for me, but it boils down to the fact that I've worked with or were able to hire or be peers with some incredibly intellectual people. So for example, some incredibly talented PhD guys that are serious experts within their specific niche field in cybersecurity, for example, having the chance to understand how their brain works, having to hear how they are doing talks within the organization or how they are making an impact on the products that we're building as an organization. And then, meeting up with them at a bar and having a drink and just having casual chats with them from time to time, knowing that I'm definitely the least smartest person in the room at that moment. And I just get to observe their incredible way of thinking and communicating. Those are the moments that I love the most. And I've typically found those in the highest amount when I was working within cybersecurity. That being said, though, within every organization, there's obviously some really great talents to work with. And I've generally always had a nice connection with people that work within engineering. I'm not sure just why. Maybe it's because I'm quite straightforward. I'm honest. I'm to the point. I don't fluff around, and they don't like fluffy stuff anyway. And I am always focused on what they want instead of what we want. And in the end of the day, they get so many recruiters, sending spam to them that it felt for them sometimes refreshing that I just came in and I said, look, who are you and what do you want? And we will see if we can give you something that you actually want or if we can't. And I'll be very honest about that as well. And that approach they typically really liked. So that helped me to become friends with them quickly. And since then I was just my pleasure, my honor to just, grow up with them in the organization and to hang out with them and get to understand how their life works.
That's a really good nugget that you just shared, that for any recruiter out there that is listening, most engineers in their heart, they are Dutch. They like directness. They like people to tell things as they are. We don't like to go or to beat around the bush. We have mathematical brains that work with, is it a Boolean, true or false, or anything like that. So that's kind of an interesting point that you touched there. And for people that are looking, because the job market is a bit different nowadays, and I'll go there in just a bit to know what you think about it. But for someone that is now thinking about, or maybe they are looking for some job, they are open to work on LinkedIn, or they are looking to do a jump in career, what is some advices that you can give to them to kind of increase their chances of success of landing the job that they want? Not just sending a lot of CVs out there and getting called to many interviews, but really getting the job that they are looking for.
Yeah, no, there's a few advices I can give. And it starts firstly, not with applying for jobs, but with looking at who are you? What do you want to do? And then making sure that, and then what do you have to offer? But linking that to what of that you can offer you want to continue doing, and making sure that whatever that is, that you're very clear about that in your CV, in your LinkedIn profile, in your GitHub profile, wherever you are, online, offline, your presence. Make sure that you adapt your presence based on that persona that you want people to get to know when considering you for a particular role in a company. And for example, with a CV, I would say don't just list what you've done, but list the impacts that you've made, list the outcomes that came out of the efforts that you made. The more descriptive you can be about the impact, the more you're going to really separate yourself from all the other people who are just listing, I did the development in C, or I was building some testing frameworks. It shows that you're a bit more business minded, that you're able to understand the bigger picture outside of just what you're siloed doing within your work. And even though business acumen and strategic thinking might not necessarily be written on that job description that you're applying to, these are still things that are going to set you out from the crowd. Spend the first moment in your job search just refining how your profile looks like online and offline, and making sure that it's as descriptive as it can be. in the right way. And then the next point I would say is networking, right? Networking in the right channels. So not only with the people that are in the companies that you're interested in, find people that might be working there, use that as a way to maybe have them refer you into the business, proactively maybe check in with the engineering manager if you're going for an engineering role at that organization. It doesn't hurt to find them on an online profile and just reach out to them directly and say, hey, I really liked what you were working on as a team half a year ago on this. I'd love to hear more about that without talking about you being interested in applying for a job. Just even these creative reach outs could already make you stand out. And next to that, just also be more visible in terms of the information that you're sharing within your community. So whether you're on Reddit or on Stack Overflow or on LinkedIn or on Discord or somewhere else, try and also share your own knowledge to the related communities, because that visibility is going to help you. A recruiter or a hiring manager, they might be operating there, they might be sourcing for people with your skill sets. And the more that you post or comment on posts, the quicker you're going to be visible to these people. And the more that also shows that you are, I would say, a little bit more passionate than others about your field, because you're willing to actually show and interact with people outside of your work on those topics. I think all of that boils down to just increased visibility and showing that you are dedicated to your field, if that makes sense. So those are still things I would say are definitely differentiating the top talent from the rest.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's about participating in the community and being part of the community. Like if you're a software engineer there and you work with, JavaScript, Node.js, and you participate in discussions about that, you help people in Stack Overflow, you reply to some questions on Reddit, you show that you are someone that has an interest in that. And of course, you need to be sincere about the stuff that you post and accurate, of course. But I think that we don't even need to mention that. I think that what you touch is a great point. It's not just about the CV anymore. Like it's about showing that you're more than that piece of paper. You're also an active member of the community. You also participate in other events, which is super cool.
I even know that some companies, they actually, when they are sourcing for top talent engineers, for example, they will go into GitHub and they'll look who's made like the highest rated repos, for example. And they'll also just look into who's the person making the most famous YouTube videos, for example, on this topic. So they will go to what they consider to be the thought leaders in the industry, and the thought leaders' status is usually aligned to how visible are you, how much content are you generating, is that content also reputable, are people following it, engaging with it? So yeah, if you want to, I'm going to make an assumption here, but if you want to work for the top 10 companies in the world, that's almost like the bare minimum for you to have to be involved with some form of thought leadership that's visible to them.
Yeah, true. So, because most of the times it's not that you reach out to them, is that they reach out to you. And for that to happen, they need to find you. They need to know that you exist. And just as kind of a cautionary note for people that are thinking about just using ChatGPT for that, we are being able to sniff AI content very easily nowadays. So you can use AI and use it as a source of inspiration, but just don't think that the advice is go into LinkedIn and just start spamming posts with AI or comments with AI. That's not going to land you your dream job. That's going to land you in the blacklist.
As with everything, use AI to augment your work, but not do your work for you. Recruiters already have some checks in place to see if something's AI or not. I mean, there's a lot of prompts available for AI to even verify if it was written by AI, and that's like second work, right? Or seconds of work. So yeah, please don't fall into that trap. Where we're going with the future of work is really looking at people that obviously can deal with AI and using prompts. So it's not like we will use it against you that you're using AI, but we're going to look at how are you using AI. And if you're using an AI from a critical thinking perspective, from an augmented perspective, but you're still showing your own strategic thinking, putting your own human touch to it, it's that balance that's going to make you stand out. And at the same time, if you're not using it in those ways, that's the reason you're not going to get that job. So be very careful with how you're using AI.
That's a great point. And that leads me to the follow-up that I was just talking about before. Is like looking back into how the market is nowadays in the Netherlands, our tech market. How do you see the market nowadays?
So in the last few years, there's been, I say in the last year or two or so, there's been quite a lot of layoffs, right, in the tech world. And previously to that, we were doing huge growth in many organizations. So it's there's always that cycle, but right now we're not per se in a great spot. I think a lot of companies right now realized they overhired significantly over the years, and they unfortunately had to reduce / maintain the workforce that they have. It means that a lot of great talent is still on the market right now, and it's become quite competitive for them to get a job where before it was much easier. And on top of that, obviously the explosion use of generative AI has meant that companies now also need to review what parts of our workforce do we need to expand with human resources as opposed to technological resources. So that's also kind of put an extra halt on teams growing a lot, because now the question is, well, can we first automate this, or can we augment this with AI, or do we really need a person? And I'm sure that at some point we will be hiring more people again, but now they're like in that optimization maintenance phase. Hopefully it will change again, but for now, that's why it's so important to just try to stand out from the crowd, keep being active in the communities, because there are still jobs, but typically those jobs are going to those that are more deep involved with the community, showing that thought leadership. The ones that are top of mind on recruiters or hiring managers that are already well connected within their network. So yeah, it can be a bit difficult. Another thing I also noticed is because there's a bigger talent pool now is that the job requirements are becoming more stricter. So where before we were quite open, a lot of tech companies I know were open to hiring people from abroad, providing relocation, providing visas. I'm seeing this much less now. And also, for example, before maybe only English speaking was a requirement, but now a lot of them have put speaking Dutch again as a requirement. So I know, incredibly unfair and I think quite short-sighted, but yeah, that's just a reaction on the fact that they have more talent available now to consider for their roles. So that's the competition we get.
And if we can end on an eye note about how you see the industry in the next 3-5 years, how do you foresee that this is going to change?
Oh, good question. I would hope that at some point companies have built up their strategy and processes around how they're going to use AI to hopefully only augment most of their team's operations. And through that, they will figure out what human capabilities they actually still need to be able to succeed in the future. And when doing so, we'll be redesigning their interview processes to be focusing on those things. So I would almost more so think that the interview processes will look into soft skills, like critical thinking, influencing, communication, curiosity, but also ability to work with AI, for example. That's a skill set that they will be measuring more so in the future, where before it was more about like what functional knowledge or experience do they have, but it will grow towards how are you working with AI to deliver on the functional aspects. But yeah, aside from that, I find it difficult to give more assumptions. I think it's very much going to be a closer intertwine between technology and humans. It's obviously been like that since the internet even started to exist, right? But it's going to be in a much different way now, even with AI around more available.
Yeah, it's going to be a disruptive couple of years, but I'm also hopeful. I think it's going to be extremely interesting what is coming up in the next couple of years. Cool. Any other points that we didn't discuss that you would like to touch upon?
That's a good question. Many people have the assumption that the longer a company exists and the bigger that they are, the more that they have their recruitment processes in place and that you can hold them accountable for making solid data-driven hiring decisions. And I am here to burst that bubble just from the small, things that I've read, heard from other people in my network, but also seen directly with my eyes. That is not really typically always the case. So, and like I said, it's not per se the recruiter's intention to be not human or not giving you enough time, but often there's still a lot of work that needs to be done internally within an organization to allow for recruitments to be executed in the best possible way. Every candidate deserves it, every business deserves it also, but it seems that there's still a long way to go in my viewpoints on having businesses fully allow for recruitment to be seen as a strategic function. And when that happens, to then allow the team to also have enough bandwidth to focus on their respective areas so that they can deliver an outstanding experience and service to both the business and the candidates. So don't try to be too hard on us. I think most of us really are still trying to fight the good fight, but there's much more bottlenecks in place internally than you might even consider that keep us away from giving that experience that everyone deserves.
That's so true. And that's, I think, it's a great highlight for us to end the show. It was a lovely conversation. Amanda, thank you so much for coming to the podcast and having this chat with me. But before I let you go, if people want to know more about you, if they want to reach out, if they want to hire your services, find you, just say hello, what is the best way for them to do so?
Yeah, so they can definitely hook me up on LinkedIn. Maybe you could share that link with them. But yeah, I'm happy to have a chat or call with anyone that's interested in having a follow-up chat.
Cool. I'll make sure to add all those links into the show notes so that people can find it. And to everyone still listening, keep your CVs sharp and see you again away from the keyboards. Welcome everybody again to another great installment of Away from the Keyboards, the show where AI and humans come together to develop great applications. I am your host, Rui, and my guest today is the owner of Semicolon and a co-creator of Rudy AI. He's also a fractional CEO with a product mindset and has been building a great AI poster generator with an Easter egg for while you wait for the image to come up. So if you enjoyed this episode, don't forget to drop in a thumbs up and to follow up the show. We bring you a new episode every Wednesday, except for the Wednesdays that we don't. Now, without any further ado, Nasir, welcome to our show.
Thank you for having me.
Since we first talked, you have been having a kind of an entrepreneurial journey for a long time where you've been building products and building companies, but just to start, what I'm really curious about is, what is your origin story? How did it all started for you?
Yeah, of course. So I'm originally from Iran, and I was born in actually a very tiny town in southeast of Iran, and went to school there, and then later moved to Iran and studied computer engineering there as for my bachelor's. And then once I finished that, then I moved to Holland. I was during my high school. That was the time when my dad he brought a computer to our house. This is like talking 1997 or 8. So we were playing with Windows 3.1 and really a lot of Minesweeper. And yeah, so that's what got me into this whole thing. And then then I used to play with MS-DOS, programming a bit in BASIC. I had a friend at school, who showed me a card moving from one side of the screen to the other side. I was just completely mesmerized by what this is. That kind of me into the whole journey. And then we moved to Tehran. I studied computer engineering, and then after that, I decided to. Well, funny enough, I accidentally decided to go study abroad because I was just walking in the computer side of the faculty and then saw some friends applying for some universities. Like, oh, okay, what are you doing? Oh, we're applying to go to study abroad. I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna do that. What forms shall I fill in? So, and then of course, started looking into some universities across the world, actually, mostly in Europe, in the States, in Canada, and then I ended up in studying in TU Delft for my master degree. So that's how actually I ended up in Holland. This was when I was 23, and the rest of that, and I started finished studying, started working for a company, and got married here and have kids. That's the story. I was also playing around building, like doing side projects always. Also when I was there, I was a bit of a always trying to satisfy my curiosity in terms of building stuff. In the early days, also building software, but also electronics, playing around. So it was just I've been going where my curiosity has been taking me.
That's super cool. I can relate with that background of playing around with MS-DOS. I like to say to people that the first line of code that I ever wrote was back in the days of MS-DOS, even before Windows 3.11 or 3.1 or whatever it was. And the MS-DOS used to come in English version. And in Portugal, we have Portuguese keyboards, which don't match because we have one more letter, like the C with a little tilde underneath. So everything gets messed up in the keyboards. So you always had to add a line of text. I think it was to either config.sys or autoexec.bat or something like that, where you would go and you would, every time that MS-DOS would load, you would inject those variables to tell the keyboard is Portuguese, the keyboard is not English. So yeah, that's how I used to first do my first pieces of code. And then it was trying to be lazy and to open up the games. I was creating what nowadays would be called shortcuts. So just a little batch script in the root where you would land when you open up the computer, so that it would open the game that is like, well, 2-3 directories inside, just so that you can save the CD folder, and then name of the game.exe. So yeah,
Funny enough, at the time I didn't even know English very well, so we would just type in random commands and press enter, and it would write command not found. We would not even understand what it says.
Yeah, that's kind of cool because for me it was the same. Like this was between my 6 and 10 years old. Like English was nothing. I knew some of the commands, like I knew CD and DER, so dir, and that was pretty much it. But we are not here to talk about my journey with computers. I want to know about your journey. And one of the curiosities since we first spoke is what led you to start your first company?
Actually, the first one was a bit of an unofficial one. I have a friend who was my high school friend, and once we both went to university, we were in different, we ended up in different universities, but we were kind of in the same neighborhood, so we would see each other quite often. And we were just always thinking, okay, what should we do? We were students, we didn't have any money, so wanted to just do something. So it all started, we would just, he would just get his car and we would just take passengers from one spot to another spot. It's like in Iran, when you want to get a taxi, usually like they start from, let's say, this part of the town and go to another part of the town, like a bus. The taxi, they just load up 4 passengers, and then you go from this spot to the other spot, and then you change from there. Like usually how the bus system goes in HANA. We would do that, and then after that we were like, okay, well let's do something different. So I was kind of good at making some HTML pages, and he was good at hustling. So he started basically collecting a directory of companies in Iran. So basically with him we started basically doing some project. This was called Iran Direct, directory of businesses there. We would try to get advertising. Then when I was a student part-time, I was also working with I was working as a Java developer in a telecom project, and I had a friend there. So the same friend which we did Iran Direct, we decided to also build he knew somebody who would make industrial some devices where you would put it in the factory, and then you could measure like the usage of it. I think you can do some monitoring on the voltage usage of some industrial controller. We basically build a software for that, and you ask a hardware engineer to build stuff for us. So that was really the starting point of this story. They didn't even buy it eventually for us. We spent so much time and went to show them in a meeting. But yeah, basically doing this kind of projects, we had some customers here and there. So it was how the whole thing began, with friends building stuff. This friend of mine in the US now actually runs a company. He's a CTO of a company called intaker.com. They serve a lot of lawyers in marketing.
Yeah, that sounds cool. And I think that even if they didn't pay you and bought the product for you, at least the lessons that you learn, they add value.
Yeah, we were having fun, so that's what mattered actually.
Yeah, I think I heard from someone once that when it comes to a job, you're either learning something or you're making money, or if you're doing both, you're really lucky. If you're doing none, change the job. So as long as one of them is there, it's always good. Cool.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, and you have been an entrepreneur for a while. So it, as I can see from your story, it started pretty early. So I'm curious. You started companies, and you worked on building companies from Iran to London to most recently to the Netherlands. How did these countries and how do these countries differ from one another?
Yeah, a lot. So London actually, so that's what I was a CTO of a company the tech actually part of it was in the Netherlands. So in that sense, it was mostly on the technology. We were in Amsterdam. Generally speaking, with Iran, it actually is a lot different. I have to say, in Iran, I was more like a hobbyist. I wouldn't say these projects, they were fun projects. We were doing projects, but at the end I was studying, and then I moved out. But indeed, in 2015, I did go for a short period, and 15 or 16, started a company there with a friend of mine. It was actually the first job board there, and at the time there was a boom. It was a startup boom, and the product was a job board, which we managed to start the company and even raise a first round of funding, but I didn't stay too long there. So after 6 months, because of personal reasons, I decided to leave and come back to the Netherlands. I was already dating my wife, so I had to choose if I stay there to build a company or come back. And so I decided to come back. But the company, these friends, they grew it to become the largest job board in Iran. So the main difference that I saw at the time was you have an element of risk. It does not exist here, and there are some uncertainty. The economy is very unstable, and you usually it's not a free market. Let's put it this way. And you need to first of all choose your idea very carefully to make sure you don't hit certain lines. And then also probably you don't want to get too big, because that can be also trouble. But other than that, I think at least at the time we did that, it was really the booming time. But the biggest thing I believe this I know is talent, because a lot of there are like incredible talents there, but there is a big tendency that everybody would like to actually move abroad to a different country for doing different jobs. And I think I would say in Holland, it's a more of a high trust society, and I like working with the Dutch people. They are reliable, trustworthy, and I also worked here with my friends who were Iranian. We had a software agency for several years, and customers were the Dutch companies. It was a financial kind of we would serve financial service. So I had always good experiences, and in Holland, I think the regulation, I think everybody is complaining. There's a lot of overhead when you want to deal with things. Administration, when you're a small company, it's always a bit of a challenge. I always actually like smaller, tight companies rather than big companies with too many layers. And so in that sense, I'd say in Holland, it's easy. It's definitely easier to start a company in Iran. Just purely setting up a legal entity is a lot easier compared to, say, Iran. But at the same time, they have the other challenges like bureaucracy, regulation. Also, for me, as non-Dutch speaking person, was actually that had its own challenges, especially in that industry when we were doing. Yeah, at the moment, then I decided to actually go fully digital. So no borders, try to build products where you can actually serve. You're not bound to the location where you're serving.
And when you're starting your companies, like what do you look for when you're choosing your partners, like your founders, your C-level? What is like your process when you're looking for someone to help out?
I think maybe it's a bit a funny thing. First, I think I would like to be able to have fun, and that kind of tells you a lot about a person. people I work with, usually really I had a strong personal relationship with them. And or there were people that we had a click, then we had a good time, and then we decided to start a company, or they were my very good friends from earlier. So in that sense, maybe fundamentally then that boils down to trust and integrity, and then you can have fun. So I would like to just really be able to hang out and with people who I work with. Not that like, okay, well, we're working, then let's just head home and not have anything to do with each other. What's the fun in that?
Yeah, exactly. And I think one of the projects, and I tagged you quite recently in one where I used your AI poster generator, and to be honest, it was for a while it was the most fun I had with AI. Where yeah, I just dropped in the prompt of create a cat poster for LinkedIn, and I couldn't stop laughing afterwards. And I think that kind of exemplifies what you're just talking, like just having fun is such a crucial part of everything.
You mean the snake game, right?
That small little nugget of the snake game was quite fun. It reminds me of the Chrome one.
Thing is, I'm an engineer by trade, so we don't. You're also an engineer, right? We didn't have to do product decisions, at least most of the time, at least up until now that we can actually at low cost build stuff. So usually, like, you have this hierarchy of product designers, product owners, designers, and engineers. So and then now it's possible, like, okay, well, dropping a snake, and why not? Because I can just prompt it to just get me. And especially when somebody has to wait for like 30-40 seconds, it's a matter of bouncing off your system right away. It's actually the reason I actually, for example, did that is this whole idea of the perception of waiting. The classic example of it is that if you stand in front of an elevator where there is no number sign in it, it feels a lot longer for the elevator to come there compared to when you have you see it's like at the 15th floor, and coming down you see the numbers dropping. So that was kind of the idea.
That's a curious one. I didn't thought about it like that. I didn't know about that one of the elevator. That reminds me of why some of the apps now start putting that tracking as well of the person coming to your home that looks like it's near real time. I think Domino's has something similar, but yeah, that doesn't need to be near real time. It could be just giving you the perception of, I don't know, getting an update every 5 minutes, and then just drawing out the person is coming to your home, and it makes you feel like the delivery was a bit faster because, oh, okay, it's almost here. That's a cool one.
Meeting your expectations, actually. The other way around actually applies as well. Like, there is a research that when you book a flight on one of those flight scanners, if you get the result right away, if the website is too fast, people perceive it as less trustworthy. So, because if it takes longer, it feels like you did a lot more work to find all these flights that maybe are the cheapest. So they artificially actually build delay into the search. So if you wait.
Oh man, yeah, humans are a crazy bunch. It's so cool how easy it is to trick our brains just with the perception of time.
Yeah, I think generally what I learned over the past few years is how much perception matters. Well, when you have an engineering mind, you just down to like there is no in between always. It's always like it has to work or it doesn't work, right? And when it comes to, let's say, marketing, when it's come to it's all perception game, and I just, after I've gotten into that a bit more, I'm realizing how much how important it is, and how much it's a trick game, it's mind game.
Indeed, and that reminds me of the previous episode that I just had, the one that came out yesterday, and I was talking with Amanda. She's a recruiter, and she was telling that how engineers really like to talk with her because she's very direct and brings it as it is. And I was telling her, yeah, that's because we have Boolean brains. We think in ones and zeros, and it is or is not. And that's exactly what you just mentioned. Which leads me to another question, because we have a recurrent segment on the show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest gets to pass forward the question to another guest. And the question to you comes from Amanda. And Amanda's question is, if you had the opportunity to have dinner with three people, dead or alive, they just need to be real, who would they be?
So I think one would be DHH, David Heinemeier Hansen, is the creator of Ruby on Rails. I'm not a Ruby guy, but I actually really like the thinking principles and ideas about simplicity. They have a lot of ideas, and I use some of the tooling they publish. Kamal, I deploy all the applications using Kamal because it's just so easy on a private server, no headache of cloud. The other person would be Keith Richards, the guitar player of Rolling Stones, because he's a fun guy and good music. So you're not gonna have bad time with hanging out with this guy. And Tim Urban. Oh, he's the writer of this blog called Wait But Why, and he explains complicated topics in an extremely articulate and clear way. And he recently doesn't write on the blog as much, but for many years I've been reading that blog, and I really like it. The writing style is incredibly simple, and just generally very interesting guy. So I think I would definitely enjoy having dinner. Was it, or lunch?
That's nice. You have three nice peaks there, and one of them could bring the entertainment.
Exactly. If there's no entertainment, count me out.
Yeah. So continuing with our main topic about building companies and building products, how is it for you now, especially in the current ecosystem with AI and the vibe coding tools and the coding assistants to build new products? We talked a little bit about it with the Snake game, but I would like to know, because you have several tools out there. You have the AI post generator, which was quite fun to play around with it, but you also have Rudy and Rudy AI. So how is it to build products in the current ecosystem?
I have to say, it's a bit of the best time to really, if you want to have a product, it's really a great time to build products. I think if you have had the engineering, at least for me, since I had the engineering background, then kind of really had been building kind of side products, then building in the companies, building products, and suddenly you get access to this tooling where you can significantly ramp up that. It's really nice because you, at the same time, I can build a product and then get the code that it used to take like blood and sweat to build now in a matter of time. I understand like there are many engineers who really love the coding itself. I actually really always enjoy it, but at this age time, just generally, I don't have the time to, and also the patience anymore to just go through that whole process as I used to. So now usually I'm looking for I have an intention, I want a result, and then I want to get to that. So this tooling actually makes it possible. What's hasn't got, I would say, necessarily easier is a product mindset and finding what really kind of sticks or what's actually useful. So the rate of experimentation, I think it has increased. That's really fantastic, because then you can decide to, okay, I don't want this, I'm going to do it differently. Like it's a matter of like thinking it and then really playing around. Of course, when your source codes get bigger, then or you have customers using the tools, then it becomes different. So like your first version, building a new tool, is actually super easy. You just start throwing at it. I actually have a dictation app, and then just open Cloud Code and start talking and get feedback, planning, get output, and then you can, in I don't know, in a day or 2 or 3 maybe, you can get at least something on production. Usually I really try to push it, really try to get to a production level as soon as possible. But then you want to make sure that you're structuring it in a way where further features you want to build on top, it doesn't become a spaghetti hell. And it does happen. So at the beginning, actually, when I was using this tooling, I was kind of trusting it a bit more. When Claude 3.5 came out, I was like, oh, this is great. I could just say whatever, and then it will just go fix it. And then, I mean, it's pretty quick. I realized, no, that's not the case. But then once you take a really step-by-step iterative approach to it, you can build really fast. This is what we did with this AI poster generator. It took us, we actually started building that when Claude 3.5 Sonnet was recently launched. So the backend was actually mostly handwritten. I have an engineer who was working with me. Frontend I actually built it myself purely, and I'm not a React engineer. We were kind of thinking, yeah, we need to really get somebody to fix this problem we're facing. And then Claude 3.5 Sonnet was released. Like, oh, our engineer is really relieved by Anthropic. Thank you, Anthropic. So then we started, we built it there. And then, of course, the models, they got better. Then I partnered with Root, my friend, and to build Rudy's AI. And that's it. That's a lot more complex product. It really has a lot of different mathematical analysis, a lot of AI. It's a really fairly complex. And at the backend, usually all the code we are very well aware of what's going on in the backend. It has a very good scaffolding. It has proper architecture. The front end, at the beginning, we started simple, and then we again know what's going on, but we don't really read much of the code, like at the component level. At an architectural level, we know what's going on, but let's say if we want a component, we don't know. And then what we do usually, like what I use now, purely we use actually Claude Code to let's say when we want to build some new kind of functionality or feature or something a bit architectural, we build a first version in one session of Claude Code, and then we try to generalize it into a prompt, and then that could be used to rebuild features like that. Let's say you have a feature which has a front end page that has a few backend endpoints, and then you have some database migrations, also some AI kind of features. And each of these has to be constructed separately, but then eventually you end up on a full flow structure where you can either through the same session, if you've managed to finish it under the same context window, you can ask it to now, create me a prompt to describe this workflow on creating this whole flow, or you start a new fresh session and says, hey, look at this feature and look at all the elements as from the front end perspective, from back end, and from whichever architectural decision, and then generalize it into let's say a slash command on code where it can scaffold a new feature for me. That's kind of helping us to kind of iterate faster.
Oh, that's cool. So basically you kind of prototype first using several prompts, like iterating with the AI, and then once you have something that works a bit, you ask the AI, write me a prompt that will give me a full-fledged solution in the end.
Or another feature. So you get one version always going. It's a bit of a, how do you say, make sure the requirements are correct, build it, simplify, optimize, and finally automating. So that kind of the idea behind it. Then you have done it once, and that's actually kind of the principles I'm starting to really adopt, in the sense that build something completely manual, refine that process to get to the first version, and then generalize it.
That's cool. And you've been using that with Rudy AI, and from what I understand, your co-founder also is named Rudy?
Is it Rudy? Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about Rudy, and what was the inspiration about it? How did you guys come up with the idea and came up with the name?
Funny enough, so Rudy, he's a PPC specialist. So he runs a marketing agency, digital marketing, and He's quite specialist in running Google Ads, Meta Ads, LinkedIn Ads, and he helps companies. And we actually met each other in the elevator in a co-working space to a party. We got friends. At the time, I was building this AI poster generator, and he was working with some outsourced team build Rudy AI. So it was his product, his idea, and we basically both were in the stage of building the MVP. We had a bet. Yeah, we need to. It's another bet, but more like encouraging each other. And we need to get to it. We need to build, and even we were saying, okay, whoever gets the first paying customer on that project, we will get to. We should buy the other one at dinner. And then he will help me with some questions about the marketing. I will help him actually review, check the work that has been done. But of course, the process was quite slow. He had to meeting bugs, fixing, and you know how it goes, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot different than like being a team where you can immediately translate the functionalities to working features. And we also have an engineer. I have also a very good engineer that we actually helps us works with us to build it. So then eventually at some point he finished. He actually launched. We both launched. I got the first paying customer, and then but then yeah, what I liked about his tool eventually was that it was addressing an interesting niche, and the reason actually I also decided to work together was, first of all, he's a fun guy. We really have a great time, and which is the most important. And then also on the marketing side is you have a higher ticket kind of customers. So I think over the past few years I've started to think about products from a distribution perspective rather than from a product perspective. So for example, the AI poster generator, I started this project because I started doing keyword research, and I basically identified this how do you say, a set of keywords that with high traffic, and you have, like, first of all, AI poster generator trending upward kind of keyword, but then I got all these other low difficulty, let's put it this way, keywords are low difficulty, high volume, and so it's not too difficult to rank for them on Google. And then immediately the moment I launched it, dropped a bunch of pages introducing different sites, and then from day 5 organic traffic picked up, which is very nice, because then your distribution is kind of baked in. But the problem was the users are low ticket. So you have the customers are like still B2B, but then like you have $9-15 tickets, which you need a large number of customers. So I'm now actually rebuilding it for version 2, because now it's quite simple, so that can be improved. So under Rudy's AI, you're dealing with marketing agencies or companies who wants to who are running Google Ads and doing marketing, and tickets are high. Like they're spending $500 at least, but they easily $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 per month on advertising. So then the customer you're actually addressing, first of all, you're fully focused on B2B. Second, customer you're addressing is a higher ticket customers, and generally speaking, higher ticket customers, easier customers, cheaper customers, more complaining, more a bit of a different kind of segment. So that's kind of the thought process behind it.
So moving away from the product itself, but to the distribution, like what you mentioned, is thinking about where this product is going to fit in. Is this going to be a B2C, a B2B? If it's going to be a B2B, is it going to be like low-paying customers, high-paying customers, medium-paying customers? I never thought about it that way, but that, I guess, it's something that you learn during these years.
Of course, you will learn to pay, and that's the thing. Because I have also, like, in the earlier years, built so many different products. There was always this also kind of mantra, like, if I build it, they will come. No, that they will not come, right? So I have had projects where I have built it and they didn't come, and it's easy to fall into that trap. And in that sense, also again from a engineering perspective, it's for me engineering is easier than marketing. So in this case, you have like a higher ticket to solve. For engineers, generally speaking, I would say marketing channels like SEO, which is maybe a bit changing now because of all the ChatGPT story. Not significantly, I would say, but those are like really great marketing channels to build. And it's crowded, but it's changing to AI, and then also then partnering with people who are experts in that domain in marketing. Rude, he's a marketing specialist, and that's actually great. And that's how like always building the product. The first thing I would say to think about before product to see how can the distribution be solved. And if you cannot answer that question, then you shouldn't build that product.
That's cool. You really put in here two really good nuggets, I think, that are great for any new entrepreneur looking into the field and trying to figure out what they are going to do, how they are going to kind of succeed. I think if I can summarize it, the first nugget that I got from you is like if you're looking from some inspiration, you're thinking about what you're going to build, looking to search results, see what is the things that are trending, see which one of them will give you maybe some easy type of search, right? So what are the keywords that will not require, or they are not too much used into the market, that you could ramp up in your query if you use it, and also what is trending in that sense. So that can give you the inspiration, but then think also about the ticket. Think about who is going to be your final customer, your distribution. Are you going to be catering to maybe the low-paying tickets of maybe €1 per month, maybe €10 per month, maybe €30 per month, or are you going to move more into the professional services, 500 to 5K or something like that? Cool. But good things comes in threes. So if there is another advice that you can give to a young entrepreneur that is trying to enter the field, what would that be? Something that you learn along your way?
Even for the third one, it's first focus on distribution. I cannot how do you say? I cannot state that enough. Product doesn't matter, and I mean it's table stakes, right? You have to be, the product has to be good, right? You cannot solve a problem and think that okay. So I would say you have to build good products. But a good product without distribution is worse than a mediocre product with no distribution.
Yeah, exactly. Because if no one is there to use it, then it doesn't matter how good it is.
Yeah, it's like going to start the best I don't know, ice cream shop in an empty alley, right? Nobody will show up. Oh, just open if you ice cream shop will sell like crazy at a good spot.
That's so true. This was such a good conversation. I think we could have gone forever. But before we call it quits and I let you go, one last thing. If people want to know more about you, if they want to find you, if they want to see the products that you have been building or get some inspiration from it, what is the best way for them to do so?
Well, they can find me on LinkedIn with Nasir Shadravan, or on X at N4CR, or that's it. You can try out the product, send me a message, send me an email. Find it, contact me on X or LinkedIn.
Cool. And I'll make sure I'll add all of those links to the show notes, so that if anyone is curious, they can just go drop by there and find all your connections. Nasir, again, thank you so much for coming to the podcast and having this chat with me.
It was great talking to you as well. Thanks for the invite.
Thank you for coming, and to everyone still listening, keep feeding your AI coding pilots, and see you again away from the keyboards. Welcome back, everybody, to episode 24 of Away from the Keyboards, the show that makes productivity its number one priority. Our guest today is Christoph Hartmann, the founder and CEO of DoneThat, an application that helps you track where you spend your time so that you can spend it on what really matters. So if you're curious about an AI tool that is not as intrusive as Microsoft Recall, this episode is for you. And if you are just curious about some of Christoph's conference hacks, we also got you covered. So sit back, relax, and enjoy another great episode. Without any further ado from my side, Christoph, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
We spoke about it a while back, around August, and since then I've been trying to put this episode together so that we could deep dive. You have a very curious background, and I'd like to know more about how it all started from you. You went from Japan to Chicago, Berlin, Amsterdam. How has this journey been so far with you?
Yeah, sure. So let me look at it from maybe like how I ended up in coding and where I am now. And I think for me, coding and software development was also always like a tool and less of a craft. I like always wanted to get stuff done, and maybe that's also why it took me so many places. So I did a bit of like software engineering in high school, but never really was very good at it. And then studied cognitive science. It's like a mix of computer science, robotics, psychology, philosophy of mind. The question is a bit like how does the brain work, and can we simulate it? It was like AI, because before we had AI, we still did like logic programming and stuff that nobody uses anymore, I think. But of course, to do all this, you need to learn computer science. So I had some computer science classes. I got super curious into robotics because I felt like, if you really want to understand intelligence, it kind of has to work in the real world. So I took some robotics classes, and eventually that led me to a half year in Japan, where I worked in some robotics labs, trying to get machine learning to run on robots with like some like super low level C++ real-time Linux setup. And that was super fun, but it was also quite frustrating because it just only worked half the time. Robots break all the time. It's like I'm like not a robotics engineer at heart. The software was fun, the hardware was a bit of a nightmare. So from there, then I decided to kind of go more in the theory. I did a PhD in computational neuroscience, and again, like coding is a tool again, right? Like I learned a lot of Python because I had to like simulate a lot of neural networks. This then led me to do a data science like internship fellowship in Chicago. It was called Data Science for Social Good. And we tried to basically apply data science tools to real world problems. And in my case, we tried to, it was a fun setup. We tried to optimize where to send ambulances based on kind of the dispatch calls you got. And like we had some conversations with like all the ambulance people and the firemen. It's like, okay, look, what do you think could be interesting features to predict like where people would be needed? And they were obsessed with the moon phase and thought like somehow like there would be like more craziness happening in like new moon and stuff. So we did all the math. We actually modeled the moon phase, but it turns out the only thing it would predict was a little bit if you would be bitten by wild animals, more or less. I guess they're like more active when the moon is out or something. But that was a bit of a fun detour. Then I think what I learned there is that like data science is like super fun, but often the problem is somewhere else. Like, of course, you can like optimize things with machine learning, but in the case of the Chicago example, they should have just, instead of investing in a data science team, invested in one more ambulance, and the whole thing would have been solved. So that's why I then went to BCG. I did management consulting. I was like, hey, let me actually try to understand how like the business world works, how like people make decisions, management, all that stuff. Did that from Berlin and did very little computer science in that time, very little engineering. Well, it was very fun. I learned a lot. I also learned that I didn't want to do that for the rest of my life, as I think many consultants. And from there, then ended up in Amsterdam at a startup. Initially, I set up the data science team again. And I think, again, I came to a similar conclusion that like, okay, like data science is interesting. Like what we tried to do was to improve health insurance in Kenya. We were kind of building insurance backend systems. And the data science part there is trying to automate claims, trying to predict outbreaks of diseases, stuff like this. But again, where the data is coming from is was to me much more interesting than like doing something on the data. So I eventually ended up being the CTO and managing the software engineering, managing the product, trying to build better core insurance systems. That's a bit like my journey. And then eventually from there, I started playing around with startups and started trying to do my own thing.
That's so cool. And I was thinking about what you just mentioned about the phases of the moons and the wild animals. Probably can predict more if someone is going to become a werewolf or not and get bit by a wild wolf.
Problem is there isn't a code for being a werewolf, so we didn't see it in the data, but I'm sure it existed somewhere.
Yeah, so no need to stockpile on silver just in case during those times.
Not yet, I think, not yet.
Cool. And yeah, as you mentioned that you recently you moved to Amsterdam and you have been working on these startups. And one of the reasons why I read this, I saw what you've been doing with Done That. So I'm curious about it. Tell me more about it. What was the idea behind it?
Sure. So I think was always curious to like do startups or like do something myself. And I actually, like, while preparing for this podcast, I was thinking back a bit. I was like, actually, already during my studies, I tried to build some kind of social platform on the web, but it was like hard. Like building web apps back then, like it was hard. I wasn't good enough, so it like completely failed. And then during my job here in Amsterdam at this startup doing health insurance, I also like on the side did a side project where I tried to build like another social app. And that, of course, also completely failed. But I think like on the way, I got the taste for like building things is really fun, right? Like I once heard the quote that if you just look around in the world, every single thing you see was built by somebody, right? It's like somebody's passion project, and that like has some magic to it. So I always wanted to create and like also do like my own little passion projects. And then the story with Done That is I joined a startup incubator earlier this year in January, and we basically all went in with like hundreds of ideas, and then like very systematically went through all the ideas, looked at like where is like actually some pain, who would actually pay for this, what actually like solves problems, right? Like if you solve a problem and people are willing to give you money for it, then there's something there. Most ideas, unfortunately, don't work that way. And the idea for Done That was born out of a bit of personal frustration. I think everybody has like sat in a meeting and was like, okay, like we're wasting our time here. Like what are we doing with like 20 people in this meeting? Everybody's just like talking around and nothing is really happening. And I had this frustration not just in meetings, but like in day to day, right? I was already like through my life always very kind of like not productivity obsessed, but interested in productivity. And like seeing, for example, working in BCG, like these big corporates that are like completely inefficient. And you just look at what people do and you're like, how can these companies be profitable? That makes no sense. And then, of course, also being a manager at a startup, I often like had one-on-ones with people who are like thinking about, okay, like where do we actually want to spend your time? And where is it going right now? Can we prioritize better? And you know, like for money, we all do budgets. We all kind of really know where the money is going. But for time, even though it's almost more important, it's much less of a habit for people to like think about how they invest their time. And I felt there was something there, and basically thought, okay, like I tried some tools doing this before. Like there's like some time tracking tools, like some automated tools, but they were all pretty bad. It's like I never could get into the habit of actually tracking my time. But with AI now, I was like, maybe this is the time where actually time tracking can be fully automated and can actually be useful. Right? So the idea for Done That was we build a little app that just takes screenshots of your screen all the time and put these into LLMs, and the LLMs will be smart enough to figure out what's actually going on. And based on this, do like a summary of where your time is going, summarize your day, coach you a little bit, kind of build all these like use cases on top of it. But the core idea was AI plus screenshots, probably good enough to understand your work. And this can help you in optimize your time, invest your time better, work less at the end of the day.
And that's a really cool thing, because when it comes to waste of time, like you spoke, like the endless meetings, especially if you are in the consultancy world, you know how it is to end up in a 3-hour meeting that could have been an email or something like that. But it's one of the things that we often forget is that almost everything, it's knobs that you can turn around, like you can make more money, you can learn new things, but one thing you cannot do is get more time. Like the day has 24 hours, and as a friend of mine used to say when he was in the military, the day has 24 hours and the night has 24 more. I think that's only a military thing, but for us it's like the day is 24 hours, when most of the time when you work is like, if you spend 8 hours asleep, you spend 8 hours of work, it's 1/3 of your life is spent at work. If you can optimize that to do what really matters instead of just some kind of boring tasks or keeping up in the meetings.
Of these 8 hours, I would argue probably you are not even productive those 8 hours, right? I think if I look at my day, like the really good work I probably do in like 3 or 4 hours, like the really focused like software engineering or like coming up with new growth strategies or whatever. And then there's maybe 2 hours of busy work and doing emails and whatever. And that's basically it. Like I can of course work more. I can look like I do more, but the real like good time that we have isn't that much. And often we just mindlessly start our day doing email and then I could wake up 2 hours later and it's like all the good time is gone already. And yeah, this is something I want to help people be more aware of and just be able to plan better, structure their days better.
Yeah, and you by having that, you can really understand if someone is more productive during the morning, more productive during the evening, and based on that, kind of help them guide. Because we can all have our misconceptions or preconceptions of, oh no, I'm really a morning person. I really like to do stuff in the morning. But one thing you cannot argue against is data. And if the data tells you that, yeah, you think you're a morning person, but in the afternoon is where you really can focus and do your work, maybe that's where you should invest your time. So that's curious. And how are you approaching this? For example, when measuring things like developer productivity, what are the metrics that you are looking on?
So back when I was a CTO at this last startup, I tried to find different ways to measure developer productivity. And it's a bit of a holy grail that's, I think, impossible to reach. But like of course, the board of the company, the investors, they were always asking these questions of like, why do we need so many developers? Like, what are they doing all day? Can't they like work faster, deliver things better? And they always hope there's some kind of intuitive, easy metric. Like, I don't know, like the stupid one is lines of code written, right? That's of course, like nobody should measure lines of code written, especially in the age of AI. Like that's just gonna like end in complete chaos. But like the question is like, what do you measure then, right? Like you can also, the other end of the spectrum is you just don't measure anything, you just trust people, right? And that's like one way of doing things. But I feel like the best is a middle ground, right? Like only trusting and like only being hands off. I think it works with some people, but even for myself, right? I like structure. Like I now like to know what expectations are from, at least when I was a CTO, from my board, right? Or from the person managing me. And I think the metric that we found most useful at the end of the day is like how well could we achieve what we plan to do, right? Like if I asked my software engineering teams and they're like at the beginning of the quarter, okay, like we are pretty sure we can deliver these 5 epics or these 3 other things or like so many story points, like kind of depends on how you want to do it. But the important thing is both of us agree, right? Like the developers agree and I think it's a good idea. And then together we can measure, okay, like at the end of the quarter, did we actually achieve what we had planned to do? And can we somehow quantify like, is the output or the impact going higher or lower? And again, this is basically how well can you stick to a plan? And this like very quickly sounds like waterfall, and that's not the idea. The idea is like how well can we, also in agile, right? Like how good can we stick to our predictions in terms of output? And this is like, again, I think where time tracking comes in super useful, because often, you know, you make these great plans and you think only in like happy paths, and then at the end of the day, like that's not how it works. So like having a history and going in and being like, okay, like last time developing a feature took this long, right? Last time we spent so and so much time preparing for something. Like last month we spent 30% like fixing bugs. We should probably also factor this in for the next month. It's basically like giving you the data you talked before about like having the accurate data about like morning person and night person, right? Like this is giving you accurate data for where is your time going? How much can you actually expect from yourself to deliver to kind of prevent this over promising that often happens.
Yeah, that's really cool. Especially if you're working on some tasks like you were saying. Like if we go even a bit back, that's how we used to work in one of my teams. We always used to say we don't work on schedules, we work on objectives, right? Like we know that we want to achieve something at a certain moment in time. We think it's achievable. Like I don't care if you work 8 hours a day or if you work 2 hours a day. We want to achieve that thing. If we arrive at the end, we achieve that thing. That's perfect. That's what we wanted to do. And I think with this time tracking, what you get is you get the opportunity, as you mentioned, to check what are the time wasters, the things that come and move you away from that path. Because we all know that every time that you change a task, you have context switching that has an impact on the brain. Like you need to figure out, oh, damn, what was at what point was I really doing that thing? Things like pull requests or bug tracking, or if they are not planned, they are things that really have a negative impact on your work and day-to-day work. And that goes back also to what you said. Yeah, it's not really waterfall. And I always like this quote from Eisenhower, where I think it's Eisenhower. Plans are useless, but planning is everything. It's all about getting that structure in place and really knowing where you want to go. You don't need to be strict about it, but yeah, I think the most important part is when you fail, you have this capability of looking back and having this kind of extra data to bring into a retrospective and, hey, we didn't count that we are going to spend 30% of our time doing bug tracking. This was a really big problem for us.
I think another perspective that I learned while working on this was also, you mentioned before, you would say like we manage on outcomes and it doesn't matter like how long it takes. Like if you achieve the thing, if it takes 1 hour or 10 hours, like we achieved the thing, right? I think that's one way of doing it, but at least for myself, when I manage myself, right, I started like this. I was like, okay, like this week I want to achieve this, and next week I'm going to like get 100 new users and this feature. And I, at least from my feelings, I felt like a lot of pressure, right? I put all this pressure on me all the time. It's like achieve this, achieve this, achieve this. Whereas if you accept that you only have so and so many productive hours per day, you could also turn this around and say, okay, my goal is I want to have 4 hours of coding today, right? I'm going to trust myself that I'm going to like spend it on the right feature or whatever. But then all of a sudden I don't have to set myself output goals anymore, where like I don't maybe always have full control, right? Like maybe it's more complex than I thought, or I forgot something, or I have a dependency on somebody else. But I just manage on like how much time do I put in, and this, at least for me, like reduced guilt and anxiety and like all the negative emotions. Of course, there's a failure mode there, right? If you only manage on how much time you spend and lose track of where you actually want to go, then you're also going to end up like over engineering and not doing the right things, right? But like at least for me, it was a perspective I didn't have before that helped me to manage myself just a bit more healthy.
That's super cool. And before we continue moving on, we have a recurrent segment in the show that is called the Pass It Forward, where a guest passes forward a question to another guest. And the question to you came from Nasir. And Nasir asked, in a parallel universe, if you didn't end up where you are today, where did you want to end it up?
That's a good question. So I think in my life, I've always had like a balance of like two different personas. One persona is like this nerdy engineer, and the other persona is a bit more of a like explorative hippie. Like I did like a lot of Burning Man festivals. I don't know, like I'm always like out to like explore new stuff. I did the Mongol Rally 2 years ago, which is a thing where you get a really shitty car and you drive it from Prague to Kazakhstan, like stuff like this, right? It's like always been in balance, but I could imagine it could have also like gone the other way, and I would have just like followed that path more, and then probably I would have ended up in the parallel universe as maybe more of a coach or something, or more of a people person. Like both of my parents were coaches, and my father was a priest. I think there's like a bit of an influence there where I also could have ended up. It would have been completely different, right? But I like that about the magic of life, right? Like it's often like no matter which decision you take, it's like it's gonna be an interesting life that you end up living. But yeah, would be fun to restart like a little computer game and try the other path, right?
And who knows, maybe the other path is already being executed in the parallel universe anyways. Where we are having this podcast asking the same exact question, and you're saying exactly the opposite. Maybe I would have up as a founder of my own company. That would be so cool. Yeah, great answer. Loved it. There's another subject that I wanted to talk with you about because one of the things that I've seen recently as you were joining a conference and talking about done that and showing it to other companies was the conferences hacks that you kind of figured out, and they were just beautiful. How did you come up with this? Was it something that you thought about it yourself? You saw someone else gave you an inspiration on that, or it was like just spur of the moment?
So I think one thing I underestimated when building, and I think that's the case for like every technical person who starts building something, is how hard growth and marketing is. And especially for an app like what I'm building, it's all about trust, right? Like it's like very sensitive data that I'm processing, but like literally like taking screenshots of your screen and feeding them into AI. Like if you don't trust me, this is not going to work, right? So then the next question is, how do you build trust, right? Both in me as a person having the right intentions and in like my skills as a software engineer, that this doesn't have like a whole bunch of security flaws, and in like that this app actually delivers on the promise of being a useful tool, right? And talking with people in person is one of the best ways to build this trust, right? Because you just, like if I'm a random person posting on Reddit about this, like this is not gonna work, right? If I talk with you face to face, I can like answer your questions, I can see your misconceptions or where you have trouble trusting me. So for me, it was always from the very beginning, it's like conferences is probably a good place to find users and to market, at least in the beginning. And then being the optimizing nerd that I am, I was like, okay, like how can I get the most out of conferences? And I think my best example for conferences is the effective altruism conferences. It's a bit of a niche, but it's like very nerdy do-gooders, and they're all very like optimization focused. So they have figured out how to do the best conferences. They have like an app where you can upfront book as many one-on-ones as you want with people. And I mean, a lot of conferences have these. Nobody usually uses them, but like these people are like religious about them. So like when I go over to conferences with them, I've just been at one maybe a month ago. I booked like 40 to 50 one-on-ones over the course of 2 to 3 days. And it's like super productive, like very draining, but like very productive, right? And I was like, okay, like how can I replicate this at other conferences? Like how can I get into this like one-on-one mode and meet a lot of people? And I tried so many things. I think the thing that worked the least was like printing a funny t-shirt and hoping that people will talk to you. That is not the thing that's gonna work. I tried hacking a conference app. Basically, like I was at this conference where they had like a super bad app, and like you could just like I used ChatGPT and it's like just write me a Python script so I can automatically spam and message every single person who like looks interesting. The script worked. Nobody responded because the app didn't send notifications because it was like so bad that like you couldn't even see that you got a message. I think for other conferences that might be a good idea, but you risk, of course, like getting kicked out. What did work was, for a lot of conferences, one way or the other, you can get a list of attendees before. It could be just the list of speakers. It could be the people in that app. It could be like there's like ways. And then just taking the list, segmenting it, and like reaching out to these people up front, right? On LinkedIn, on email. Of course, only the ones that are relevant to you. Otherwise, it's spam, right? But if it's relevant, like they'll appreciate getting an email up front or LinkedIn up front, and then schedule a few meetings. I think that worked quite well. What also worked, especially for like low budget, is every conference I'm at, like somebody's not going to show up. Like there's always like an empty stand with like a sign and like, who's this person? Like they're not here. And last time I just set up shop myself on like one of those stands. I was like this is unused. Like nobody's going to complain. I just like opened my laptop, had a few business cards and started talking to people. And that was surprisingly effective. Like so many people came up, they're all bored. And I think the good thing about done that is it applies to basically anybody, right? So like no matter who you are, when you like walk up, we can have a useful conversation. One last hack, like related, is be a speaker, right? Because then of course people are going to be interested in you. How do you become a speaker? Most conferences are looking for people, just like message them, and like it's a bit of work. But the speakers often also get a guest pass, right? So they can like bring a friend. most speakers don't have friends, or or their friends just don't want to go to a random conference with them. So same for me. I'm speaking at a conference in 2 weeks. I'm like super excited for it. But like I just don't have any friends in Hamburg who are also developers who like want to join me for this developer conference, right? So one thing that turned out to be super effective is just message a bunch of speakers and it's like, hey, I'm like a struggling young startup entrepreneur. I don't have money. Can I please have your ticket? And like I think if you like talk about it nicely and make it fun, it works. Like from the last conference I went to, it took me 3 hours. I messaged like 8 of the speakers, got an answer, had a ticket. So get a free ticket, take over that abandoned stand, and reach out to people up front. And I think it's going to be a very productive conference.
That is so fun because I was recently also in a TechX, and as a speaker I got like I think it was 20 tickets that I could give out. Most of them were for colleagues and friends as well. But yeah, if someone had reached out and said, hey, by the way, I see that you're speaking there and I'm wanting to attend, but I don't have a ticket. Yeah, for sure, you could have one of the tickets. So that's a really nice hack. And if you make it fun enough, for sure, someone is going to reply back. And it's just a probability game, right? If you find 10 interesting speakers, there's a high chance one of them will give you a ticket.
And nobody messaged you, right? Nobody messaged me so far. I think it's just, of course, if I would get like 20 messages every day to like, can I get you a ticket? Like this would be a different conversation. But I think very, very few people do this. So it's still a nice thing to try.
Yeah, it's a really nice hack. And going back again to our main topic, talking a little bit about done that and growing a company. One of the things that I've got also from previous guests is that they mentioned that one of the hardest things that they do when they are hiring people is getting those first 20 employees, and because you're really trying to get the culture of the company even more than just the technical aspects of the company. So what are your thoughts around that?
I mean, for done that, the people in the company is there's one employee and that's me. I'm looking right now at recruiting a co-founder, and that's probably the most important decision. And it's similar with the first employees, right? Like at this last startup I was at, I first recruited my own team and then did recruiting for the whole technical staff. And I agree, it's like the first person you hire is the most important, then the second probably, then the second important, and so on, because it sets culture so much, right? Like whoever you get in first will then influence who else wants to join. It will influence how you work together, what you work on, how much you work. And there's this saying, it's like smart people attract more smart people. Like one of the reasons I think why Elon Musk's company works so well is like he just sets the bar so high, and some people want a high bar, right? Like so they'll end up there and the other people just won't apply. Should everybody do it like him? Probably not, but it just like shows how important like recruiting the early people is. And then of course like another thing that's hard is like you have a super early startup that can pay a lot of money, so you have to pitch on growth and you have to pitch on the product. And to be honest, I think the smartest thing you can do in your career is join a startup very early on that's growing very fast, right? It's hard to find those, but you will see so much in so quick time. You will grow so fast. Yeah, that's, I think, the thing you can use to pitch to get employees. If it's credible, right? Like if you actually have the data to back up that this thing will grow, and yeah, if they believe in the product, then that could be a great fit.
And what is, for example, one of the biggest challenges that you were not expecting in this journey of building done that you had to face?
I tried to build another app before, and already there I learned that the product isn't the problem, the people and the growth and the marketing is, at least for me, right? Like, but of course I think I didn't internalize it enough, and I again in this startup I think over-indexed a bit on building a great product, and I like. Even here could have focused more on growth very early on. And that's probably like with one advice I would give everybody is like, don't worry about the idea too much. Don't worry about the product too much. Like really worry about the people who will pay you for this at the end of the day. Like talk to them from day one, figure out their problems and try to support them on their way and find a scalable way to find more of them, right? I did this with Done That in the beginning. I basically, before building anything, I reached out to like a bunch of people on LinkedIn, pitched them the idea. I was like, is there some interest here? Like, would somebody buy this? And got signal very early that they actually would. But then I kind of made this mistake of just abandoning them and only building. It was like, okay, like this is validated. Let's go and build this thing. And what I, of course, should have done is like work much more closely with them. But still, like I had within 1 month, like a super MVP prototype with a Stripe integration, and basically forced every single person who wanted to use this to already get a Stripe, like super cheap, but like a subscription, to basically validate. It's like, is there interest here? Is there market here? And then work super closely with your users to build something that's actually useful for them. But yeah, marketing, growth, building trust. I think with every new thing I do, I learn more and more how important it is, and that this is like the primary thing to work on. Actually, like when I was working for BCG, so like this management consulting company, in the very first day there was a training where they asked everybody, what do you think is more important? Having the right answer or having the right people who can then implement that answer? And me being the naive guy who just finished his PhD, I was like, obviously the right answer is the more important thing. Like if you have the right people, but they then implement the wrong thing, this is gonna get you nowhere. And I definitely came around this. It's like you want to have a good enough answer, you want to have a good enough product, but like having a growth channel, having the trust of the people is so much more important. Everything else you can iterate on later.
Yeah, that's so fun because that's exactly what Nasir was also talking about in the previous podcast. That those were a couple of the lessons learned that he got from also building his previous companies. And yeah, it's one of those testaments that building a company and then having to scratch it, it's not really a failure. It's something that will give you a lot of information that you can then apply to build your next company. And probably you won't get that if you never build one. So everyone needs to go through the same trials and tribulations almost. I always like to tell people, like, it's when you're a kid, it doesn't matter how many times you're going to tell a kid that the fire burns. Every kid is going to try to put their hand in a flame and, oh, yes, it's hot, it burns. Okay, now I know. Like, some things are not knowledge that can be shared from person to person. It's like experience is very crucial.
You can't read a book about skiing and then expect to be able to ski. Right? And the same way is almost like with anything else. Like I love podcasts. I listen to so many podcasts and read like so many books about like building startups. At the end of the day, I like still did all the mistakes everybody warned me for, right? Like it's like experience is a different way of learning.
Exactly. And looking into done that and how that journey is going, because one of the things that has been talked about over the past years as well is the capability of Microsoft Recall, and which is a bit similar, but it does have one of the features that for me I don't like, which is trusting Microsoft. That's the big problem already to start with. My question is more, what kind of segment are you trying to approach with done that? Are you going to only for the enterprise customers, or are you thinking about also having, like, I don't know, maybe a community edition or a personal type of license that people can use? Just, oh, I want to see how my productivity goes even in my own life as I'm using my day-to-day, because they may have side gigs outside of their main work.
I think there's two elements here again, right? Like one is the trust, like you already mentioned, like this Microsoft Recall thing. Like nobody trusts Microsoft, at least not enough. So like everybody was outraged when they just started like randomly taking screenshots of everything you were doing. And then like, whom do you approach? And I think that the two are very related, right? Like it's much easier for me to build trust, at least initially, with B2C, like individual people I meet on the road, founders who are like quite curious for new things anyway. Building trust with enterprise is much more difficult, right? Like they want to see your SOC 2 ISO 27001 certification, and they want to host everything on their side. There's like, there's potentially more money, but it's also like so much harder to get in. And my philosophy was, sure, like that might be an interesting case like further down the road, but I actually want people that I can iterate with, right? Like I want users that I can get very fast, very early feedback from. And that is not going to be the enterprise customers, right? Like they're going to give me feedback, but they're going to tell me which specific feature they need in their case that I can't use for anybody else. And also like having come from enterprise software, I just wanted to do something else. So my focus is actually much more, people are just curious about their own productivity. Founders turned out to be quite useful. I have a lot of like charity founders who really care about impact and really care about where they put their time. So they value this. There's a lot of people with ADHD who try to use this because they, I think, feel not fully in control of where their time is going and feel like it's like always all over the place. So like something that helps them put a bit of structure on this seems to be quite useful. And then, so this is kind of the customers I'm focusing on. How to build trust is, I try to run this fully local, right? This would of course be best because then you have to trust nobody. But if you try to do the screenshot processing locally on your machine, it's like it drains so much energy. Older laptops just will fail. So what I ended up doing now is I allow you to bring your own AI keys, right? So if you have an AI provider that you trust, you just bring the key, it's locally encrypted, and it kind of then talks to that thing. Then you still have to trust somebody, but at least you don't have to trust me. And I also really limit in my pipeline when you want to go with me, like how long data is being stored, right? All the raw data is just not stored at all. It's only being processed. And then the process data, even that you can set how long you want this to be stored. Longer is useful because then you can use it longer and get benefit from it. But if you have like very sensitive data or don't trust this whole thing a lot, you can also like really limit what kind of data ends up on my servers. And I hope through that it's easier to build trust and find people who are interested in it.
Yeah, that's a cool approach because also, as you mentioned, you get way more feedback from individual customers than enterprises. And one of the problems I've seen in a couple of startups that I worked with is if you manage to land that one big ticket enterprise, then you may end up in the situation where all your backlog is just replying back to that big ticket enterprise, because then your whole ARR is kind of matched up with that big ticket, and you really need to make sure that that customer is happy and you don't have that much time to iterate with the others. And
so if you look at companies like Slack or like Notion or like similar productivity-ish tools, usually they take a similar path of like starting like individual small team, like mature from there, like get better and better, and then kind of sell into enterprise. It seems like the better way to actually build nice products.
Yeah, it's the better way to iterate. Cool. So, and now thinking more about the advices front for someone that already built a couple of companies, what advices do you have for some founder that is now thinking about starting their first company, doing their first steps?
Yeah. So I talk with a lot of people at parties often. It's like, would you ever start your own thing? Have you ever thought about this? And I think the most frequent answer I'm getting is, oh, I'm just not sure about the idea. Like once I have a good idea, then I will try this. And I just really don't think it's about the idea. Like there's like so many ideas out there. If you sit down for 2 days and do nothing else than just think about the problems in the world, and like we have infinite problems. Like problems isn't the problem. And an idea is just a solution to a problem, right? And of course you can have like good ideas, worse ideas, better ideas. But what I would do instead of like trying to find the perfect idea is find your customers, right? Like talk as soon as possible to people in an area that you're curious about and interested about. Like maybe it's AI in mining, or maybe you're super passionate about ice cream, or maybe you're super passionate about like something that somehow interests you and drives you, right? But I think it's enough to have like a rough area. And then by talking with people, by trying to figure out like what's actually a problem for you, what would you actually pay money for? I think you'll get to an idea. And then once you start building, you're going to pivot anyway and like do something else anyway. So I think it's much more start from the customer, start by like just be curious, have conversations, and yeah, go from there.
That's a good advice. Just basically start. And don't don't obsess about the idea, because that's the one thing. You can always pivot, but you'll never be able to pivot if you don't start, right?
And like these early conversations, it's just starting. You can easily do this on the side, right? Like you don't need to like quit your job and then start doing something like this. I think everybody has a different threshold for how much confidence they need before they like go into something all in. And this is a great way to build confidence, right? Like if you already know, okay, like there's 2-3 customers out there who actually would want this if I would build this, and I think I can build this, that's much easier to then jump ship than to like, oh, I have an idea here, I think it's going to work. It's more fun maybe, but I would advise to build some confidence before.
Cool. And for young people coming out of college nowadays that are looking into this world of AI, more on computer science and our field, what advices would you have for them in terms of what they should be looking into, what the market will be looking up in the next, let's say, 1 year?
Of course, like predicting the future is always hard, but maybe it's like planning. It's going to be wrong, but it's useful. One thing I was surprised at when building this startup is like it's like a core AI application, right? Like at the core of what I'm doing, I'm processing data with AI. I then build aggregates on this. I'm like build this chatbot kind of thing. There's like the core thing you see from the outside is AI, but if I just look at the lines of code that are AI, it's like 0.1% maybe, right? Like it's like so much of software engineering, and then somewhere like called an LLM, and that's it, right? And I spent maybe like in total 1 day of like optimizing the prompt, and like I spent like half a year by now on like building this thing. So sure, like you can build like super strong AI skills on like the lowest level if you want to go into like the frontier companies and like work on the actual models. But I would guess that even the people at OpenAI, like maybe 5% work on the actual AI models, and the rest is building up product and applications and whatever. Right? So, and I've used AI a lot for software engineering. I didn't really see it significantly get better within the last like 6 months that I worked on this. I'm like very doubtful that it will replace software engineers anytime soon. So if you think software engineering and AI is something interesting for you, I think still just studying computer science or like doing internships often, of course, like going into application often and early, but like it's not like this is going to be obsolete anytime soon. I would just say like try things, stay on top of what's going on, do side projects. That's probably the best way to learn. But also just like get the hard skills of software engineering.
Yeah, I agree with you. Software engineering is probably not going anywhere anytime soon. And one of the big examples for everyone that feels like they are getting caught up in the hype and that every software engineer will be replaced by AI, just think about the simple fact. OpenAI just released their browser, their AI-powered browser. They say that everyone will be replaced by AI writing software, but they went and started with Chromium. So even they know it's hard to build software, and their AI wasn't able to build Chromium by itself. So yeah, those skills will still be valuable far much into the future that we think.
100%, yeah.
Cool. And I think that's a great way for us to end up on a positive note. Thank you so much for coming to the podcast and having this chat with me. But before I let you go, if people want to know more about you, if people want to reach out to find you, to just have a chat, maybe figure out what your next conference is, what is the best way for them to do so?
I think the best way is to just email me at christoph@donethat.ai. Check out donethat.ai. I'm also pretty active on LinkedIn, so add me there. It's Christoph Hartmann. Just reach out and we'll have some fun.
That sounds great. And I'll make sure to add all of those links also to the show notes. So, Christoph, once again, thank you so much for coming to the podcast and having this chat with me. And to everyone still listening out there, keep your productivity up and see you again away from the keyboards.
Thanks, Rory. It was fun.
Welcome, folks, to another great episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that focuses on scale at a human level. My guest today is Volkan, the founder and CTO of Analytics Power, a boutique consultancy firm that focuses on, you guessed it, data and analytics with a heavy background on engineering. On this episode, we talk about how it all started for Volkan and some tips and tricks he learned along the way on how to scale teams and how to scale himself. So sit back, relax, and join us for an exciting chat that starts all the way back in primary school. So without any further ado, Volkan, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming here and having this chat. And since we first started speaking about it, you have a very curious background as how you moved around and the industry that you've been. First question is always the same for everyone. How did it all started for you? What is your origin story?
Oh, my origin story. Yeah, so for me, software engineering or computer science started in primary school, actually. So it was the second year, end of the year, our teachers started asking everyone in the class, what do you want to become when you grow older and graduate? And of course, kids around that age, a few different occupations that you can take, I want to become a police officer, I want to become a doctor, I want to become a lawyer. So when it was my turn, I said I want to become a lawyer because we had a relative that was a lawyer, well, very much respected in the family and, just like a role model. So I said I want to become a lawyer. And she said, I do like to talk a lot. So she said I could become a lawyer, but actually I was pretty good at math. So she said, you should become a software engineer. And I said, okay, I will become a software engineer then. And that really, I stick to that promise. So from that moment on, I said, okay, I will go study software engineering, and I did.
Yeah, that's a really curious story. And I think when we first spoke as well, it's the influence that a teacher can have in the way that you grow up, and several decades afterwards you're there as a software engineer, and just by having that little nudge in primary school basically put you in the career path to follow this profession, right?
That's true. And also it was 1990 and this happened. So the software engineering computers, they weren't that popular. They were still new. Only a few places you had computers, and it was just full unknown. For regular people on the street, they wouldn't even know what software is. So yeah, it was, I think, quite visionary for my teacher to see the future of software engineering and advice to me. And I was a good student to listen to her. I'm happy that I did that.
And this is all pre-internet even. It's like in the early 90s, like no one is even talking about going online, right?
That's true. I mean, if you had a computer, probably if you were lucky and you could play some games, that was it. Otherwise, just you had a keyboard and maybe something like a notepad that you could just type things and save it, right? So because I didn't have a computer back in that time, I don't even know if you had some visual interface or it was just a terminal in 1990 that you could just buy a computer home and use it like that. So yeah, it was not popular. I think it was not maybe clear what people could do in their personal lives with computers. It was more for maybe enterprise to use it, but not really like personal computers.
Yeah, if I go back and I think about 1990s, like I did have a computer back then, and we were around the same age. I was also in primary school back then, and it was a Philips 8086, and I remember like it used to have a gigantic hard drive, like twice the size of a normal hard drive today, and they are pretty clunky as well. And the whole hard drive had 20 megabytes. That was how big it was. And basically for me, it was just it was my gaming console. I used the computer to play games, and there was no GUI. Like everything was MS-DOS, and you have to type in all the commands. Like the games would have graphic interfaces, of course, but we'd interact with the computer. This was way before Windows 3.1 3.10 or 3.11. So
I bought my first computer when I was in university, already studying computer science and engineering. So I don't have much memories before that, like what computer is and what you could do. Somehow I just was stuck with that idea that I wanted to become a software engineer.
And that's a good one. And you started as a software engineering coding Java, right? And then somewhere along the line, you decided to move a bit more into data. So how did that all started?
Well, actually, first of all, my start was with .NET. So I was in the 4th year of university, started working already, and I was a .NET developer. And also I was the Microsoft MVP student at the university. So I worked with .NET for about 1.5 years. And then after graduation with my first job that I started working with Java and JavaScript. So when it comes to moving to data from software engineering, actually, I don't see it like that. So for me, software, it is still software engineering. It's just the problems that you're dealing with is slightly different. So in the data domain, you're dealing with basically processing bigger amount of data. But on the application side, if you think about it, you're building software to capture, process, and serve data as well. So you're still working on data. It's just the amount of data changes and the performance requirements, SLAs are different. But a lot of things you do in software engineering, you do in data side as well. So the data modeling still requires storage solutions. Still you need to still need to share data with maybe other services, other applications. And for me, it is software engineering is just like umbrella, and data engineering is more focused on handling big data, processing big data, storing it. And on the application engineering side, then things are, the focus is different. So that's how I see it, and how I started working more on the data domain is maybe it's a little bit of a long story. So I don't know if you want to hear it or just leave it there.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so it started in the Netherlands. After graduation, I worked in Turkey for about 14-15 months and for a bank. And then I moved to Netherlands again to work for a bank. And our project was modernization of the core banking system. So we built an in-house core banking system and replaced it with the older system that was the commercial one. And my first assignment or responsibility was to build a CI/CD tool. So back in time, we didn't have these modern CI/CD tools. You had version control systems, but didn't really have the kit yet in place. So I built a solution that could, on the local environment, development environment, run your tests, check code quality, package your, it was with Java, so package your Java code, and then a CD solution that would deploy it to different environments. And based on the quality, it had the rules saying if quality degrades, then you need approvals and stuff. So that's what I was busy with. And then the management came and said, like, there was a parallel project. They bought a tool for IFRS reporting. So this is International Financial Reporting Standard, I guess. And they were just working on it for quite a long time, but and they were just basically checking the results generated by the tool versus the expected results based on, I think, manual calculations. And there was constantly discrepancy and they couldn't move forward. So I was asked to look at it. And then I started working with financial control department, business intelligence, our software engineers, tried to figure out what was going on. And then I found out that they were using different data sets, so data from different days. So they were getting the snapshot of the database for banking system, but they were feeding different snapshots to two different systems. Of course, they were different. So it solved. And then the next, our project manager and the engineering manager came and said, like, look, for this project, we also need to migrate the existing data to the new core banking system. So can you build an ETL tool and migrate for migration? And then I said, yes, I can. I think the reason they asked me, because I was really a junior developer with a couple of years of experience. I realized later that was very challenging job. It's not just the technical part, but the source system was very old, no support anymore, no documentation, not even a driver or anything. So I had to use a command line interface to run some queries, print the result into console, read it, text parsing, and upload it, something like that. So that's how I got into more like a bigger data or big data area. And then I switched to Pega systems. Then I started working on machine learning. So not like a data scientist. It's more like an engineer. I just built there in ML models. We were just basically deploying it as an API and integrating into the applications. And there also started working on in-memory grid computing, parallel computing. This was way before Spark. So that's how I started working on more, data-intensive application development. Still I see it as like a software engineering, but it was dealing with a lot of data.
Yeah, indeed, still a software engineering challenge, but with a little bit of data attached to it. That's so cool. And before we move on to our next topic, which I want to know the rest of the story, that now you started your own company and you started scaling yourself as well. But before that, we have a recurrent segment in this show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest gets the chance to pass forward a question to another guest. And the previous question comes from Christoph. He is the creator of the application called Done That watches your screen and tries to find where you are going to optimize the way you do your work. And this question is, what is something actionable that you would recommend to the listeners to try out this week?
Oh, that's really a tough question. Is it more on the professional side?
It's up to you.
Okay. Well, I think maybe a bit outside. It's more about the health. So what I would recommend is just, if you're not doing so, start doing exercises right away.
That's a lovely one. I think that's a great advice for everyone. And you can do it at home. You don't need anything fancy. Just drop on the push-ups and some jumping jacks, right? And you'll be sure to be a bit happier than before.
Absolutely. And a healthy mind comes from healthy body. So it's really important to pay attention to that. And I'm advising this. Am I doing that? Not good enough. I try to walk as much as possible, do a little bit of exercises. And every time I do that, I do definitely feel the positive impact. But am I doing it regularly? No, that's something I should do as well. So it's an advice for listeners, but also advice to myself.
So you can take it as well when you listen back to the podcast as well.
Exactly.
Cool. And now moving into our main topic, one of the things that I wanted to talk about with you is when we had the first conversation as well. You mentioned that the reason that you started the company is because there was a need there, that someone was reaching out, that they wanted to use your skills for some projects, and then it started becoming a bit more, and then it expanded into you being able to hire others to basically scale yourself. So tell me a little bit about Analytics Power and the mission behind it.
Yeah, sure. So how I started Analytics Power, what was the driver there is actually, before Analytics Power, I started working as freelancer. So about 4 or 5 years I was working freelance consultant. And what I realized that there was a lot of waste in the companies, in big enterprises that I was working for back in that time. And one of the things that I do really love what I do. So it's more of a hobby for me than a job. And I'm really focused on creating value as fast as possible, as cheap as possible, with the high quality. And that has been my mindset, and that's how I was doing the business as well. And I noticed that there was like really growing demand towards data professionals, or data specialists. And there wasn't enough people people around. So what did the companies do? They basically started hiring a lot of people that didn't really have the background for it. It was more like a bit of knowledge about how to process data, like using SQL, a bit of database knowledge, a bit of background from the BI side, but not really the software engineering skills were there. So I saw that a lot of people were working on big projects, a lot of money spent on it, but very little progress. And everywhere I was working at, it was mainly challenging new projects, either innovations like, MLOps, building MLOps kind of solutions, or big data solutions like data lakes nowadays, lake houses. And then I saw that the lack of software engineering skills was quite a big problem. And the clients that I was working with, they were really happy with the performance, and they were asking me, like, why don't you just scale? Why don't you hire more people so that we can actually give you projects? And I thought that could be a good idea, because if you have my own team, and in time you just become very efficient working together, and that way we could actually create more value faster. So that was the kind of the trigger. So I wanted to address that, the quality problem on the engineering side, and then so we started Analytics Power. So the mission behind it is very much related to the reason we started Analytics Power, right? So it's to enable our partners to create value faster and cheaper. Right? So that's what Analytics Power wants to do. So sometimes we talk internal as well, and one of the things I say to our engineers, like, one of the goals every project we work at that we insert is to make ourselves redundant as soon as possible. So solve the problem with quality, share your knowledge, create value, and move to the next one. There's so much need in the market that we don't have to stay on the same place for a long time. So make yourself redundant and move to the next challenge.
Yeah, that's a great mission, because that's very similar to how I approach leadership and leading a team. Like, my goal is always to make myself not needed. And I feel like if I arrive to that state, then I did a good job. And then I can go on and find another team to work on.
That's exactly how I approach as well. That's exactly how I see that. My success criteria, if my engineer says, you know what, we don't need you anymore, then that's, it's a reason for celebration.
Cool. And scaling a company is not an easy task at all. So how has it been so far, the journey for you?
For us, scaling is not a goal. It is a requirement. So when we started Analytics Power, we said, like, we're not doing this to make more money and, grow the company to a certain size and then exit, sell it, and then, then you can retire with the money you have. The goal was really to create that environment that we feel happy and proud, right? So we are happy because we are spending a lot of time at work, 40 hours a week, right, of our life at least. So we want to enjoy that, but we also want to be proud of what we do, right? So that was the goal. Therefore, we never had this goal of, scaling or saying, okay, we need to scale more and we want to, hire more people, increase our revenue. That's more of a side effect. It is a requirement. It is because we work with big enterprises, and if you want to make a bigger impact and get bigger scale projects, well, there are some procurement rules. You need to have certain amount of people at least. So that is the requirement part. So when it comes to scaling, how challenging it is, I think for us the biggest challenge is to find the right people. Again, our focus is really on the quality of engineering. So we take time. We don't try to hire people quick. We start relations with people early enough. Sometimes we hire people after being in contact for a year and a half, doing some interviews or having some conversations, see if the mindset is fitting, if they are ready to move to consultancy business. And then when the timing is right, then we just make the offer. So therefore, scaling is still challenging for us, I must say. But on the project side, client side, we don't have much challenges on that.
Yeah, and I guess if you're really good, you end up being a victim of your own success, because working with big enterprises, if you do a good job, they will want to hire you more, and then scaling becomes inevitable. It's not something that you aim to do, but you have to do because it's part of the requirements.
Yeah, and before Analytics Power, I was also like, for a while I worked as an engineering manager as well. And there we were scaling pretty quick. And one day, talking to my engineers, I got the feedback that they actually did not want to hire more people for at least a period of time. And the feedback was that it's really difficult to onboard somebody, in terms of that person is understanding the culture, understanding the mindset, and being really part of the team. So that was actually taking a lot of time of the team, onboarding that person, slowing down overall. So they said, like, please stop. We don't want this for a while at least, because we see that the culture is shifting, mindset is changing. Because every new person joining, right, they bring their own personality, and changing that is maybe it's not something you should try out even. So then I spoke to our CTO and I said, look, you are giving me budget, but I'm not going to hire because the team doesn't want. And they think that it's just going to slow them down instead of, increasing the productivity, which you hope for. So, and I said, I will stop for a while. I will pause it, hiring. So it goes same for Analytics Power for me now, that I want to keep the culture, the mindset that we have. So that's maybe why it takes a long time to find the right people, and hiring process for us takes longer.
Yeah, but it's kind of you can train skills, but culture is the hard part to train, right? You really need to find the right person with the right mindset, because if you don't, it's an investment of time and money to hire a person that then is not going to be incompatible, and that's going to be a challenge for everyone already working in the team as well, because there will be clashes. But what I was thinking about is that it's interesting because it's counterintuitive if you think about it, the not hiring to accelerate, but it's something that we kind of know from some books and what is called as Brooks Law. Bringing someone to an already late project will just make the project more late, because it's inevitable. So it's quite it's nice that you took that approach, and I can imagine it paid off, right?
Oh, it definitely did, especially in this previous experience. Team became very, very productive in short period of time. They established their processes, their way of working, a better language to communicate with each other, and then hiring new people and onboarding them, making them become part of the team was way easier. And the naive expectation of like you have one more engineer, so if your productivity is 5x because 5 engineers you have, it's going to be 6x. No, usually doesn't work like that. So 5x first period of time probably drops to 4 or 3x. The people, the team members needs to spend some of their time onboarding their new team member. And then if you hire the right person, if everything works well, then maybe you achieve 6x. Otherwise, it could be 5, something. So reality works like that. But I think we have some basic thinking, like just linear thinking that okay, 5, I get 5x, 6, I should get 6x. It's a simple one. It's easier to understand. But the reality doesn't work like that.
Exactly, and it takes an experienced leader to be able to detect that pitfall. And you have an amazing background where you've been leading teams and leading architecture, and most recently you are working as a CTO. So I'm curious, from all of that experience, which one did you find the most difficult one?
I think the CTO job is the most difficult one. It's also because of Analytics Power. I am not just CTO, I'm also the owner of the company. So I don't only focus on the technical part. So the scope is way bigger. I think so far that's the most difficult part. But when you look at different roles that there is a part of evolution that you need to go through, right? So, as an engineer, focus is technical excellence. When you try to get better, you try to learn more. And then you move more towards leadership. That switch is quite challenging, quite difficult. Because first of all, I remember an advice from my manager, the first talk when I became the team lead with line management responsibilities as well. He said to me that okay, Volkan, technically you're an excellent guy, but when you're now in your new role, you have to use your technical skills way less. You need to use more of your soft skills. So he said to me, sometimes you will see people doing things and then you will think that you can do better, faster, this and that. But the way how you communicate that, you need to be very, very careful. And sometimes you just need to see that is happening and you can't do anything about it, right? So you can't just go to that person and say, okay, what you do is wrong and this is how you should do it. And you're going to lose people. That is the part that you need to learn, and you need to start to understand you're not an individual contributor anymore. You're more of an influencer. So it's small improvements, small things that can be done better for an individual contributor, seeing it's very small. But when you are in the leadership role, that you multiply with number of people that you're leading, so the cumulative value it could be higher. And that's how you should start thinking. And you need to give room to people, empower them. But on the other hand, you need to also make sure that, there won't be some catastrophic failures coming out of it. So finding that kind of right balance, encouraging people to think more innovatively, experiment, even fail time to time, and learn from the failure, which people learn more from failures than success, right? And so finding that balance is a big challenge. That switch is very, if you can do that, I think you will become a good leader. If you can't do that, then you will be, one of those people that is criticized saying we have people in leadership role that they don't deserve their positions.
Yeah, indeed. It's kind of a tough one to crack because you're basically, people think that you become a leader and you now have the power to make the whole of decisions and to drive everything. But in reality, you kind of lose the power because as an individual contributor, you had the power to make the decisions and change the code and push whatever you wanted to production. Of course, people would review it and all of that. But now your power is gone. You have only the power to influence. You don't really have the power to do anything, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe some people think that when you get to a leadership role, you're going to just tell things and people will obey, right? So it's like a dictatorship. No, it's a lot of babysitting. It's a lot of convincing. People need to buy into your ideas so that, it can be successful. Because first of all, you're not the one doing. You need to convince the people who will do it. Psychology is very important, understanding human psychology. So imagine that one day you are the expert engineer, the authority one in the team that you are building things yourself. And then the day after, and sometimes when someone is actually even objecting to what you do, and there could be even heated discussion saying come on, I know better and this and that. And then you become a leader, you can't have the same conversation with the same person anymore. Right? So you have to be way more gentle. You need to find a way to communicate your ideas or your feedback in a very constructive way. So that's really, really different role, different personality, perhaps even you need to have that.
Yeah, that's so true. When I had Davide back in the show for an episode, one of the things that he was talking about as it was one of the hardest parts for him when he became a manager, it was when he realized that his words had way more meaning than when he was an individual contributor, because now people look up to what you're exactly saying. So I'm curious, in your side, what is one part of the role that you never expected?
Well, again, I think it's the same part. So I wasn't expected that the soft skills that important, and the change required on the mindset. So I had to really find out like how to communicate in this new role. For example, like one of the challenges we had, like a specific example, that we were, it was a startup working on a very innovative idea, building a SaaS solution and all. We were very, very skilled engineers, but like the product, like, one of the issues, for example, we were having a lot of bugs in our backlog. You could just look at it like any time of the day on your backlog, and there was about 300 average bugs, minor, some major issues as well. It was quite a big team of engineers building the solution. And we said like, okay, well, maybe, because we are working in Agile as well, but we need more automated testing. So we tried several times. We measured the test coverage, and we said, okay, well, our test coverage is about 45%, and we want to aim for 80%, for example. Right? So several attempts creating tasks and, assigning people didn't work. It was not getting any better. And then one day I changed that requirement, how we explain it. And I said, look, we want to be able to push the code into production, which runs 24/7, and then have a good sleep at night, that nobody gives us a call. So we need to make sure that this will work. And also we need to figure out a way to do that. So perhaps we need to build a framework for testing quality assurance or find a new one, right? So that changed things drastically. So after a while, I think less than 6 months, we saw the test coverage was about 90%. And for the new services that we were building, the team had like 100% test coverage, which is not necessarily a good thing, but that became really, because they don't want to do just a boring task, right? So they want creativity, they want problem solving. So when you frame it like the problem, we need to find out a solution to ensure quality, right? Then they use all their skills, their software engineering skills, they're intelligent, they want to find something. The motivation is very different. When you say, okay, this is 80%, 50% test coverage needs to go 80%, it's like maybe you have, 100 files that is not, tested at all, and then you just need to type test scenarios for that. There is no creativity in that, and at least it's not how it is seen. So this kind of wording, how you frame the problem, that is quite important to motivate people, to make them believe in it, and for the buy-in, and then afterwards the success comes. So the problem is not necessarily a technical problem, right? It's more motivation, that if people have the motivation, they will do it. They will do even better than you expect.
Yeah, I think because the problem is the same problem, the outcome is the same outcome. You just want a better stable system. The problem was the system wasn't stable before, but by reframing the way that you approach the problem, you can get a better buy-in. And I think, as you mentioned, that's a very important skill for anyone that is out there. Maybe if you're doing your first steps as a tech lead or an engineering manager, reframing or being able to motivate your team to pick up and do the problem, because all of them are smart cookies. That's why they are there, right? They are smart software engineers, and basically sometimes you just need to look into the problem with a fresh pair of eyes and reframe it, and then it'll be picked up by itself. That's cool. And if you were starting over today, what advice would you give to your younger self?
I would say focus more and more on the value, become more outcome driven. Don't get stuck on only the technical skills, right? So those technical skills are there to solve a problem, create a value. So if it is on a commercial world, creating business values, but your job is not necessarily just coding, right? Don't reduce it to just coding. It is about creating value. So try to look at problem holistically. So what's the goal here? What's the value that needs to be created, and what needs to be done? So, and coding is one part of the work that you will do, right? Another thing, perhaps for my fellow engineers, that I would say, don't jump on coding immediately, like when you want to do something, right? You just first think through it, proper design, understanding, ask questions. So what's the value that we want to create here? What's the purpose of this? And if you know more about the domain that you're working on, like the business, next to your technical knowledge, then you can actually also contribute with ideas, business ideas, innovative ideas that's going to create more value. So I would say that see your job is more like creating value, not just in the chain of activities to create value that you have a small part of. You can contribute more end to end, look at the processes, look at the tools, look at the people that you're working, skill set, everything, and try to find the right solution and solve the problem in your mind first, and then you can type it later on. And maybe nowadays you don't even need to type it that much. You just need to tell to your vibe coding companion, and it will do the coding for you. But the most important part is the solution design than actually coding.
Yeah, and that's a really good piece of advice, because as everyone is saying, all software engineers will be replaced because now you have tools that automate the code. What you basically said is the most important part is not the code itself, is thinking about problem and thinking about the solution. And that's not what the vibe coding tool is going to do. The vibe coding tool is going to solve something when you figure out what you want to do, right?
That's true. And if you look at vibe coding nowadays, it's basically we are just inventing a new language. So I see it's like a programming languages. These are abstractions, right? These are there to make things easier for us. Otherwise you need to code in machine language, right? And it will take a really long time. So we just do abstractions, and we just simplify things with programming languages, frameworks, tools that we are building. And each programming language has its own grammar, right? Its own syntax that you need to know, you need to learn, and what features out there. So now with the vibe coding, then we are developing a new language. Right? Can you say it's pure English? No, I think why I would say, well, of course, these models can work in different languages as well. You can communicate with them, but it is more of the kind of the jargon, like this whole prompt engineering, trying to figure out the right language to communicate with your model to get the best outcome from that. So that's what you will need to learn, but the rest of the work is still there. So you still need to do all the steps. And often you realize that, if you look at holistically, that the coding part is small percentage of the resources that you spent on there.
Yeah, that's a really good way to look at it. I think I listened to it recently as well from, I think it was Linus Torvalds. He was talking about it in the same framework as basically it's just another abstraction layer that we have on top of coding, the same way that none of us do assembly anymore. Rare of us do C anymore. But if you think about something like Python then gets decompiled into C, that then gets decompiled into assembly, that it's just another abstraction layer on top. Now, instead of you defining your function, you're asking the LLM, hey, I need to do this, create as many functions as there are needed to do this.
Yeah. And like the startup that I was working as a manager, we also built a domain-specific language for marketing team. So it was a real-time customer engagement platform, omnichannel, that we were building. So the digital marketing specialists, they needed to write their business rules, right? So for that, we developed a language, English, right? So that they could write their rules, which then, that rule is compiled into the Java code, and then the Java code that is being executed. When you read that piece of rule, it was just regular English that you would, talk to someone else, explain what this business rule is, how it works. So, and that was quite, specific implementation. And now that LLMs, back in time, if we had the LLM, we could probably use that. But we built it with the Endler, and we defined our own syntax and grammar rules and all that stuff. So nowadays, I see very much similarities, right? So it's again, yet another language language, so you need to be able to clearly explain what you want as an outcome.
And I think that is a great positive way for us to end the show today. But before I let you go, if people want to know more about you, if people want to find you, if people want to hire you, know about Analytics Power and all the good stuff that you are doing, what is the best way for them to do so?
I would recommend to visit our website, and there is also a contact us section. Through there they can send us an email or LinkedIn. So we have an Analytics Power page on LinkedIn and also my personal LinkedIn profile. So I think those are the best ways to reach out to us.
Cool. I'll make sure to add all of them to the show notes. And once again, welcome. Thank you for coming to the podcast and having this chat with me.
Thank you very much for the invite. It has been a really pleasure.
Super. And to everyone still listening, keep your business value up to date and see you again away from the keyboards. Welcome back everybody to episode 26 of Away from the Keyboards, the show that runs with AI agents in the background for every single episode. My guest today is Robert, the founder of Moyai, a company with the mission to make AI agents more reliable in production by having other AI agents on call to do the work for you. Today we talk with Robert about his journey to tech and some leadership lessons he learned along the way that he wants to share with you all. So sit back, relax, grab a coffee, and prepare yourself for this great conversation. So without any further babbling from my part, Robert, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So since we first spoke about it, and as it is customary in this show, everyone gets the same first question. So how did you get into this world of tech? What is your origin story?
My origin story, I think, walks back to, let's say, university. Did my like a lot of beta there, so I did applied physics. And after that, it was quite clear to me that I wanted to have something with data, with ML, DS in my profession. So I think my origin story comes from the boring life of university that got me ready into this world.
Cool. And did you do like a master's? You said PhD?
No, it's a master. So I did applied physics, and we did actually an application to medical physics. So you have a lot of physicists within the hospital that look at, for example, I did my master project in a NICU, neonatal intensive care unit, where we looked at vital signs to try to detect the patent ductus arteriosus. So I always liked the application of mathematics, physics within the real world, having an impact there. And that's how I started. And actually, my first job was as a quantitative finance person within a large Dutch bank. So it was related, but not fully. It was more quantitative finance, so more like model calibration instead of model trading.
Cool. And when you were working in that stuff with the hospitals, how was it to get the data from all of those data points?
So that was the age of the USB stick, where one would go past all of these Philips healthcare systems and you would collect this. And there I learned a lot about the value of an ETL pipeline, because I was basically the orchestrator going around with my USB stick collecting all this vital signs. And if I skipped the weekend, I would have a drop in or like a gap in my vital signs monitoring. So it was a very interesting time to learn that the data acquisition is a thing.
Yeah, that's so fun. Like that's probably way before, connected devices or anything. Like, do you know how it is nowadays? Are they like connected to the internet, or is it still similar for security reasons or something?
What you tend to see is that there is within the ward, there is one central system, and this is used for the nurse that is on call, that kind of manages all these different NICU centers from one central spot. And that's usually also where you can collect it. But I think in general, to privacy reasons, but also to this built-in resilience, these systems will always have a form of autonomy that disconnects them from the wider network, because they also need to be able to function without general electricity or the internet being up. So I think there will always be a two-sided, but I definitely see that now the systems are more integrated, so it is possible to get the data out.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, because one doesn't think about it in that sense. I think and most times with other teams, when we talk about it, is like, oh yeah, software engineering. It's not like you have lives on the line, so we don't need to worry that much about the bugs. But in this case, it's completely different, right? There are lives on the line.
So we were doing monitoring, so we were not building the system itself. So that does give this ethical cushion that you can make a mistake. But indeed, it is a different type of engineering when you are engineering for things like hospitals, airplanes, these very vital pieces of infrastructure and equipment. Yeah, 100%.
That's so cool. Hey, before we go into our main topic, there is a recurrent segment in the show that is called Pass It Forward, where a guest gets to pass forward a question to another guest. And the question to you comes from our previous guest, Volkan, and he asked, in the age of AI, how important do you see the 3 Ps? And the 3 Ps meaning people, product, and processes.
Yeah, so I think actually what we are seeing in the age of AI is we are seeing a change of what a software developer does. And I think we are seeing the rise of the product engineer. So where more of what the company does as a whole is embedded within the function of one person. And I think that will mean for the future that being able to write code will not be sufficient. You should be able to understand the problems, you'll be able to design a system that can solve that problem for your customer, and you should be able to build it and maintain it. And I think this is all going to come inside. And I think, and Linear has a piece on this, that the processes will also change. So I believe that the traditional view of squads will go away and you work more on a kind of project basis. So like now the biggest issue for the company is X. So now we all rally about this, solving this problem X, and we use our expertise from different parts of the system that we know on how to improve this. And then once we have resolved that problem, there will be a new problem to solve. So I think that will be a big change. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting view about it. Yeah, they will still be there, but for sure they will be disrupted as everything is being disrupted in the industry right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's the extent to which we believe there will be an effect is known. I think we will be quite big and maybe bigger than the technologies we have seen before, especially for the knowledge workers. But I think how it will disrupt, that is still being worked out right now. And I think it mostly revolves around people showing what is the right way to use it, what is the best way to get results, and then people will copy that behavior, I would say.
Cool. And thinking about right ways to use AI, you recently started a new venture called Mohai. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, but I'll leave it to you to tell me how it should be pronounced. So tell me a little bit about it. Where did this idea came from?
So Mohai is actually the Easter Island statue, emoticon that you have on your keyboard. So actually it is not the Easter Island or Rapa Nui statue. It is a copy from Japan. And what I set out when I started Mohai was to look at like models and fine tuning and like really taking control. So when I founded Mohai, it was a year ago. These foundational models were all the rage. Everybody was looking at how to use these models. What is the application of this intelligence that we're now getting with these foundational models? And myself having a background in data, ML, AI, like I always thought to myself, like, why are people not training their own models? So the initial proposition that we had with Mohai was to have fine tuning as a service, where we would train people's models based on the data that flows through an AI router that we maintain. And that was the initial premise. But one of the things that we did see is that the rate of change of these foundational models has been astonishing and wildly above what we expect. So in the last year, the amount of improvements in intelligence that we have seen from these foundational models is absolutely amazing.
Cool. And do you have any foundational model that you kind of prefer over the others?
So I think this would be mostly in the application of using these models myself. I have a preference, being a software engineer, that I like Claude because Claude is like RL fine-tuned, let's say, to our to what a developer might want. It understands code quite well. On the other side, I also think it is a bit more. I would like to say it's a bit more down to earth. Like I just think OpenAI, which is of course the biggest or most used foundational model, is a bit more pompous, and I don't like that style. So, but that could also be because I've used Claude so much. Have come familiar to that style, and that's why I prefer it. So it's very hard to say. But yeah, that's my go-to foundational model.
That's curious. I have the same feeling when I'm using it on the GitHub Copilot that I also have a preference for Claude over the other models. Somehow, I feel like Claude is the one that understands what I'm typing and gives me exactly what I just asked. And all the other ones end up messing around with my code or what I said, like they interpreted wrong. So yeah, interesting.
I think that above the general intelligence of the model itself and like the quirks and how it works, I think also the framework in which you use it is very important. So if we look at Claude, the reason why I like Claude is because I like Claude Code. And Claude Code and the tools that I use, it is very well suited to use that. So I think it's also a way on like how do you access that intelligence that determines what is your preference. And for me, that's Claude Code.
Cool. And do you think that, for example, this is something that I've been looking around as well as I have several different models always open in my tabs, and I use different ones for different tools. Have you also came across that that as something that when you guys are training the models, if a customer comes in and he has a specific request that you say, hey, maybe this is the best model for this case, maybe you should go with GPT, but maybe according to your data and your use case, maybe Claude is most indicated for you?
So we now focus more on agentic evals. If you look at agentic evals, it's very important that the evaluating model or like could argue it's important that they are not the same, but that the evaluating model is not the same than the model that is being evaluated, because it will have certain preferences to its own created content or generated content. In general, I think now with the new cursor release and some of these Claude Code kind of tools that are around it, like conductor.build, they are starting to have this idea of like, okay, why don't you ask one or you have one prompt and you run it over multiple models? I think it's super interesting, especially in like cursor agentic mode, where you could say, well, why not let Gemini, OpenAI, and Anthropic solve the same issue and see what works best? I think that is a super interesting way of developing. I think it's also very valuable. I just noticed that it's very far away from how I tend to work, because I like to be a bit more in control, really follow the traces that are coming out and understand what's happening. But if you let that go a bit, I think that could be a really good development cycle where you can get a lot of value out of using each model for the best way, for what it is best in, let's say.
Yeah. And do you notice any differences in the usage of models, for example, between let's put it, the vibe coders, which is maybe people with a bit less software engineering skills that just know how to do proper prompts and get the best out of the models, and the software engineer that really knows what they want to get out of that model, and maybe they do a more strict prompt that it's not that much vibed.
Yeah, so I think what happens a lot with the degree of vibe coding, let's say, and to be honest, I've noticed that in San Francisco, for example, vibe coding can be used for software engineer using Claude Code. So the terms are even evolving as we speak. But I think if you are fully vibe coding, and that I would define as you do not know the code that's being written by your agent, then you tend to worry mostly about outcomes, right? So you look at, okay, I'm developing a website, and I think about stuff like, okay, how does it look? Does it have a nice style? And there, Gemini or OpenAI, they could have a better style format, or better aligned with the content that they see on the internet. Well, if I am more a software engineer trying to build something fast with AI, I tend to favor things like modularity or portability. Can I run it everywhere? What is the build system that I'm using? So I tend to go maybe more low level. Maybe I look at components. I think SHA-CDN is a good example of something that has really seen a large increase in usage as more people are vibe coding or less vibe coding these front ends. And then you need to look, okay, so SHA-CDN, it's done by Vercel. So V0 actually does a very good job at SHA-CDN blocks. So maybe as a software engineer going vibe coding, using V0 over something like Lovable enables you to have a website build that you can then adapt later on using the components. So I definitely think that there is a difference in general preference if you are fully vibe coding or you are more software engineering, but it tends to also depend on like, are you doing backend, doing front end? Like these kind of things are very important in that.
Yeah, when I do backend, at least from my side, I first started approaching vibe coding as like I'm going to give all the reins to the AI, let it see how it goes. But I always ended up having some issues with that, and the code that got created, I was never able to just vibe code my way out of it. So then I started taking a different approach, which was thinking more on kind of microservices architecture and just getting the AI to vibe code a small microservice that is easier for me to also as a human to debug and understand what it's doing, and then just building microservices over microservices, putting everything in Docker, maybe creating a Docker compose to then generate everything from there. But yeah, not that much going wild with the vibe coding. At least for me, it's been the one that works so far. But I guess could be a control issue here.
Well, I think it also really depends on like, are you starting greenfield or do you have like a brownfield kind of approach, right? So I think that especially for some software engineers that maybe have like side projects and you're also doing stuff at work, the amount and the way that they use AI is completely different. Like nobody wants to do full YOLO mode code on an existing legacy Cobalt code base. Like that sounds like a recipe for disaster. Well, if you're building a little front end, there's nothing there, and you just want to get something up quickly, it's great. Like don't take in control, and also maybe you will find that you will get something that you didn't think about, but that still works. And that's, I think, is also a way to learn as a software engineer. Oh, this is a different kind of architecture or a different kind of way to build it. And of course, every time you need to assess, is this the right style for what I'm trying to achieve with my project?
Yeah, that's so true. At least I know I learned a lot with small little scripts in shell script, just by letting the AI go wild and build whatever I wanted to build. I was like, oh, I didn't even know that these functions existed. So it's quite of an interesting learning opportunity there as well.
I think Bash has seen a renaissance. I think like before. Everybody would put everything in CI/CD, Bash scripts were like, no, I need to have that managed way better. And now Bash scripts are great because the AI gets them, writes them very quickly. You can run it on any machine, and there's like the full portability. So like you see these technologies that like traditionally were very popular. They came or there were SaaS offerings that were better, and the question is always what is better. But like a lot of people adopted them, and now people are going back to the like roll it yourself buggy. And the term I heard for that is reinventing. So you are not going like fully building something from scratch, but you basically say, look, I know what a CI/CD pipeline is. In theory, it's a bunch of bash scripts that are being run on a cron job. So like instead of like having to teach the AI to use this certain framework for CI/CD, why not just do it myself, buggy with some cron and bash scripts to get running? And I think the velocity at which you can get feedback from the system. That is super important if you want to develop quicker with AI.
Yeah, it's almost like the home lab mentality where you build it yourself, a lot of these things. So it's quite interesting.
It's tinkering.
Yeah, tinkering a lot. Yeah. And what is one of the things that you think that we are doing wrong in the industry when it comes to agentic AI?
So this is the reason that we are looking now more into infra-less agentic evals with MoAI. I think that, and there's a famous paper which is called The Bitter Lesson that says that like intelligence that does not scale with compute tends to always lose, right? And I think that with evals, that is what we're currently doing. We're saying the human needs to evaluate. Human in the loop is a very popular term. which means that actually you are limiting the capabilities of the agent. And even worse is because if you want, and you see this also with unit tests, if you want to test something and you need to do that with rule-based kind of system, you tend to favor workflows over truly agentic flows, because those are easier to predict. You know which branches there are, and you want to have predictable failure modes. For some workflows, that is perfect, especially if you want a lot of control, especially if the variety or the what you need to generate is very homogeneous. Perfect. Like, workflows are the way to go. You don't want to go full agent there. But there are a lot of things, and we are seeing that these are also usually the frontiers of tasks, of domains that we are unlocking with agents, where you have a very heterogeneous generation pattern, where you actually want multi-steps, you want to use tools. And the more that you can let those go, and you can more scale these evaluations to scale with compute, to be in control and to like monitor these systems in production, the more opportunity you have. And we have not yet solved that. So now we are currently still using the kind of like unit test, where I think we need to go to like something like fuzzing or integration test, like for evals.
Yeah, that's a cool one. Yeah, I didn't thought about it in that sense. Yeah, because we do have a lot of bias towards the way we approach, especially when it comes to rule-based engines, which have been in our industry since forever. Like it's just a bit of, for people that don't know what rule-based is basically just a bunch of if-then else's, just all together. And yeah, it's a curious one. Yeah.
I think, for example, in ML, we have the example of explainability, right? So I think LLMs have removed a bit the idea of explainability because it's just impossible. Or like, it's not impossible, but there's a lot of work and it's like active research trying to solve that. But if you look at explainability of ML systems, for a long time, we would do LIME, right? So it's a linear approximation of this non-linear predictor. And then we said, well, it's probably doing this, or it's probably focusing on that. And the question is, that is not because the system needs this control. I think an ML system can do whatever it wants if it is correctly set up, but it's for us as people, because we want to understand what it's doing, we want to feel in control, and we also want to prevent it from doing things that we do not desire the system to do. And I think for LLMs, we have to reinvent that a bit, or we have to rethink on how we do that in a way that doesn't constrain the possibilities of what is possible with these agents.
Yeah. Another subject that I wanted to talk with you about is around leadership. You have been a leader for some time, and one of the things that I would like to check with you, you've been leading engineering teams, you've been leading companies as you started the new company. Which one do you like the most, and which one do you find the hardest?
Yeah, so this is here is the so I think starting a company is the hardest you'll ever do. I think in general, starting anything new. So, I mean, starting a company is one thing, but you could also start a new research, or you could start a new kind of like movement, let's say. So these kind of things are very hard to do because it's uncharted territory, but they also are very fulfilling. So I think it's also the nicest. I think one of the things that is very interesting when you start a company compared to like leadership of tech teams within big established companies is that you have a lot more freedom. So you have a lot more freedom to define what you believe to be the right way to do it. The problem is that and I think this is I think you want to focus on input, right? What am I doing to create the right output? And if you start focusing on outputs, that can become very tricky. That works better if you are in an established company, because there are already benchmarks, or you have seen past what is the expected output. So you can say, for example, if I want to increase the developer speed, if we see how many features or how many problems we are solving for customers last year, and I change the way that the org is structured, we can see if that improves. So that's a nice, very relative gain. But if you start from scratch, you have nothing. So then the question is, am I doing the right thing? Should I push forward, or should I change course? I think these are very complex things that whenever you're starting something new, you don't really know. And the line between being stubborn and being persistent is very narrow.
And how do you approach this, to getting that input and that feedback? Do you have like a support structure from maybe other founders, other people that that are starting their own companies that, yeah, you guys speak together and just brainstorm about it, or how does it go about?
So I think that in general, there is a lot of information out there. People are willing to share. Nobody's like, I think it is a misconception that people don't want to help and people want to keep everything in-house. I think a lot of this information is shared. And I think being able to have the right channels to find this content being generated around the world is very important. I sometimes say is like, look, having the right Twitter feed can be the way to get the information that you want. Following the right articles in Hacker News, that can be really a yes or no, or like a game changer in how you are dealing with these problems and what you decide to do next. And I think, of course, also speaking to people in person is very important. But this doesn't scale as well as just reading all this content that is out there. So I think that's a better way to do it. But of course, it's always good to then ground that. So then say to other founders that you speak to, like, hey, I've read about this. Do you also believe in that? Do you think that's right? Or and also try to be somebody has to be the devil's advocate. So say, like, well, if I were to argue that this is wrong, why would it be wrong? And try to define your own opinion there, and make sure that you also internalize those learnings. So reading how somebody else does it is not very important. It's about learning how that relates to your situation and what you believe that you should do different. And if you do that correctly, I think then you will find for yourself a natural path that fits with your style, fits with your desires, and makes you feel comfortable with what you're doing.
Yeah, that's so true. And that's my experience as well. Like, I do believe that a lot of people are just ready to help out if you want to give them a nudge. I wouldn't have a podcast any other way. Like, I just reach out to people that, do you want to talk about your story? Do you want to maybe teach me about some lessons in leadership, or how did you found your own company? And
for example, for you, have you ever noticed that people say, no, I'm not willing to go on the podcast? Like, is that, or is the modus more that people say, yeah, of course, love to help?
Yeah, so far it has been great. Most of the people either they don't reply, which could be because I reach out to a lot of people, but that's okay. People are busy. They have their own stuff to do. But so far, most of the people that reply back, it's always like, yeah, that sounds like an interesting idea. I'd love to share and participate. And yeah, so far it has been a great experience for me.
And that's I think and I think this is the most important things for people that feel they are stuck or they don't know what to do, is ask for help. I think that's the best way to get moving, and also to I think there needs to be diversity of thought, right? And if you keep everything in your head, you don't get that diversity of thought. You only get it from asking for help.
Yeah, indeed. You need to reach out to other people and lose that fear of fear of rejection, because, well, a lot of people out there are just ready to help out and bring some knowledge into that. And I think that follows up to my next question, like, what is one of the leadership lessons that you learned along your way that really stuck with you?
Oh, I've read the book Loonshots from Safi Bakal, and it tries to define what you need to do to cultivate crazy, industry-defining ideas. And I think what I learned a lot there is politics. I think politics politics is an inevitable thing that we see within large corporations. And to the extent of, if you can say that's good or bad, that's not really on me but it could be that you want to have more politics, you want to have less politics. And I think in the book it correctly describes it like leadership. The job for leadership is to define what you want your company to be. So for very large companies, that means that cultivating that there is, for example, a political structure that makes sure that ideas are spread throughout the organization and that they are tested if they comply to what the overall company wants to achieve. That's super important. For a small company, maybe that's less relevant because you want to be quicker. You don't want to have a committee. So I think, like, for me, the leadership question there, or like the leadership lesson, is like the way that you structure your company or your organization determines what you will get out of it. And if you don't like what there is, so maybe there's too little or there's too much of something, then you need to change the way that you structure your company. And I think like WhatsApp is a very good example, is they set out early on to say, okay, we will want a small organization because it's easier to manage. But therefore, we need to make certain choices. So they said, okay, we're a messaging app. So we want to have a fully functional approach because it's super scalable. So with 70 people, they did 1 billion messages. That's crazy. Like that nobody vibe codes that. That's really an understanding of like how to do it. And for example, I learned that they did it with Erlang because they said that's a really good language for like the problem that we're trying to solve. But the problem was the maturity of that framework was like very low. Like it wasn't used a lot in industry. So a lot of things like developer tooling was not around. So they had to reinvent that, or they had to rebuild that for the Erlang ecosystem. Like normally people say, it's stupid. Like why don't you use a language that is more developed, where there's a lot of developer tooling already out there? They said no, because like we have set out that we want a small organization, therefore we need to have a language which, the idiomatic character of the language needs to correspond to what we're trying to build, and therefore we will need to build these developer tools ourselves because nobody else is doing it.
That's a cool. Yeah, so different companies, different approaches, and that kind of leads me to also another follow-up. Between the conversations that I had with other founders that came into the show, one of the things that they say is it's very important to get right is those 10, 20 first people that will drive the culture of the company and drive like decisions, like for example this one, what kind of language are we going to start building our tech stack in? So how do you approach this challenge in why?
Yeah, so I agree. I think hiring is one of the hardest things you will do, and like I think problem is hiring is not that hard. Hiring correctly is very complex, and I think one of the things that and this is very followed in like Linear also has this approach, and it looks a bit like the WhatsApp example, which apparently like because that is a thinking that I have, that's why these examples appeal to me, is hire less. So just don't grow as fast. Try to invest more in getting the right experience in. But funny enough, that doesn't mean that you do not hire juniors, because so I spoke to the maintainer of the Cassandra project at the database at Apple, and he explicitly mentioned like I'm looking for juniors, and I asked him like, oh, that's super interesting because nowadays they say that juniors are like more people are hiring seniors, not juniors. And he said, yeah, but we need to retire at some point. So if I do not start thinking about the longevity of the project, and I think like of course the Apache Foundation does this a lot, like, okay, like it's nice that it's working right now, but like if we want this database to be around for the next 50 years, people need to take it over from us. And I think that's a way to look at it. So I think it's about hiring less. It's about hiring the right competences. And for somebody who's more junior, that could mean that you need to have the right mindset, right? Want to learn. And what they're seeing, what we're seeing right now is actually that with this new type of AI development, where AI plays a much more central role, sometimes people that have a fresh outlook, they have a new way of doing stuff, can actually inspire seniors to be like, hey, this is actually a way that I didn't think about it. And for example, this use case where you use multiple models to develop the same kind of application and then pick from all these different model runs, it's something that people say that junior developers do a lot more than seniors because they know how to do it. They are more native to this approach. And apparently they also are less, they kill their darlings easier. They don't have any blood, sweat and tears in this written code. So they have like, I can throw it all away, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, it's almost like the Kubernetes approach when we started taking microservices more as cattle and less as pets. And now we are doing the same with code. We are looking into code as more as cattle. Like you build it, it runs, it has a bug, maybe you can rewrite it from scratch very easily with AI, and you don't need to be digging around in several hours trying to find what the bug problem is.
I think that's a very nice approach, 100%. Yeah, you have the swarm idea. Yeah,
cool. And going a bit onto our advices segment of the podcast, you've been working on the edge of computer science for some times on the latest and greatest, so the AI cool stuff. How do you do, for example, to keep yourself up to date with the latest technology?
So I think like my central dogma is that everything is foreign unless you try it. So you can read about stuff and it sounds like the most sci-fi you have ever seen. Like, oh, Kubernetes is a good example. Kubernetes, when you think about it, like that sounds like something out of this world. Bring up your first pods, like check the networking, like just do it. And you will see that it's after you have tried something and you have learned the basics, a lot of smoke and mirrors disappears, and it's like, yeah, it's a bit the same. It's a bit like this, but then different, you know. Oh yeah, Kubernetes, yeah, it looks a bit like Docker, but then it's a bit more complicated, you know. Like, so I think this is always the right way to get deeper into a subject, and you will notice that once you start investigating or like trying it out, you will learn other stuff because you will hit a bump and you will look it up. And so process here is to get the right kind of like seed that creates this curiosity for you to try something out. And there, I think that actually we've seen that the shift has really moved. So I think one of the nice things about AI is that in the past, most of these breakthroughs, they came from papers and big research organizations. And like, it was quite dense to read that through. Like, I don't know anybody who, there are probably people that do that, but like that read papers for relaxing. So I think actually that now we've seen that like sometimes it could be a small research group. It can be from anywhere in the world that releases something that is like really pushing the frontiers of what's possible. And I think that tends to be very good because these people, if they really are, if they want to push these ideas to the world, they tend to present it in a really understandable way, and it's easy to get started. So like that for us as people that are taking in that information, that's really nice. And I think that's really unique at the AI side of things, where I think flash attention was invented by one guy on Reddit or something. Like this is a major step in inference speed, and like this person just said, oh, if you do it like this and this. I think Onslaught is a very good example. Like there's probably more than one person now, but like it started with somebody who's just really good at writing CUDA kernels, and it could do that so that all these packages were easier to train. Like I think that's really unique in where we are right now.
Yeah, it's beautiful the power of the community and how things just move along. And I think it goes exactly with what you just said. It's like not being afraid to test out new things, to learn about it, because all of them look like magic or some wizardry. I know for myself, like I come from the data world, and the first time that I heard about Docker, I was like, this sounds like a lot. And now I have, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 Docker containers running on my home lab at home that I manage all of them. And there is no difficulty at all. Like once you start touching about it, it's kind of, once you know how magic trick is performed, it becomes easier to understand how it works.
And it also ties back to this change that we're seeing, right? So in the past, if you were a data person, you would only need to do some statistics, let's say. And like now, it also means like, oh, you need to be a platform engineer as well. You need to be able to run these different applications in the kind of like containerized environments. Now you need to start thinking about build systems, you know, like, because like, it's super annoying to get this code built reproducible. How do I do that? So I think being curious and also looking where is the friction. So I think to an extent, what is unique in that sense is like if you decide to always tackle the biggest problem that you have next first, you will grow a lot more. You will become a better or a more complete, let's say, software engineer, or engineer in general. But it is also sometimes the hardest because these biggest problems are a biggest problem for a reason. They look very complex, very scary. Oh, there's going to be a lot of work before I know that. And I think now with AI, that helps. You can ask, hey, can you try to build me something? I can look at it. So like, I think the barrier to get started with something is lower, which is great because I think getting started is the first step to learning it. And then just gradually improving your understanding, doing more yourself, and tackling the next problem that comes along is the best way to get familiar with all these concepts. And also feel that you will be able to choose what is right for your situation and not choose what you know, because that's what you feel comfortable with.
Indeed, it's like also a procrastination killer at the same time, because the barrier to entry now is so small, and at least for me, I seen it as for pet projects or to learn something. Like now you don't have the excuse that, oh, I need to read a gigantic book and or spend 5 hours listening to YouTube videos to learn about something. Like, you can get that information way more concentrated and focused to what you really like to do.
Yeah, but there's also a risk in that sense, because it's very easy to get started. That's good, but that also means that it's when you get stuck, it's easy to start something new, right? So you also need to sometimes be like, okay, you set out to build this website or this application. Don't stop now when you're trying to deploy it multi-cloud, because it's hard. Like, now really go that extra mile and try to do that more complex part as well, instead of starting another website that already runs on AWS and you do it again, you know? So I think human nature will always, you are always fighting yourself. That is my, doesn't matter how intelligent the AI gets, the biggest enemy is you. And so you need to be smart, and you need to trick yourself a bit to make sure that you are doing what is best for you in the situation. Conversely, I also think that it's not always about optimization, right? So like, okay, so today you didn't learn as fast as you could. Now, is that a problem? I don't think so. As long as you set out, if you again think about the inputs, I'm trying to do it. It doesn't mean that it always works completely, the output that I expected. At least you're trying, you're showing up, you're doing your work. I think that's the only thing that you can really demand from yourself. And then what it leads to is maybe less important.
Yeah, and talking about learning, if you would start today, fresh, new, coming into college, what would be one advice that you give to your younger self?
So I was always happy with the decision that I made to go for a more like generic, relatively complex subject like applied physics. I think it has always. So I think you create a good basis. It's very wide, so it also you create a form of optionality. You can then still do stuff. I mean, of course, there will the school system in general, or like, let's say, growing up, you need to at some point kill some optionality. So you will choose, if you go into a more beta subject, it's going to be more in the beta, and that's of course something that you cannot avoid. But I think so you have a wide basis, which means that then later on you can use that to start learning in more specialized areas where you want to focus on. And I think second reason why I really liked applied physics in general is, if you would ask people why they chose this subject in university, it would be 50 mix. So 50% would say, hey, I really like the subject, I like applied physics. And the other 50% would say, it's the hardest subject I could find. And that to me sounded such a strange way to kind of decide it. But it actually works really nice, because if you do it, if you take a subject that you believe that is very complex and like it really shows that you, like you prove yourself to yourself a bit, then actually after that you get more comfortable in like tackling a new problem, because you're like, look, I tried that other thing, it worked. And Pippi Langkous, she has the famous quote, of course, like, I never did it, but I think I will manage. And I think that's a bit how you need to think about it. Like, if you feel comfortable with like tackling problems that you think are hairy and scary, and the next hairy and scary problem that you will see, you will probably feel comfortable tackling. So I think that would be my advice to people.
Yeah, it's so true. Like, if you feel comfortable doing hard things and complicated things, then the hard things become easy things to manage. That's a cool way to approach it.
One thing to add there, maybe also, I think like something that is like something that's super fundamental but like has never changed is this idea that like the world is a big place, and going to different places within the world as soon as possible and trying to incorporate it within your studies, where I think the studies is a good place where it could be possible to take advantage of certain programs that are in place. Try to see as much different places as possible, because that really creates this like diversity of thought again, where maybe the way that they're doing it here is different than they do it in San Francisco. Conversely, also maybe the way that they do it in San Francisco is not that different than here, and that could also be like kind of like a mindset, a change that says like, look, we can do great stuff here. We don't need to be somewhere else to be doing it there.
Yeah, we are all humans in the end, and we have more in common than we think. It's a kind of a fun thing that I also discovered working in other countries. That, for example, I worked in Istanbul, and one of the fun parts about it was that coming from Lisbon to Istanbul, you then start looking into the architecture, and it's like, this is almost the same. It feels like I'm in Lisbon again, and everyone around just feels the same. So it's quite interesting to start learning that. Yeah, we are so far apart in, for example, Europe. One is in the east side, the other one is on the west side, and they are almost exactly the same.
That's funny. So I studied in Eindhoven in the south of the Netherlands, and we were with the university college. We were thinking about like a mandatory foreign experience. Half year you have to go abroad, and then there were a lot of practical issues raised. Like, hey, but what if it's unaffordable, or like what if people need to be here in the Netherlands? Like, these could be practical problems that come into place. And then I know that the rector Magnificus had a really good statement. He said, look, if you have never been out of Eindhoven, Belgium is good enough. Like, going to Belgium, if you have never been out of Eindhoven, it will change your world. You will see something. The culture there already has like different elements. So it's not about the distance. It's about changing the environment. And I think that Europe in particular is very good, very well suited for that, because there's so much cultural diversity in a small amount of square meters that I think it is perfect for opening your mind and getting this diversity of thought.
That's so cool. And to try to finish up with a good advice, what is the best career advice that someone gave to you that you'd like to give to the audience of this podcast?
It was a very pragmatic one, but when I was within ING, we were doing a lot of modeling, risk modeling, and these things would have to be actually assessed by like a model assessment part of the company. And I would, in these talks, when these model evaluators would come by, I would like try to like share a lot, like talk a lot. And then I would later complain about that these meetings always took so long and they always ask so much. And he said to me, if you want a short meeting, you should talk less. And this is very true. So in most cases, you are the one that are doing the talking. This creates a response, and you get back and forth, and now you're full of an hour. And so he said, like, if you don't want to have a long meeting, you should talk less. And that was a really good advice. So I always took that to heart. It's a very practical lesson, but I really enjoyed it.
That's a super nice productivity lesson for us to end the podcast. But before I let you go, if people want to know more about you, Mohai, if people want to find you, if they want to reach out, what is the best way for them to do so?
Yeah, so LinkedIn, Robert Hommes, send me an invite. We have a website, moyai.ai, where you can go, and also contact information is in there. And if you see me at events, say hi. Love to hear your thoughts, and if you have remarks or additions to what I said here today, love to speak to them.
Lovely. And I'll make sure to add all of those links and contacts into the show notes that people can find you and reach out to you. Once again, Robert, thank you so much for coming to the show and having this chat with me.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, Ruud.
It was a pleasure. And to everyone still listening out there, keep your agents well fed, and see you again away from the keyboards.
Wanna